After that utterly horrific accident, Mun suddenly shot awake, finding himself on a luxurious bed. A magnificent and lavish bed. Utterly bewildered and dazed. If his memory served him right, he was sure he had already perished in a devastating car accident. That was absolutely correct, wasn't it? He pondered. So who exactly was he now? He wondered. He stared intently at his own hand, truly unable to believe his eyes. Had he truly transmigrated? He thought with a gasp. Mun then thoroughly surveyed the entire room, taking it all in. Everything from the furnishings to the decorations echoed a grand royal court style, a distinct Western palace aesthetic, as he moved towards a nearby mirror. And there, gazing back at him, was a youthful face, a face almost exactly like his own, at 17 years old, perhaps even 18. He mused in utter disbelief. He slowly began to grasp the astonishing reality that he had truly transmigrated. Just where in the world did this transmigration bring him to? He wondered. The initial moments of pure panic and utter bewilderment had finally passed. Mun had now managed to regain his composure and think clearly. Looking at himself now, he admitted he was quite handsome back in his youth. To be honest, this new appearance seemed to be quite a faithful recreation indeed. This must surely be some kind of game-like world, he concluded with a nod. Then, a sudden, extremely crucial thought flashed into his mind with urgency. Wait a second. Truck-kun and transmigration into another world, he thought. This couldn't possibly just be a wild delusion or mere fantasy. Could it? All cooked up in the mind of an old, lazy uncle. A middle-aged, chubby, and incredibly lazy man just like himself. No way. Mun grabbed a small knife, gripping it firmly in his hand. He resolved to simply confirm his situation with absolute certainty. A fresh line of vivid blood immediately welled up and began to flow freely. Staring down at the newly formed wound on his hand with wide eyes, Mun instantly realized he had just done something incredibly foolish and dumb. He had only meant to lightly scratch it, he exclaimed with a wince. This knife was incredibly sharp. Far too sharp for his own good. The pain was excruciating. This was truly real, he gasped. He had absolutely transmigrated. It was undeniably true. A sudden, massive flood of new memories instantly downloaded into Mun's mind. Mun Campbell, the original owner, was charged with contempt against the royal family. Stripped of his noble status, he was demoted and forced to become a commoner, a crime for which there was no pardon, punishable by eternal banishment and exile. He was forbidden from ever setting foot within the imperial territories again. Any who dared to defy this edict would be instantly executed without mercy. He clasped his head in his hands, sighing helplessly at the shocking revelations. No, this absolutely couldn't be true, he thought in dismay. At first, seeing the name, he had merely assumed it was a strange coincidence. But who would have ever possibly imagined this scenario? Yet here he was, transmigrated into the body of this utterly pathetic young man. That utterly brain-dead, idiotic, spoiled noble's son of a character. The infamous blonde-haired villain of the story, who was even weaker than a common elite monster in the game world. He vividly recalled staying up all night, completely engrossed in reading this very novel. The character, Mun Campbell, Phoenix's pride, history's strongest, a truly epic tale. This was precisely the incredibly famous novel, the most popular novel of the year that he had devoured, just before his own shocking transmigration event. It was also one of the very few series of its kind that he consistently followed with great anticipation, eagerly checking its daily update progress, without fail. The general plot and exciting content of this particular novel went something like this. It primarily focused on the formidable female protagonist, who happened to be the illegitimate daughter of a once powerful but now fallen noble, a family whose fortunes had gravely declined. On her incredible journey of growth, she continuously leveled up and grew stronger, defeating countless terrifying demons and grotesque monsters with ease. Ultimately, she dramatically reversed her fate, rising to become an undeniable hero, who would eventually save the entire world itself. And Mun Campbell, he realized with a sinking feeling, was precisely the villain. The blonde-haired, utterly brainless villain in the story, especially during the initial early stages of the plot, wielding his powerful family background to relentlessly bully our heroine, constantly sending assassins to try and take her down, essentially just gifting free experience points to the main cast. His schemes inevitably crumbled to dust, even dragging the entire Duke's estate down with him, and he himself was exiled for life, forced to beg at the harsh border. If my memory serves me correctly, this very character, after barely 20 chapters, had already run out of plot relevance. That unhinged individual, who just couldn't enjoy a peaceful noble life, who just insisted on hurtling headfirst towards his own grim demise. Well, that's me, isn't it? After being reborn for the very first time, I truly believed I could finally be the main character, to finally enjoy life and bask in the glory. But what was the ultimate result? I somehow ended up transmigrating into the very body of that idiotic, insignificant stepping stone of a character. What am I going to do? I'm absolutely screwed. Oh my gosh, as Mun frantically tore at his hair, a soft knock came from the door. It was On. He quickly called out for her to enter, and gently carried a beautifully wrapped box into the young master's chambers. Hearing her address him, Mun awkwardly stammered to her, "You're Anne, right? Is there something you needed?" And respectfully reported to him, "The young master's outfit for the upcoming grand banquet, which is happening tomorrow, has already been delivered. The Duchess requested that I bring it for you to try on." Mun, surprisingly friendly, replied, "All right, I understand. Just leave it right there, please." His unusually pleasant demeanor caught her completely off guard. Then, noticing a fresh wound on Mun's hand, she quickly asked with deep concern, "Young master, are you perhaps injured?" Mun suddenly remembered, "Oh right, yes. Just now I wasn't careful and tore my skin a bit, but it's really nothing serious. Do you happen to have any hemostatic medicine or a band-aid of some sort that you could possibly give me?" Mun. Anne looked utterly confused by what he was saying. A band-aid? What is that? And truly had no idea what the young master was referring to. But if it's just to stop the bleeding, I can still absolutely manage that. Mun was quite taken aback to hear her confident declaration. "Anne, you even know how to perform treatments?" And gently, slowly, brought his injured finger to her lips, and delicately licked the wound. This rather unconventional method of treatment made Mun so incredibly embarrassed that his entire face flushed crimson. Once finished, she released his finger and softly reported, "The bleeding has now completely stopped. Every single drop of the young master's blood is incredibly precious. So please, I beg you, do not injure yourself again." Her earnest sincerity made Mun feel even more flustered and embarrassed. All right, I'll remember." Anne stood up and requested to leave. "If the young master has no further requests of me, I would like to excuse myself to attend to my other duties," Mun politely replied. "Thank you. You've truly worked hard." The door softly closed, sealing itself before his eyes. Mun desperately tried to suppress the overwhelming excitement bubbling within him. Unable to hold it in, he let out a joyful, triumphant yell. "Oh my heavens, this is absolutely breaking all the rules. That gentle, black-haired maid, just moments ago. She was just too incredibly adorable." Meanwhile, Anne was still deep in thought about the young master's words from earlier. Did he just genuinely say thank you to me? Back in his room, Mun was still utterly perplexed. How could a perfectly peaceful, thriving ducal estate, with high status, a handsome heir, and a family absolutely overflowing with wealth, and even personal care from a diligent maid, why did he insist on provoking the main character over and over? What was the point of all that? If I remember correctly, the real trigger that led to his exile was this guy drugging the third, noble princess of the empire, during her coming-of-age ceremony. If I already know where the problem lies, then it's easy. I just need to try my best, so as not to provoke Feng Aotian, and not seek death at the coming-of-age ceremony. Ta Mun still has a chance to defy fate, so he can continue living as a rich, carefree young master. I need to plan this very carefully. Come to think of it, when exactly is the ceremony? And just gave me the outfit for the coming-of-age ceremony. Mun froze on the spot. Tomorrow. A shrill scream echoed through the entire room. I'm totally screwed. Alone in the large room, he kept crying out for help, to some mysterious spiritual force, like a system. Is anyone there? Old grandpa? Goddess? Divine being? Anyone at all? Can you please notice me? Am I really not allowed any kind of cheat? In my past life? Didn't I pull a 10-draw 5-star? Even if it was a longevity card. You don't have to treat me this cruelly, right? Tomorrow is the coming-of-age ceremony, and that's it. I don't even know if tomorrow, apologizing directly to the protagonist will ease her hatred even a little. She probably won't make any outrageous demands, right? Like making me lick her feet in public or something. He kept encouraging himself as he imagined that scene. Mun, you can do this. You're a real man. In life, sometimes you bend, sometimes you stand tall. A little humiliation like licking feet is nothing compared to losing your limbs and begging. This kind of shame I'll bear it alone. Of course, it'd be even better if she wears black stockings tomorrow. All right, I'll happily settle on that plan. The moment we meet tomorrow, I'll immediately kneel down and kowtow 3 times. Just as he was feeling refreshed again, something suddenly smacked Mun on the head. Thud. Mun rubbed his aching head and shouted, "What was that? That hurt like hell. Do you know who you just hit?" When he turned his head, Mun saw a mysterious book lying in the middle of the bed. He had no idea. When it appeared, he could hardly believe it. Could it be? No way. The book was tightly gripped in his hands. Mun realized his cheat had finally arrived. He couldn't suppress his excitement. Looks like... Mun hugged the book to his chest like a priceless treasure. Heaven hasn't abandoned me after all. Even though I was destined to be a wastrel, a cannon fodder young master, with a cheat, things won't be the same anymore. From this moment on, this young master will change his predetermined ending. Defy the heavens and rewrite fate. My destiny is mine. But the moment he opened the book, he froze in place once again. He flipped through page after page to check its contents. Inside that book, it's absolutely blank. No way. What in the world is going on? This celestial tome has no words. How can I even guess? Could it be that it needs some kind of special activation? Based on the lore of this Western world. Then, the wound from that headshot earlier, it started bleeding. It dripped, bit by bit, onto the pristine white page. The entire book began to emanate a truly dark and ominous aura. What in the world is this? The eerie power from the book, it completely terrified Mun. Holy crap, what is going on here? The blood from the wound, it seemed to be sucked right into the book. Mun cried out, "My blood." Then Mun slowly drifted off into unconsciousness. Mun found herself in a deeply dark and oppressive space. Her hands, they were firmly pinned to the wall. Even her feet were shackled in place. Mun's entire body was riddled with countless wounds. An iron chain was tightly coiled around her neck, making Mun appear even more tragically pathetic. Those striking blue eyes, they slowly began to flutter open. Her consciousness was still far from clear or fully awake. She had no idea what was happening around her. Just then, a girl with an intensely dark aura appeared before her. Pressing close to her face, she uttered with a chilling voice, "Finally, my lord, you have awoken. I have been waiting for you for such a very long time." Mun felt her body throbbing with agony, letting out a soft moan. It hurt so much. The other figure, however, replied with unsettling nonchalance, "Of course there is pain. That is only natural. It is so that you will never, ever forget this moment. Oh, you truly have no idea how much suffering I am enduring at this very moment. You shouldn't be acting this way, my lord. You are so cruel, so brutal, and so incredibly selfish. You should be bringing utter torment to all others around you, not showing any ounce of compassion or forgiveness. You should make absolutely everyone despise your very being. Only then, my lord, can you truly belong to me, belonging to only me, and no one else but me. But you, my lord, you have already changed so much. Changed your heart. Oh no, that simply will not do at all. But please, my lord, do not even worry. No matter how much time it takes for me to do this, I will slowly, meticulously, take my time, and use all of my love to purify your very being. We will be together, forever and ever. Know that now. Even the cold embrace of death itself will never be able to tear us apart, my lord." Mun screamed in utter terror. "No, no, please no. Don't," she shrieked, bolting upright from that horrifying nightmare. Her breathing was still ragged, coming in short, sharp gasps. Mun was filled with an overwhelming sense of doubt. Just now, she almost believed that was only a dream. Mun gazed down at her hands, which were still trembling uncontrollably. The lingering pain on her skin, it still left behind a phantom trace. This dream felt so incredibly real, too real even. This feels like some kind of terrifying prophetic dream. Surely it is. Just before I completely passed out, I remember this book had flipped through each page so frantically, absorbing so much of my own lifeblood, my very own lifeblood, right from my body. If this hack book truly brings forth prophetic visions, then that outcome of being chopped into countless pieces, perhaps I made a terrible mistake somewhere that would lead to such a horrifying consequence. She checked the book once more, only to be utterly stunned by its content. Stunned, for inside the book, a chilling line of text had appeared. It read, "Thou shalt not alter thy destined fate." Mun thought blankly. Do not change fate. That concept is so strange. The book then transformed into a swirl of strange, ethereal energy. Then it drilled straight into his mind. The situation was extremely unfavorable for Mun. This was a warning telling me not to alter the original storyline. Otherwise, it would lead to the same ending as before. But why was that? Wasn't that kind of ending utterly tragic? The sunset light poured into the room. Mun stared at the dusk in a daze. So in the end, all my ideas were just wishful thinking, to keep on living. The only choice was to act on my own, and walk straight toward destruction. However, he suddenly noticed a glimmer of hope within himself. Wait a second, thinking it over. The ending, according to the rules, didn't actually seem that bad. At the very least, he survived in the end. and that useless guy had no ability to make a living. Once exiled, he would naturally become a beggar, but I am not the same. I am a top-tier mercenary warrior, who has survived every kind of hardship in modern society. After all, the ending, the book never clearly stated how Moon Campbell would ultimately turn out. After being exiled, I can use my modern intellect to build my own personal empire. Wouldn't that be perfect? This so-called noble status isn't really worth clinging to anyway. It's nothing more than a privileged class, built on exploiting the labor of common people. As a proletarian warrior, with socialist ideals, I will rely on my own hands and my knowledge to shape destiny and dominate this world. Starting from mealtime, Mun enjoyed the meal with deep satisfaction. He secretly thought, damn it, in his previous life, he had never eaten beef this good, and there was wine too. This corrupt level of authority really was something. Delicacies filled the table in dazzling display, making Mun feel blissful. This is insanely good. Seeing Mun act like that, the Duchess, Noya C. Campbell, asked with concern, "What's wrong, little Mun? You seem very happy today." The Imperial Duke, Lon Campbell, sitting beside them, also laughed. He must be really looking forward to the coming-of-age ceremony tomorrow. After all, this is one of the most important ceremonies in Mun's life. Mun nodded along and replied, "Yes, father, mother, I'm really excited. I've been looking forward to it a lot." Noya C. gazed at him lovingly and said, "My little Mun grew up so fast in the blink of an eye. It really makes me reluctant. Tomorrow my son will surely be the center of everyone's attention. Who knows how many young noble ladies will be captivated by him." Lon reminded her, "That would be impossible. Our Mun already has a fiancé. If Princess Cilicia saw that and got jealous, it would be hard to explain." Noya C. snorted in displeasure. "I don't like that, Princess Cilicia. She's always cold and not cute at all. She's completely unworthy of our little Mun." Lon patiently persuaded his wife not to say that. If even Princess Cilicia isn't worthy, then who else possibly could be? Mun silently broke into a cold sweat. "My overly confident parents. Just how confident are you in your own son? What kind of person is Princess Cilicia?" "She is the third princess of the empire, blessed with pure white divine child, and a top contender for the title of the empire's greatest beauty." In the original story, she relied on her aloof aura and contrast between cold exterior and warm heart to win massive popularity. Wherever she went, all eyes followed. Their son was nothing but rotten trash. Weren't they the ones who knew that best? Yet only they treated him like a treasure in this entire world. In principle, they were good people. It was just unfortunate they had such a son. According to the original plot direction, when the coming-of-age ceremony occurred, they would also be implicated. The entire Campbell family from then on would be forced out of the imperial elite circle and vanish from the story completely. Although the book said fate could not be changed, and destiny was predetermined, being exiled with limbs severed, like a cripple, even with modern thinking, turning the tables would be extremely difficult. I can't accept that. I have to find a way to do something. Maybe I can't change my own fate, but that doesn't mean I can't change the fate of others. Looking at the situation overall, taking action against the princess was not the root cause that directly led to the punishment of exile. Being convicted of treason dragged his father down, causing the Duke, who held military power, Campbell, to fall into a power struggle and be purged by the empire and the noble ruling class. That was the real reason. So assuming the outcome cannot be changed, I must pull the entire Campbell family out as a lifeline after the exile and make every mastermind behind this take responsibility. Speaking of responsibility, there is no place more fitting than this Western fantasy world setting. Only one day remained until the coming-of-age ceremony. No matter how things were arranged, now it was too late. I could only adapt on the spot. The most urgent task now was to deal with the consequences of offending the royal family that were already set. The pure white divine child Queen Cilicia, the future of the empire, to bring down that once-in-a-millennium magic genius. Ordinary sedatives would never be enough, and in this brat's memories, no such drug had ever appeared, which meant that such a thing had never existed in the mansion before. There might be something. I'll find an excuse later to go out and conveniently investigate it, whether that place is really like what the novel described. It is a gathering place of all kinds, from every sect and social stratum imaginable, filled with evil forces and wanted criminals. Otherwise, even if the trouble were redirected elsewhere, relying on words alone, while Mun was still deep in thought, he suddenly bumped into a maid carrying a tea tray, who looked half asleep. The two collided, and the maid fell to the floor, staring in terror at the shattered mess. The master and madam's black tea. Mun immediately apologized to her. "I'm sorry, I wasn't watching where I was going just now. Are you all right?" The maid Noelle looked at Mun with suspicion. My lord, when she finally saw his face clearly, Noel realized it was young Master Mun. She hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe him. I'm sorry, young master. I will clean it for you. Looking at the tea stains spreading across his clothes, Noelle cried out in despair, it's over. She clutched her head trembling as she begged. Please forgive me, young master. I really didn't mean it. Please don't hit me. And please don't strip me and throw me into the street. I swear I'll never do this again. Young master, spare my life, Mun sighed helplessly. It's just spilled tea. How did it scare this girl so badly? Just how terrible was the original owner's reputation? In other people's eyes, exactly. He gently helped her up. It's all right. It's nothing serious. I won't punish you, stand up. This abnormal attitude left Noel stunned, while Mun continued speaking kindly, asking if she was feeling okay. Your body feels very hot. He used a special modern method to check her temperature, pulling Noel into his arms as he exclaimed, no wonder I thought it felt so hot. You have a fever, and didn't even realize it. You're so hot you could boil an egg. Why aren't you resting? These words made Noelle feel like she was dreaming. Young master, she still stammered. Because tomorrow is your coming-of-age banquet. We're short on staff, so Mun still spoke gently to her. Even so, you can't work while sick, and watched everything from a distance, and called out young Master Mun. Mun replied, Anne, you came at the right time. Make arrangements for her. He suddenly remembered, right. What's your name? The maid answered obediently. Reporting young master, my name is Nolan. Mun ordered Anne. Yes, arrange for Nolan to rest. And hesitated. But young master, tomorrow night is your coming-of-age ceremony. Every maid in the manor already has duties. If Noel goes to rest, the workload of the other maids will increase significantly. Mun said calmly. Then hire more people from outside. Are you saying, our Duke's manor can't afford to hire a few workers? That's settled, tell the head maid. Any maid whose health isn't stable should be arranged to rest. As for the vacant positions, recruit from outside. I don't want the coming-of-age ceremony to have sick people carelessly causing trouble for the guests. Mun's thorough explanation left Anne with no objections left. Understood. I will pass this order to the head maid. The two watched Mun walk away. Noel voiced her doubts. Sister Anne, I remember before. Young master said he didn't want outsiders dirtying the Duke's manor. That's why he didn't allow the head maid to recruit any outside help. But today young Master Anne advised her not to overthink. Just carry out young master's orders. Go rest now. Noel replied yes, while Anne thought to herself, he really has changed a bit compared to before. To avoid an uncontrollable situation, it seems the plan must be executed earlier than originally planned. Inside Mun's room, jewels and valuables were scattered all over the floor, while Mun kept rummaging through a chest. This one's not it, that one's not either. Impossible. In this brat's memories it's very clear. To deal with that super genius magic princess, there was only one method, a specially made aphrodisiac potion. This item is not only hard to refine but extremely expensive, and it's also illegal contraband. The only place that sells it. Mun suddenly held something and exclaimed happily, found it. This guy really is the scum. I remember, in the original plot, this item was extremely hard to obtain. Mun held a truly magnificent card in his hand. It was the ultra-exclusive VIP pass to the legendary black market. As the cloak of night gracefully descended, Mun stepped out of his carriage and gave his servants strict instructions. You all are to wait for me right here. I am off to acquire some items for my esteemed father and mother, a few pieces of dazzling gold jewelry, and some shimmering silver for them to wear tomorrow. They promptly responded, yes, young master. Mun then scanned his surroundings with utmost vigilance. Even though darkness had fully enveloped them, this area was still surprisingly bustling with people moving about. Within his vivid memories of this very path, deep inside, the drainage sewers beneath Din Belen City, just beyond the Grand Royal Capital, he donned his full nightsuit and a completely concealing mask, and came to an abrupt halt at a specific location. This must surely be the right spot. A gatekeeper's voice rang out, stop right there, who are you? Mun simply replied, a sewer rat. The guard then pressed him further. What business brings you here? He held his VIP card aloft, stating, I'm just here to find a body, this is my pass. The massive door then immediately swung open. Esteemed guest, please do come right in. His eyes were absolutely brimming with thrilling anticipation. Inside the infamous Leopold Black Market, the scene was a mesmerizing tapestry of crowds, bustle, and strange vibrancy. A vast array of unique ingredients were on display here. Powerful magic potions were meticulously arranged on shelves. There were even some mystical magical creatures. Hybrid beasts were kept in cages ready to be traded. Mun felt his horizons truly expanding. This truly lives up to its name as a realm of pure fantasy. If my memory serves me right, I believe they even trade in slaves here. Specifically demi-human races. One of the main character's companions was supposedly purchased from this very place. But these are just minor distractions. I need to focus on the main task at hand. The charming bell above the door then cheerfully jingled. The shop owner enthusiastically ushered the customer into the store. Oh my goodness, finally a customer has graced us with their presence today. Do come in quickly now. She then politely inquired what this young master was looking for. My shop may be modest in size, but it absolutely lacks nothing at all. Mun cut straight to the chase. I want that specific type of medicine. The proprietress then asked with a hint of suspicion, that kind. You say? He proceeded to explain further. It is utterly colorless, completely tasteless, and specially designed to neutralize powerful mages. The kind that upon consumption will render someone instantly unconscious. Upon hearing this, she immediately gestured, okay, oh, so that's the kind you mean. I completely understand, I certainly understand. You affluent individuals with boundless resources, you all truly enjoy playing these kinds of games, don't you? As it happens, I know a few excellent slave traders myself. Would you like me to introduce you? You just need to pay a small introduction fee, that's all. You could even mention my name to receive a special discount. Mun, finding her too long-winded, simply turned and began to leave. You don't have it then. If not, I'm simply leaving now. The proprietress quickly rushed to grab his arm. Yes, of course I have it, absolutely. Young master, please do stop right there. However, this precious treasure is exceptionally rare, you see. I must find it for you. Young master, please wait just a moment for me. Mun silently began to assess the situation. She wore a mask that completely obscured her entire face. Her voice itself had been cleverly altered by magic, making it impossible to discern if she was male or female. Yet her distinct aura and her specific tone of voice, the shop owner was still diligently rummaging for the specific drug Mun required. Just a few days ago, I finished brewing these 2 potent bottles. I'm sure I tucked them away right here in this cabinet, didn't I? Now, where on earth could they have gone? Mun, meanwhile, was subtly appraising her entire captivating presence. What an absolutely stunning physique she possesses. As a woman, she's highly likely to be an absolute stunner. A true beauty. To thrive and operate within this chaotic, dangerous black market, she must possess some truly formidable methods of her own, perhaps even more cunning than her charming figure might suggest. If I can only forge a strong, positive connection with her, later, should I face exile by the formidable empire, who knows, she might just lend me a helping hand, a crucial favor. The shop owner then tells Mun, please young master, do wait for me just a moment. Mun, ever so calm, readily replies with ease, no worries at all. It's quite all right. I have no need to rush. Just then, the shop door swings open once more. Mun, ever vigilant, cautiously whips his head around to look. Another young woman, completely shrouded in mystery, steps inside. The shop owner, ever so cheerful, offers a warm, enthusiastic welcome. Greetings, esteemed customer, a pleasure to have you here. And she, without a moment's hesitation, immediately states her urgent request. I need to purchase a potent, specialized sleeping potion. It must be incredibly powerful. Absolutely potent. The kind that leaves absolutely no magical traces behind. None at all. After the deed has been successfully done. Of course. Do you have such a thing? The shop owner, slightly stunned, replies, oh, we do indeed have that. Please, hold on for just a brief moment. Deep down, the shop owner herself felt an undeniable surge of surprise. This specific type of magical potion rarely garners any attention or inquiries, but today, things are certainly taking a very strange turn, aren't they? Mun, once again, discreetly assesses this second enigmatic young lady. A subtle, lingering scent of fragrant perfume still clings to her. Could this woman also harbor needs within this shadowy, dark realm? To purchase this particular type of potion, it's highly probable that her intentions are to cause harm, to ruin another's life. Alas, Mun regrets that he has no means to intervene, to stop this. To that poor individual about to be drugged, may you truly find salvation. The shop owner, beaming with delight, then displays 2 identical bottles, placing them carefully down onto the counter before them. Aha, found them. These are exactly what you've been looking for. Mun, looking slightly troubled, hesitantly says, wait just a moment. This color, it seems a touch too vibrant, almost conspicuous, doesn't it? The shop owner, quick to reassure, immediately explains in detail. Esteemed customer, you absolutely do not need to worry in the slightest. While the color of this particular potion might indeed appear quite eye-catching, just a single drop, dissolved into any beverage like a fine glass of wine, and it will become utterly undetectable, never to be found out. Furthermore, when you weigh this minor, unhidden drawback against its might, its numerous advantages simply far outweigh any perceived flaws. You see, Just a single, tiny, minuscule drop is all it truly takes. Even if your target happens to be something as colossal as an elephant, they will instantly lose all consciousness, utterly falling into slumber, rendered completely unconscious for a solid 2 to 3 hours flat. Mun, genuinely finding this a bit hard to believe, slightly incredulous. One drop, enough to fell an elephant. Is that truly fact or mere fiction? The shop owner, with supreme confidence, assures him decisively. Of course it's absolutely true, beyond any shadow of a doubt. You truly do get precisely what you pay for, after all. If you're still skeptical, you're welcome to try it yourself, but please do warn me in advance. Should you happen to drift off into slumber right here in my humble shop, each hour, you'll be charged a hefty 5,000 ime for the care. That's 5,000 ime. Purely as a caring attention fee. Of course. Mun immediately rejects the notion, saying, "Oh, that won't be necessary at all." The shop owner then proceeds to confidently quote the final price. The selling price for this special Nam Tuong sleeping potion, this one dream elixir, stands at a staggering 130,000 ime. At this small, humble establishment of mine, we've always upheld a strict policy of absolutely no bargaining whatsoever. So, may I inquire, do you both prefer to pay by card, or with cold, hard cash? Mun, without hesitation, opted for a convenient card scan. That other girl chose a different option than you. I don't have enough EMI, and I have no intention of paying with EMI either. I can sell you a piece of intel in exchange. The potion shop owner cautiously informed the female customer. I have to warn you, 130,000 is no small amount. The guest took out a letter and continued speaking. This intel is absolutely worth 130,000. In fact, for different people, its value goes far beyond 100,000. Shop owner, you should take a look first. Let me see what kind of intel this is. After reading it, she exclaimed, "This is quite interesting. Are you sure this intel is real?" The guest showed no concern at all. Whether it's real or not, with the abilities of shop owner, Cha La, you'll know soon enough. The shop owner smiled and replied, "You trust me a little too much. But you're right. This intel is worth 130,000. Take it. This potion bottle is yours now." The guest took the potion bottle and left. "Thank you." The shop owner politely saw the guest off. Then it was Mun's turn, and she asked, "What about you, young master?" Mun handed over his card. "I'll swipe it," she replied immediately. The shop owner even threw in a bonus, adding another bottle for him. "Young master, please take your spirit card, and this bottle is a small gift for you." Mun was quite surprised. "A small gift? What is this bottle used for?" The shop owner answered vaguely, "It's used exactly like that. You know what I mean. When combined with the red bottle, the experience will be even better." Mun quickly stored both bottles away. "Then thank you, shop owner." "Oh right, that woman just mentioned some intel." The shop owner's sweet voice rang out. "Young master, are you interested in that intel? Since we're somewhat acquainted, I'll give you a good price." Mun looked at her hand gesture and guessed, 90,000? But she corrected it to 900,000. The price nearly scared Mun to death. He immediately left like a gust of wind. "No thanks. I'll pass." Mun couldn't help but curse under his breath. Making deals right in front of me, and still daring to jack up the price sevenfold. That's ruthless. No way. In the black market, there are shop owners, driven purely by profit. Even if you spend money, they might not help you. They might even kick you while you're down. I need to find a more trustworthy partner. Someone more straightforward. Goodbye, young master. Take care. Please come again next time. Once no one was around, she finally removed the hood from her head. The intel just now made her extremely excited. She had thought that tomorrow would only be the coming-of-age ceremony of that useless young master of the Campbell family. Nothing more. She never expected the third princess to be there as well. But the key point was the Duke's estate. Due to a lack of manpower, they recruited outsiders. Who should this intel be sold to? That's a tough call. If I remember correctly, the second prince has always hated his outstanding younger sister. And there's also that Duke, whose faction has always been at odds with Duke Campbell. Such an interesting situation. Maybe I should sell it to both sides. Selling one fish to two buyers would be pretty shady though. The next evening, inside Duke Campbell's estate, the coming-of-age ceremony was held with great grandeur. A man brought his daughter forward to pay his respects. "Lord Duke, this is my third daughter. Here to greet you." The daughter spoke obediently. "Greetings, Duke Campbell." Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly froze. When she saw Mun, she panicked and ran away. "Mother is calling me. I apologize for my rudeness." Her father awkwardly explained, "Sorry about that, young Master Mun. She's a bit shy. Please allow me to apologize on her behalf." Mun replied kindly, "It's fine. It's fine. I don't mind at all. It's our fault for not taking better care." Please enjoy the banquet. Mun sighed inwardly. As expected, it's not just the Marquis Hugh's daughter. This guy's taste isn't bad at all. After all, the original owner's reputation was really terrible. Lon gently patted his son's head. I'm very satisfied with how you performed today. Mun looked at his father in confusion. He replied that he had been a little worried before, but now it seems unnecessary. You are the main character of today's ceremony. After tonight, you will no longer be a boy, but a true man of the Campbell family. Let's keep it up. Encouraged by his words, Mun promised that he would do his best. A voice announced from outside the door. Everyone, please be quiet. Let us welcome the third heir of the empire, Leopon, the pure white prince, blessed by the goddess of frost. The third princess has arrived, Her Highness Cilicia. She appeared amid the respectful gazes of everyone attending the ceremony. Lon told Mun that he would go greet the other two dukes. Leave things here to you. Remember, do not neglect Her Highness the princess. Mun obediently agreed. Yes, father. Mun took the initiative to greet her. Your Highness. Cilicia politely returned the greeting. It's been a long time, young Master Mun. Mun complimented the princess. You are absolutely stunning today. Cilicia calmly replied, Is that so? Thank you for the compliment. Then she suddenly bowed to Mun. However, if I were to hear such praise, coming from young Master Mun's lips, well, this is certainly quite a rare sight indeed. You replied with such impressive skill, Her Highness commented, as if this lowly one could not control their own self, and spoke such disrespectful words. Cilicia followed up on that, saying, Is that not so? Mun quickly changed the subject. Your Highness must be weary from your journey from the royal city. Perhaps you should rest for a while. The banquet will officially begin a little bit later. Cilicia immediately agreed. Yes, of course. Thank you for your trouble. Seeing the princess leave, Mun let out a deep sigh of relief. She has finally left. Beautiful she certainly is, but also truly terrifying at the same time. She truly lives up to her reputation as the original story's first female lead. That aura absolutely makes people shiver with fear. Cilicia also noticed that Mun this evening felt different from before. Is it perhaps because he has become more polite? Suddenly whispers and murmurs arose from behind them. That illegitimate daughter, she actually dared to show up. Isn't she the woman who not too long ago got into a fight with her fiancé? Did you hear Count Bogarter just bestowed the position of heir upon her? She is not only an illegitimate child, but also a woman. How does she possibly have the right to inherit the Count's position? Tell me how. I simply cannot fathom what Count Bogarter is thinking. Someone else quickly shushed them. The Count is right here. Don't let him overhear you. Mun looked eagerly towards one direction. She has finally arrived. The true protagonist of the original story. The ultimate phoenix of this very world. Ariel Bogarter has made her grand entrance. Walking beside her is Leah Angel. Ariel approached and proactively greeted young Master Mun. We meet again once more. How have you been recently? Mun beamed and greeted her. Just as Ariel spoke, the person next to her suddenly yelled out, You lowly, illegitimate daughter. How dare you speak to our young Master Mun? Mun quickly rushed to cover his mouth. You insolent brat. Shut your mouth right now. After dealing with that fellow, Mun became friendly again, and continued chatting with Ariel. Of course I am perfectly well. Miss Ariel Bogarter, thank you so much for your concern. Ariel was utterly astonished by this change in Mun. She mused to herself. What is happening? Why isn't this guy calling me by the name? That illegitimate child, that contemptible wretch, like he used to, his peanut-sized brain, can actually remember my full name. Has he finally come to his senses? Or is there some kind of sinister plot at play? Mun then showed concern for the young lady beside her. This must be Miss Leah, am I right? Leah was also incredibly surprised to hear this. Young Master Mun, he actually knows my name. Wow. Mun, today, handled things better than any pageant queen. He replied with utmost friendliness. But of course, how could I possibly not know the name of such a distinguished guest? Tonight, is that acceptable, Miss Leah Angel? The hand he reached out was coldly pushed away by Ariel. She stepped in front of Leah, guarding against Mun. What do you think you're doing? Faced with the danger she radiated, Mun's voice trembled slightly. Miss Ariel, she coldly declared. Mun Campbell, listen carefully. I'm here today only out of respect for my father. I don't care what schemes you're plotting. If you want to target someone, target me. But if you dare harbor any improper intentions toward Leah, I will never let you off. After saying that, she immediately led Leah away. Let's go, Leah, the girl replied softly. Okay. Mun felt a bit helpless. Looks like her impression of the original owner runs really deep. It'll be hard to change that anytime soon. Forget it. I just need to get through tonight. After this, our fates will be like two parallel lines, never intersecting at all. From now on, you will be the chosen savior, and we'll be workers forging our own path. Each of us will have our own bright future. Miss Phuong Ngaothian. And so, under the arrangements of our parents, Moon Campbell, in front of all the nobles of the empire, his coming-of-age ceremony officially came to an end. Starting today, I am also considered the official heir of House Campbell, though unfortunately, if everything follows the original storyline, then this status as heir will only last for tonight. After finishing the oath ceremony, Moon let out a sigh. Finally, it's over. Next comes the preparation for real business. He hurriedly searched for Princess Cilicia. Eventually, he found her in a distant corner. Moon approached her again. To think that such a noble princess would be left all alone, it seems I, as the host, have been quite rude. Cilicia greeted him. Moon Campbell. Moon looked at her with anticipation. I wonder if I might be fortunate enough to invite you for a dance. Cilicia asked back. Are you inviting me? He said solemnly. Of course, my beautiful princess. Cilicia finally agreed and stepped forward. Tonight is your coming-of-age ceremony. Naturally, I have no reason to refuse. Moon replied happily. Thank you, Your Highness. The crowd couldn't help but marvel. Isn't that? Leah also exclaimed in surprise, calling Ariel beside her to look. She was busy enjoying dessert when she blurted out, What? Moon and Cilicia are dancing in the middle of the hall? Cilicia praised him. Your steps aren't bad, he replied modestly. Thank you for the compliment, but it's really just beginner-level skill. Cilicia grew even more certain. You really have changed a bit, Moon Campbell, he asked curiously. In what way? Is my behavior not like a noble's? She replied, No. It's the way you invited someone. That left Moon confused, the way I invited? Cilicia continued. I remember at the Academy Ball last time, you didn't invite a baron's daughter like this. She mimicked Moon's tone back then. Woman, be honored and cheer up. This young master has shown mercy, and granted you the privilege of dancing with me. That embarrassing past made Moon's face darken. That's not me, is it? Seeing him stutter, Cilicia asked, What's wrong? Was my imitation off? Moon begged, I was wrong, Princess Cilicia. Could you forget what happened back then? The musicians were immersed in their melody, while Moon softly whispered into Cilicia's ear. After this dance ends, may I invite your highness to my room for a moment? Cilicia hesitated. Moon Campbell. Although we are engaged, Moon replied, I understand, your highness. I have no intention of crossing any lines. I simply wish to discuss the details of our engagement with you. Cilicia. Hearing that, Cilicia paused, and Moon continued. I know, your highness doesn't like me. In truth, this is only because of the king. His Majesty wants to maintain ties with my father, which is why this political marriage was decided. This was the king's will. If your highness wishes to break off the engagement, it would surely damage the royal family's prestige, and also affect your relationship with His Majesty. Am I right? So I believe that, at least when it comes to canceling this engagement, we're in the same boat. If we work together, perhaps, we can find a way to jichu our engagement. What do you think, your highness? Cilicia nodded. I understand. This really should only be discussed by the two of us. In private. Moon smiled inwardly. She took the bait. Sorry, your highness. For the plot to proceed smoothly, I had no choice yet. Cilicia suddenly pulled him away. Where is your room? No need to wait for the dance to end. Let's go now. Moon. Caught off guard, he couldn't form a complete sentence. The two of them quickly left the banquet. Seeing this, a maid exclaimed, She ran off with that brainless young master. The one beside her replied coldly, Yeah. Inform them. Begin the operation. The other one warned carefully. Right. Move fast. After all, this is still the Lion King's territory. Not long after, in Moon's room, when he brought out a bottle of wine, Cilicia refused. Sorry, I don't drink alcohol. Moon kept persuading her. It's just wine. Just a little should. However, her attitude was extremely firm. Even wine is not allowed. My constitution can't handle alcohol. Not even a single drop. Mun had to give up. Well, then that is it. He sighed silently to himself. Oh no, this cannot be happening. The novel did not mention anything about it. How to make the princess lose consciousness. With a potion this red. If she does not drink the wine, what am I to do now? He forced a smile, and asked her, Your Highness, if you do not drink wine, would you like anything else to drink? Just as she was about to answer, coffee. Mun quickly interrupted her. There is only black tea available. Due to unforeseen circumstances tonight, there are no other beverages available here besides red wine and black tea. So Cilicia had no other choice. Only black tea. Then black tea it is. Mun immediately brightened up. All right. I will go and get it right away. Cilicia watched him with utter confusion. This young lad, why is he so happy about simply brewing some tea? Inside the tea preparation room, Mun was secretly carrying out his wicked scheme. He was still being very careful. They say just one drop is enough to knock out even an entire elephant, but when dealing with a super powerful mage like Cilicia, adding a few more drops would not hurt, right? Also, who knows what tricks this particular bottle holds. To be safe, I should not add any of it. Cilicia found it taking too long, so she peeked in and asked, "Are you not done yet?" Mun, startled, stammered, "Done. It is all done." The entire bottle of red potion and the high-grade sleeping potion accidentally spilled into a cup of tea behind him. Meanwhile, Mun, completely oblivious, said to her, "Your Highness, please wait a moment." Cilicia understood, turned her back, and left first. Mun cautiously waited until she had completely left. He let out a sigh of relief. "I was so scared I could have died. Luckily, this potion does not have any magical fluctuations. Otherwise, I would have been caught red-handed almost immediately." Suddenly, he noticed a corner on the floor where a reddish, viscous liquid was spilled. He cried out in despair, "No, originally, I planned to divide it into 10,000 portions after my exile, and sell it to others as a sleeping aid, to earn my very first coins. And just like that, it is all gone." Cilicia, not seeing him for a long time, called out, "Young Master Mun." He quickly replied, Coming right away. I have kept you waiting for too long." Cilicia looked at the tea he brought out with a hint of apprehension. "That, young Master Mun, your black tea is extremely red, and it seems to be glowing too." Mun quickly came up with an excuse. "This here is a precious tea from the Eastern Kingdom. It has not been released for sale yet." "What was its name?" "Something like Great Red Treasure." "Yes, that is exactly the name." Cilicia spoke in a deep, serious tone. "Is that so? Then young Master Mun, please try it first," he asked with an innocent look. "Could your Highness suspect me of playing tricks with the drink? Is Mun Campbell really that kind of person?" Cilicia courteously replied, "Young Master Mun, you are overly sensitive. You are the host. Logically, the host should drink first. This is a basic etiquette for nobility." Mun agreed. "Fine then. Since your Highness does not believe me, I can only—" Cilicia suddenly stopped him. "Wait, young Master Mun's tea seems to taste better than mine. Shall we exchange? You don't mind, do you?" Cilicia swiftly swapped the teacups. Mun froze completely. Watching her take the first sip, Mun was stunned. Your Highness Cilicia's consciousness began to blur. The teacup slipped from her hand. The drug took effect very quickly. She passed out on the very first sip. Mun felt incredibly lucky. Good thing I was quick-witted and drugged both cups. Otherwise, I almost would have been countered. Worthy of being a knockout drug. Just one drop could knock out an elephant. That black market dealer's medicine really didn't cheat me. But come to think of it, the rules never mentioned that. The princess couldn't drink tea. Could it be that in the novel, the original owner was also drugged through the tea? Does this count as blind luck on my part? No, that's not right. Now's not the time to dwell on that. According to the original plot, not long after the knockout, Phoenix Aotian will arrive. I need to prepare quickly. Pull the stockings down a bit, loosen the clothes a little too. That doesn't seem quite right. If I undress below, it'll expose the stomach. Easy to catch a cold. Better to just mess up the hair a little. Right, there's also myself. Why are these ridiculous clothes so hard to take off? Mun ripped off all the clothes, leaving only a pair of shorts on his body. Finally done, mission accomplished. Now all that's left is to wait for that Phoenix Aotian. After a long while, Mun impatiently checked the time. What's going on now? It's already been half an hour according to the original plot. Ariel should have rushed in long ago as the hero, saving the beauty and restraining me, right? What exactly is going on right now? Wait, hold on a second. Where did this come from in the original plot again? If I remember correctly, it should have been Ariel's clothes that were dirtied by a maid who was seriously ill in the Duke's mansion. Then, while she was on her way to the restroom to find something to clean them, she just happened to discover something suspicious, interrupting my beastly act toward the princess, right? The original Mun suddenly realized something. Wait, the seriously ill maid. Could it be? A figure gradually surfaced in Mun's mind. Noelle? No way. Isn't this basically the same as changing the predetermined course of the story? The one that was already set? Mun began to panic. This was getting serious. He was trying to calm himself down, unaware that Cilicia had already woken up. Calm down. Calm down. Even though there were unexpected deviations, the most important thing was that there had to be a way to save. The princess had merely fallen unconscious. And just as he was thinking that, he suddenly noticed something odd. It felt as if the temperature had dropped all of a sudden. In the middle of summer, it shouldn't. A cold hand reached out. And in Mun's shock, he was slammed hard to the ground. Silesia's entire expression turned dark. Mun desperately tried to explain, "Your Highness, please listen. Things aren't what you think they are." Silesia's soft, coquettish voice rang out. "It's so hot." Her eyes grew hazy. "My body wants," Mun shouted in panic. "No. This state isn't right. Your Highness. Please endure a little longer. I'll call a doctor." Magic. Ice magic pinned Mun's hands firmly in place. Ice prison Silesia had restrained him completely. "Your body is so cool. I like it," Mun shouted loudly. "Your Highness! Wake up! Your Highness!" In his heart, he kept praying non-stop. "Lord Ariel, protagonist please, save me quickly. If this keeps up, it'll turn from acting into the real thing." Suddenly, Silesia pressed a scorching kiss onto his lips. At the same time, inside the Duke's mansion, Ariel irritably wiped the stains off her dress with a cloth. "What an idiot, Leah. How could she be so careless? She spilled cake all over my clothes." Her expression suddenly turned wary. In the quiet corridor, she asked, "Someone there?" "Who's there?" and slowly stepped out. "My apologies, honored guest." She stopped Ariel in her tracks. "The area ahead is a restricted zone of the Duke's mansion. Please take the opposite route." Ariel was rather surprised. "Restricted zone?" she asked on. "What do you mean?" Anne refused to answer. "I'm sorry. This is confidential information of the Duke's mansion. Please forgive me, I cannot say more." Hearing that, Ariel said irritably, "Shh," and noticed that the guest's clothes seemed to be stained. Ariel replied, "That's right. I was going to the restroom to rinse it with some water," and proactively offered, "Something this small, please allow me to handle it." Her magic enveloped the stain, cleansing it as it gradually faded and disappeared. This surprised Ariel, as expected of Duke Campbell's household. "Even the maids here can use magic," and responded modestly, "I only know a trick or two. It's not worth mentioning." "It's done now, my lady. Also, allow me to quietly mention that shortly, a limited number of pachi cakes will be served at the banquet. If you like them, you really shouldn't miss it." Ariel's eyes lit up. "Pachi cake? Thank you for your help, Miss Maid. I'd better go claim some cake," and waved goodbye to Ariel. "You're welcome. Please take care." Anne's eyes turned dangerous. Ariel sensed that the maid was somewhat strange. There was the smell of blood about her. But wait, there are still others lurking in the shadows, and they've certainly caught my curious eye. Seriously though, what's that got to do with me? Regardless, if she's planning some wicked schemes, then let her play. Inside the Duke's mansion, it absolutely won't involve me in the slightest. And speaking of, what about Her Highness Silesia, I wonder? Our princess is already so mature and powerful now. She herself is a phenomenal genius, truly. The leading magic user of her entire young generation. There's no way that foolish young master could ever devour her. At this precise moment in time, nothing in this world is more vital than my precious Park G cake. That is all mine. Every single crumb. My darling Park G cake. I'm on my way. Just then, the black-haired maid finally broke her silence. "That woman has already departed, it seems. Is she also one of your targets?" Then the other woman asked back, curiously. "Not at all. She was number 9's mission from the start. And as it happens, number 9 was my former partner, you know. That's why I'm privy to some vital intel about her." The other one, she remembered number 9. "I distinctly recall that particular mission ended in utter failure." The white-haired woman instantly confirmed it, her tone firm. "Yes. It was directly at the hands of that very girl. Number 9 was supposedly 2 entire major realms above her in power. Yet that girl counterattacked and utterly slew her in battle." The black-haired maid pressed on, exclaiming, "So it was her, then? Oh right, tell me, how much more time do you require? The time we have to remain here is quickly running out, isn't it?" The white-haired figure confidently responded, a smirk playing on her lips. "It's almost complete, because what that Lion King, Long Gan, Kibio, has set up already envelops the entire Duke's mansion, but silently carving out a hidden loophole, you see, without a single soul ever realizing. That's the tricky part. Is certainly no simple or easy feat at all." Her accomplice quickly warned her to speed things up, immediately. If Mun, for example, suddenly, Campbell, or even Princess Silesia, were to suddenly emerge, then this critical mission of ours will be deemed a complete failure. Mun, oh, he totally grasped the gravity of the situation. "I understand, but I firmly believe we still have enough time left. Just a moment ago, when I was outside investigating those two, it really looked like they were, you know, doing that thing." The other person, filled with suspicion, questioned back, "That thing, you say?" Inside Mun's luxurious private chambers, once everything finally subsided, he let out a long breath and mused silently. "At long last, it's truly all over now, isn't it? I risked this very old, worn-out life of mine to skillfully evade it, and in the end, I successfully managed to protect my true identity as the Great Mage, a secret I've kept for 30 long years, the mighty Grand Sorcerer. If I had dared to take things all the way to the very end with the princess, I truly fear what awaited me wouldn't be mere exile or banishment, but instead, an absolutely certain and brutal death itself. But looking at things now, it really doesn't seem all that bad. Celicia then pointed the very tip of her sharp sword directly at Mun, and in an icy, chilling tone, she spoke with a cutting voice. Speak your final, dying words, Mun Campbell. Say them now. This is your ultimate, final chance before you meet your end. Truly. Mun, even at this critical moment, was still trying to weasel his way out. So if I just don't say anything at all, does that mean I won't? Celicia, with a sharp snap, cut him off mid-sentence. If there truly are no final words, then Mun, in utter panic, desperately pleaded. Wait, hold on. I do have them. I truly do. Please, just grant me a tiny moment to gather my thoughts. Mun frantically thought to himself, oh no, I am absolutely doomed. If I don't manage to calm her down and bring her back to Earth, I won't even need to wait until I'm dragged up to the execution block. I'll be utterly snuffed out in just a moment. Mark my words. I don't even know if I'll ever get the chance to be reincarnated again. A second chance at life. Or perhaps not. Things have truly come to this dire point. I can only rely on modern wisdom and cunning now, to bet everything on one desperate gamble. Mun began to put on a deeply sincere act, recounting, I once had a truly sincere love right before my eyes, but I failed to cherish it with all my heart, only regretting it profoundly when it was gone forever. If the heavens above could grant me just one more chance to start anew. But Celicia granted Mun no more chances to act. Celicia's sword blade flashed past, making Mun visibly pale. She remained completely unmoved by his desperate words. So that's how it truly is. Is this your utterly repulsive reason, you despicable man? Mun desperately tried to defend himself. Repulsive, you say? Well, from another perspective, you know, I could be considered quite sincere in matters of the heart, and furthermore, in actual reality, we didn't even go so far as to reach that point. So the events of today, Celicia furiously questioned him, demanding, such a vile, filthy, and utterly despicable scheme, and you dare call that sincerity? Are you serious? What on earth are you even joking about? Mun, you coward. If you genuinely truly liked me, you should have stood before me honorably and honestly, used your true character, your virtues, your raw strength, your genuine sincerity, Mun, just like a truly real man would naturally do, to move my heart and deeply impress me. If you had done that, I might not have liked you then, but later I would still respect our arranged marriage, and become your honorable wife regardless. A single tear now streamed down Celicia's cold cheek, yet you chose to resort to drugging me instead, choosing the most shameless, despicable, and vile method. Mun finally confessed his true intentions now. I am so sorry, Celicia. I am truly telling you the truth. The fact is, I simply had no other viable choice but this. I only ever desired a single certain outcome. You see, originally, I never wanted to offend or harm you at all. Celicia would no longer accept any more of his weak explanations. Be silent now, and kneel immediately. From outside, a clear knocking sound now echoed. Both of them simultaneously turned to look intently. Celicia gripped Mun's neck tightly, her eyes fierce, commanding him to tell the person outside to leave swiftly. Mun replied, It is useless. This room is soundproofed. Apart from the persistent knocking, no other sound can possibly penetrate inside, nor can any sound from within escape outwards. Celicia coldly let out a sharp, frustrated sigh. She then released Mun from her grasp. I will spare your wretched life temporarily now. Put your clothes back on, then go and open the door. Mun, having narrowly escaped death, immediately obeyed her. As he put his clothes back on, he thought deeply. This time, things have truly escalated beyond control. Currently, only 3 dreadful paths remain for me. To be directly slain by Celicia's own furious hand, to be hanged to death by the enraged wrath of the king, or, just as in my nightmare, to be confined in the dungeon, torn into 100 pieces by some unknown, unseen person. No matter which of these terrifying fates awaits, there is truly only one single path, the path of death. So, O female protagonist, my dear female protagonist, the rice was almost cooked. The deed was nearly done. What good will your arrival do now? What's the point? Outside, it was not Ariel at all, but it was an unfamiliar maid, addressing him. Young Master Mun, as she presented tea and pastries to the lady, she observed that you and Her Royal Highness the Princess had been conversing for quite some time now, and sensed you both must be feeling incredibly hungry. Specifically told me to bring some delicious treats over. Mun politely thanked her, acknowledging her hard work. Just place them on the table. She immediately followed his instruction. Understood. But Mun suddenly stopped her. Wait a minute. Why have I never seen you around here before? She then replied. I was just chosen to serve in the Duke's mansion yesterday. Young Master Mun, it's quite normal you don't know me. Mun then suddenly realized. Oh, that makes sense. You've come to assist with the grand banquet, haven't you? But I clearly remember Anne mentioning that there weren't many maid uniforms remaining, so she had invited ordinary servants instead. Her face suddenly darkened. A chilling shadow fell. Oh really? Then the maid's magic fiercely struck Mun. He yelled out with a booming voice, Assassin! But Mun quickly processed the unfolding situation. Wait a moment, she isn't charging straight for me. Then could it be that the assassin's true target is Cilicia. The assassin brandished her blade, ready to strike down the princess. Cilicia swiftly parried the sudden attack that caught her off guard. With incredible speed, the raw power emanating from them was so incredibly immense that it forced Mun, standing nearby, to instinctively raise his hand to shield himself. He was filled with intense worry for Cilicia. She used her formidable sword to block the assassin's smaller blade. Cilicia sharply demanded to know, did my utterly foolish older brother send you here to do this? The assassin, a true professional, refused to disclose a single detail. My apologies. But information regarding my employer is strictly confidential. Moreover, you don't even need to know such details. My dear princess, your royal highness, today, your fate is sealed. You will certainly perish in this very spot. The third princess of the Grand Empire, to be brutally murdered by an assassin right here in the manor of Grand Duke Mun Campbell's illustrious estate. This is precisely the bitter end you shall meet. The massive explosion sent the maid flying backward with immense force. She landed gracefully, lightly touching the ground as if completely unfazed. The maid lifted her head, her eyes gleaming with utter disdain. Such overwhelmingly powerful magic attacks, even the esteemed mage masters of Santa Maria Academy, can only achieve so much. It's truly pathetic. Cilicia quietly began to chant an ancient, powerful incantation. Ice congeals into form. Frosty bone becomes a spear, bestowing upon me the ultimate, supreme power. The maid suddenly lifted her head, her eyes wide. Her very soul was deeply shaken to its core. She gripped her scepter tightly, then charged forward with incredible speed. Her brows furrowed, her gaze burning with an unyielding, steely resolve. Cilicia, with immense power, swung her arm with incredible force, striking the maid, leaving her helpless, and sending her sprawling backward onto the ground. Her eyes blazed with a fierce and unwavering determination, as if absolutely nothing could possibly ever shake the unyielding iron will hidden deep within her soul. She gnashed her teeth, glaring at her with a hatred beyond measure. Mun Campbell, seized by pure terror, fled to avoid being caught in the crossfire. A torrent of bitter frustration welled up inside his heart. Damn it all. When two giants clash, the little guys get crushed. I absolutely cannot stay here for another second. Otherwise, I might not even know how I met my untimely demise. Suddenly, Mun Campbell's eyes flew wide open, filled with utter disbelief. It's locked. Is it truly locked now? He quickly, frantically, crawled to another spot, searching for a temporary hiding place, his mind racing with a string of silent curses. Peeking out from behind a large wooden cabinet, Mun Campbell cautiously surveyed the situation. The door was tampered with. It must have been that suspicious maid, his hand gripping the edge of the cabinet tightly, his face a mask of intense worry. But this shouldn't be happening at all. There were no assassins mentioned anywhere in the original plot. This is a prestigious duke's manor. How could this possibly be? Suddenly a thought struck him, his eyes widening in a moment of shocking realization. Could it possibly be me, Mun Campbell? Remembering last night, he turned his head and gave a clear instruction. Just do it that way. Tell the head maid. Any maids who are not feeling perfectly well, arrange for them to take some well-deserved rest, all of them, without exception, for any vacant positions. Just recruit new staff from outside. Mun Campbell reminded them with a hint of irritation. I do not want the coming-of-age ceremony, tomorrow, to be disrupted by any sick individuals, carelessly causing any trouble for our esteemed guests. His eyes rounded in absolute disbelief. I cannot believe this is because of my own orders. How could this possibly be? Mun Campbell questioned himself. The process of finding replacements was only decided just last night. Could it be that someone is watching this Duke's Manor 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? Suddenly a massive explosion rocked the room. Startling him, scared out of his wits, Moon Campbell clutched his head and let out a loud yelp. Sweat, in rivers and streams, started pouring out profusely. He paled instantly. Peering anxiously outside, his mind quickly began calculating the odds. For now, I can only fervently pray for Cilicia to somehow defeat this dangerous assassin. After all, this puny, fragile body of mine simply cannot interfere. In a battle of this incredibly high caliber, Moon Campbell suddenly noticed something peculiar, but he cautiously peered his head out to look. A look of deep concern appeared in his eyes. The assassin's clear and undeniable target was quite clearly only Cilicia herself, but now, I have unintentionally altered the original rules. What the future will hold, I simply cannot tell, but for the immediate present, Cilicia stood there valiantly, a brilliant, radiant aura, enveloping her entire being. Is Cilicia winning truly considered a good outcome? Moon Campbell stroked his chin, lost in deep, thoughtful contemplation. If Cilicia unfortunately dies here, everything that just happened between her and me, no one would ever know a single thing. Voices echoing from outside instantly snapped him awake. It is truly no wonder at all. She carries the title of a super genius, chosen by the gods, Princess Cilicia herself. Cilicia gazed at the maid with an incredibly icy stare. She calmly and deliberately stated, the explosive footwork in such a short span of time, combined with the light arrow magic and gravity magic, has made my body feel incredibly heavy. Cilicia slowly articulated her precise deductions. After 2 powerful spells that left no magical ripple, the magic power must be the clever trick of that assassin lurking in the adjacent room, wouldn't you say? The maid chuckled softly, a hint of admiration in her tone. You saw right through our magic just by looking. It is exactly as the rumors have foretold. But suddenly, her words took a surprising turn. No, the rumors aren't quite accurate at all. It's not that I haven't killed magic prodigies before. In the realm of brilliant talents, you are truly a monstrous being. Cilicia pointed her sword at the maid, threateningly. Tell me who is behind all of your wicked schemes, and I will spare your very life today. The maid scoffed, then asked back with disdain. Oh, is that so? The maid got into a battle stance. She was actually an assassin all along. I should not have said too much just now. These extra words to you are merely... She looked at Cilicia with a sinister glare. Sometimes, assassins need to buy a little time. Wouldn't you agree with me? Cilicia gasped, stunned by these unexpected words. Her hand subtly reached for her skirt now. She quietly accepted her fate. I understand perfectly well. The maid pulled out a strange, ominous vial from nowhere. Inside, it contained a sinister red liquid. She gazed at it with reverence and awe. With the blood of 100 innocent children, a sacrifice offered to the god of the underworld, the great Red Sun Lord, Kuwei, the magnificent king. Cilicia was shocked, realizing it was a dark ritual. The maid was now beginning the grim ritual. I beg you, grant me your divine power. She unleashed a truly terrifying, eerie smile. Her eyes gleamed with wild, dark excitement. The vial unleashed dark red, ominous energies. She tossed it high into the air, shouting, the power to suppress the biting wind and snow. Cilicia had no time to react. She was flung far away. Her body slammed into the very cabinet where Moon Camel hid. Cilicia's entire body trembled with pain. She bit her lip, suppressing the searing agony. Cilicia's gaze fixed intently on the maid, the evil priestess. You despicable rats of the court, how dare you show your faces before me like this? She threw the vial's cap away, looking at Cilicia with contempt. Rats, you say to me. Indeed, to a noble princess like your highness, we are insignificant. Yes, just mere rodents. With that, the maid lunged forward like a madwoman. But, oh, my esteemed princess. Her ominous voice resonated through the air. You are about to die by the paw of a rat. Cilicia couldn't escape in time. She was trapped. Her eyes were locked onto the maid's hand. She brought her blade down hard. The maid cackled wildly. Her eyes glowed a furious, bloody red. Suddenly, something unexpected made her halt. A puzzled, escaped her lips. Cilicia, trembling, slowly pushed herself up. Her hand tightly gripped the maid's own dagger. How intriguing. I never expected. That, besides magic, your swordsmanship would also be quite decent. You actually managed to avoid all those vital spots. Ignoring Cilicia's words, the maid continued her relentless assault. But someone who cannot use magic like you, she savagely kicked Cilicia right in the stomach, making her agony even more intense and sharp, is simply nothing more than a helpless lamb awaiting its gruesome slaughter. That is all. Unable to dodge in time, Cilicia was slammed hard into the cabinet behind her, shattering it completely. She struggled to stay on her feet, taking trembling steps. Cilicia's body was covered in countless wounds. She hugged her broken body and let out a heavy breath, while the maid casually twirled her dagger, standing there, admiring her own handiwork. This feels way too good. Looks like the time has almost come, she continued indifferently. The princess has given the order. The maid widened her eyes and lunged forward. With a cold smile, she announced she would take Silicia's head. Without hesitation, the maid stabbed straight toward Cilicia. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. Cilicia was stunned by what just happened. It turned out Moon Campbell had blocked the stab for her. Cilicia couldn't believe it. The maid still hadn't pulled the dagger out of his body. She screamed loudly, calling Moon Campbell's name. Cilicia panicked and stammered as she asked him, "Why did you—" Moon Campbell couldn't answer Cilicia's question. He suddenly coughed up blood. Cough, cough, cough. Deep down, he was asking himself the same question. That's right. Why did I do this? Moon Campbell recalled a conversation from earlier. A few minutes ago, another maid had opened the door slightly to warn him. Our only target is Cilicia. You may leave now, young Master Moon. Moon couldn't understand his own impulsive action. The path to survival had been right in front of him. Moon Campbell recalled the moment he was about to leave. Clearly, all he had to do was stand by and watch Cilicia die, and everything would have been over, yet something pushed him to stay. But Moon Campbell was in agony. Blood kept pouring out of his mouth. I just couldn't do it. He forced himself to grip the maid's arm, along with the dagger she was holding. Using all his strength, Moon Campbell shouted Cilicia's name. Hearing her name, Cilicia snapped back to her senses. He continued yelling, "What are you waiting for?" The crazed maid screamed as her plan was ruined. Moon Campbell, you useless noble trash. She glared at Moon Campbell with pure hatred. How dare he? The moment she lost focus, Cilicia charged from behind, catching the maid completely off guard. Cilicia struck decisively, slashing straight at her neck. The maid clutched her neck as blood sprayed everywhere. Her eyes rolled back, struggling to utter one last sentence before dying. The maid collapsed onto the floor, her life ending there. Cilicia quietly turned her head. Her gentle voice spoke. It's over. Moon Campbell clutched his wound tightly, his breathing heavy, unable to speak. Cilicia dropped to her knees and asked again. It's a shame the other one managed to escape. So this wasn't an assassin you hired, was it? Moon Campbell's voice grew weak and broken. Of course not. Cilicia didn't give up and continued questioning. Then why did you save me? Cilicia lowered her head, carefully observing Moon Campbell. If I die, no one will ever know the crime you committed. In all honesty, this is the absolute best method for you. He gazed deep into her eyes, struggling to utter his words. Just a moment ago, you mentioned that if one were a true man, then they should pursue her openly, honorably, and without a doubt. Cilicia hung on to his every single word, listening intently. But now, Moon Campbell's eyes began to slowly lose their focus. Have I finally become a true man, I wonder? Oh, my dearest princess, my beloved princess. She squeezed her eyes shut, unable to bear witnessing this heartbreaking scene. Then, with a soft whisper, she gently reminded him, your blood will completely drain within just 10 more breaths. You still have enough time left to utter 3 more sentences. Cilicia's voice, unable to hide a hint of deep pity. Please, leave behind your very last words. I shall personally relay your final words to the Honorable Duke, and to the Duchess, as Moon Campbell slowly, painfully raised his arm. He struggled, speaking each individual word with great difficulty. Oh no, for a truly useless person like me to simply pass away. That is undoubtedly the best possible outcome for them. There is no need to leave any words that might make them miss me. His trembling arm reached out, longing to gently touch her soft face. But the final last words I absolutely need to say are these. Moon Campbell gently caressed her face, whispering softly, please, forgive me. I am so sorry. Cilicia. Moon Campbell's breath was becoming increasingly weak and faint, and furthermore, his eyes slowly began to close shut. Moon Campbell then spoke his very last words from the absolute depths of his heart. I truly like you. Just as he managed to utter those words, his arm fell limply down, as he finally lost his last breath. Cilicia's face clouded over in anguish, as she painfully scolded him. How could you do such a truly terrible thing to me? Do you truly believe that with just this one mere life of yours, and with just one simple apology, it would be truly possible to compensate for absolutely everything? Do you really think so? Huh? Her eyes welled up with tears. Her entire body trembled. Moon Campbell. Cilicia then swiftly unleashed her immense power. A shimmering layer of ice slowly began to form over his wound. I absolutely will not accept your measly apology. She spoke with a voice filled with deep, bitter reproach. But within her words, there was also a touch of profound heartache. You are absolutely obligated to continue living on, to atone for all the terrible karma that you have caused. Moon Cambio, completely naked and bare, suddenly appeared within the vast system space. Thankfully, the system still possessed enough kindness to gently blur out all of his embarrassing private parts. Moon Cambio lay there, with his arms and legs spread wide apart, closing his eyes as he began to truly enjoy it. All the weariness, all the dizzying pain, and every single ache, all of them completely vanished into thin air. Ah, what an incredibly comfortable feeling. Feeling his body still warm, Moon Cambio closed his eyes and silently pondered. Is this truly how it feels to be after dying? He pondered for a while, but the outcome was still indeed death. But this time, it was all my own choice. Moon Cambio calmly comforted himself. Further, with these encouraging thoughts, before my death, I even managed to pretend, in front of an incredibly super beautiful maiden like Cilicia herself. No matter how I think about it, I truly don't feel any loss at all. On the contrary, I might have even gained a little something. He suddenly sprang up, scratching his head, deciding not to lie to himself any longer. Alright, fine, I admit it. From the final outcome, it truly still is a definite loss. It was truly not easy to finally acquire a chance at reincarnation, Moon Cambio mumbled, as if trying to negotiate with his own self. But then again, on the other hand, telling me to act like some male lead, taking advantage of others, and then just seeing death, yet choosing not to save them. I truly cannot do this. I just cannot. After all, I am not some heartless beast, a cruel and unfeeling monster like the original owner. Suddenly, a tiny black swirling vortex materialized right there before his eyes. After about 5 long seconds, he finally realized what it actually was. Moon Campbell could not control his stunned words. Oh my gosh, holy smokes. It turned out to be the progress bar in the system space, actively loading all the progress, and after a moment the values started appearing one by one. Arrogance, progress at 50%. Envy, progress at 99%. Greed, progress at 0%. Lust, progress at 0%. Sloth, progress at 0%. Wrath, progress at 0%. Gluttony, progress at 90%. He stared blankly at the book, its pages flipping wildly. What in the world is this strange thing? Finally, the book stopped and landed on one specific page. Inside, vibrant red lettering mysteriously appeared. Please continue to struggle for this world. Number 20, Moon Campbell. Moon Campbell absolutely erupted with emotion after reading those words. Damn it all. When I was about to die a moment ago, nobody showed up, and now you want to drag me back down, into that terrifying abyss. Once again, if the tiger does not roar, do you think I am just some Hello Kitty? The book continued its taunting, calling him a kitten in the Duke Campbell's sewage drain. The water surface in the sewer stirred violently. The maid Anne's accomplices were trying desperately to escape. Darn them, they almost managed it. Almost, she gnashed her teeth in bitter regret over her own foolishness. And then she began to prattle on endlessly. That black market merchant truly did not deceive me. The effect of this drug is not too bad at all. Seeing Anne, Moon reacted as if he had just seen a terrifying monster. His face darkened instantly, and he was so scared that both his eyebrows furrowed deeply. He clenched his teeth tightly, shouting out, "Anne, what do you want to do?" Hearing her beloved young master ask such a question, and replied bitterly, "What am I doing, young master? Are you not the one who understands it most clearly?" Anne, wearing her ripped stockings, kept rubbing up against Moon, making him break out into intense goosebumps all over his body. As she seduced Moon, she kept babbling on and on. 10 whole years ago, when the young master was only 8 years old, I was already by your side. From that very moment, I have existed only for the young master. I belong to you and only you alone. And conversely, the young master will also belong solely to me. And the things that I am doing are merely to bring the young master, that wicked boy, back to his proper original orbit. Hearing Anne's words, it sounded disturbingly like a twisted love confession. But Moon was so utterly terrified he nearly peed his pants. His sweat poured down like rushing waterfalls. Moon was so scared that it turned into rage, and he screamed at the top of his lungs, "What are you even talking about? What do you mean by original orbit? I do not understand any of it. Anne, please let me go first. Can we please just talk about this properly?" Suddenly Moon's mouth was covered by Anne's 2 fingers, blocking his throat, leaving him only able to let out a small choked sound. Anne's voice then casually rang out once more, "No, everything is already far too late. Young master doesn't need to do anything. Just leave everything to me," and put on a lewd, despicable, and twisted expression, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato. Sweat drenched her as she spoke about tonight. From your head to your toes, from inside to outside, from your body to your soul. Every trait, every strand of hair, every drop of blood belongs to me. After saying that, Anne bent down and pressed herself onto Moon. One hand somehow shoved straight into Moon's mouth, the other rested on his chest. Pinned beneath her, Moon felt 3 parts fear, and 7 parts disgust. Goosebumps rising all over. He was tightly bound and couldn't move at all. All he could do was stare straight at Anne. Then, before he realized it, his clothes were already gone. Anne raised her head, her eyes tightly shut, lips lightly pressed together, thinking to herself, as expected. Even with mental preparation, it's still a bit. What are you doing? That's way too sensitive. Moon Campbell thought weakly. So it finally ends like this? He couldn't even remember which time it was anymore. After the 10th time, his consciousness began to blur. Who would have thought that the 30-year life of a great archmage would graduate like this? What was even more unexpected was the one who secretly fanned the flames, turning the original host into scum and imprisoning him, and the one destined to cut him into pieces per the prophecy, was also Anne. He recalled Anne's once graceful figure. Campbell could only feel that, indeed. Even with preparation, it was still a bit too much. Back then, Moon Campbell tried to persuade her. Anne, you don't need to force yourself. Why don't you just remove the shackles? At that moment, Anne Campbell covered his mouth, her voice firm. No. Compared to the 10 long years of waiting, this little pain is nothing. Over these years, I've always protected you, guided you, made you arrogant, conceited, and foolish, turning you into a worthless noble, one everyone fears, despises, and avoids, all so that young master would belong to me alone. For 10 years, I've always done this, just for today. So, do you understand now, young master? No matter what you say, tonight, I will never let you go. Moon Campbell was shocked, so this was Anne. Who would have imagined that the most beautiful, gentle, and reliable maid in the household was not only a severely deranged mastermind, but also the one who pushed the protagonist into depravity. Although yesterday did feel good, according to Hecate's prophecy, he would ultimately die by Anne's hands. It hadn't been easy to escape the exile storyline. How could he just lose his life so easily? He had to find a way out. While lost in thought, and Campbell's voice snapped the young master back to reality. What are you trying to do? He hurriedly explained. Anne, you're awake. My hands feel a bit sore. I just wanted to move a little. Her voice turned cold. So, it's already noon? Then there's no helping it. Although I'm reluctant, I still have to handle matters of the Duke's estate. Otherwise, others will grow suspicious. Right, if you now belong completely to me, then the people of the Duke's estate. We might as well deal with them all. Moon Campbell shouted in shock. Deal with them all? Seeing her actions, he suddenly panicked, trying to stop her. Don't, please. And Campbell stepped closer, threatening. Other than me, is there another maid you like? Who is it? It's not that girl Noel, is it? Moon Campbell hurriedly dodged her gaze. No, don't guess randomly, I just... Suddenly, he froze when he heard her laughter. She covered her mouth and laughed loudly. I was just joking. Young master doesn't need to be so nervous. As long as you behave obediently, I won't touch the people of the Duke's estate. What about the Duke? Moon Campbell cautiously asked. Then can you unlock me first? You say you like me. Do you really plan to torment me like this forever, keeping me in this position for life? And Campbell snapped her fingers in response. Of course. The handcuffs restraining him were unlocked, followed by the iron shackles at his feet. But I should also give you some advice. Don't have any foolish ideas. The center of this room is a sealed space, built entirely from steel. The lock was crafted by a master craftsman, an expert of the highest level. There is only one key. To build this secret chamber under the Duke's nose, I spent an enormous amount of time and effort. Moon Campbell asked suspiciously, if I suddenly disappear like this, won't the people in the estate suspect something? She replied calmly. I told them the Duke and Duchess have already left, and that you were alone in the estate and lonely, so you went to the academy early. The maids didn't find it strange at all. Don't worry, young master. Your situation. No one will ever discover it. I'll personally bring you 3 meals a day. Other than you now belonging entirely to me, everything remains the same. I'm still Anne, the most trusted maid. Then Anne's restless hand slipped into Moon Campbell's clothes. His face instantly turned bright red in embarrassment. She assessed him. You've recovered already? Worthy of being the young master I love the most. I really want to continue what we did yesterday, but, unfortunately, I have to leave now. While I'm away, please stay here obediently and rest, young master. Moon Campbell immediately cried out in alarm. Wait just a moment, please, at least give me back my clothes, won't you? What's the big deal? But his only response was the resounding slam of a door. Moon Campbell was left completely lost in his thoughts. He had previously imagined a million different scenarios. Just who exactly was the mysterious shadowy figure from the Black Book's prophecy? Was it truly his fate to simply be stuck here forever, as An's personal property, her very own plaything? Or was there simply no other way out? While yesterday was undeniably a wild and incredible ride, a dozen times a night, night after night, would surely break him, even if that predicted deadly predicament from the prophecy never actually came to pass. He would sooner or later just completely wither away to nothing. Of course, the absolute most crucial thing here was his freedom. If a person were to ever lose their precious freedom, then what truly differentiates them from a dried-up salted fish? Moon Campbell, with unwavering resolve, knew that no matter what, he still absolutely had to give it a shot. And so, he strode forward, attempting to yank the door open with every ounce of his strength, his body glistening with sweat, dripping down his face. Then, Moon Campbell threw himself against the sturdy door with full force, creating an incredibly loud, echoing clang. He then collapsed onto the floor, clutching his shoulder, writhing in absolute agony, screaming that it hurt so much. This really is solid steel. What a terrible situation. Even the very stone wall behind him felt as tough as cast iron. He had still mistakenly believed that this incredible, super hack, granted by the Black Book, might allow him to defy destiny, to dramatically alter his current fate. No, this is truly, genuinely, completely over for him. As Moon Campbell slowly began to drift off into a deep sleep, a strange, ominous dark aura suddenly drew near him. He grumbled, "Oh no, not this again. Seriously, my dear friend. I truly did not summon you forth. Don't you dare try to mess with me at a time like this." Anne's astounding technique for manipulating metal is clearly not something that ordinary magic could ever achieve. She is unmistakably a divine chosen one, a true powerhouse, operating on the very same incredible level as Cilicia. Even if he were to somehow, right now, frantically, dive headfirst into that special training space to train his skills, it would still be far too late. But then, the enigmatic magic book still rested there, perfectly silent. A dark presence once again drew nearer to Moon Campbell. He stared at it, letting out a deep sigh of utter, helpless resignation. Moon Campbell slowly sat up, then decisively flipped open the book. "All right, fine then. If training is what's needed, then I'll train." He entered inside the book, seeking mental relaxation. Better to be killed a few times inside than to be constantly suppressed and dominated in this place. Suddenly, in that very instant, he abruptly paused his movements. "Wait, hold on just a second. The very book that I was reading last night." Then, Moon Campbell's eyes lit up with sheer, unbridled excitement. This, he realized, was the ultimate path toward overwhelming victory. In this precise, pivotal moment, Moon Campbell was vigorously doing push-ups, meticulously counting out loud. 198. His muscles straining. 199. Pushing past the pain. Then he let out a massive, triumphant sigh before roaring out, 200. Fortunately, the physical conditioning of this body was still quite excellent. The extraordinary training space provided by the Black Book certainly had the power to dramatically enhance his technical skills, but it could also very easily cause severe damage to his brain. If he truly desired to significantly elevate his body's raw power, then he could only resort to using the most fundamental, original method. Furthermore, Cilicia was clearly like that, and Anne was exactly the same. From this very moment onward, for all eternity, he absolutely would never again be crushed beneath anyone's heel. This old man, this legendary hero, absolutely must be on top. Suddenly, in that very instant, An's captivating voice loudly echoed through the air. "Seeing the young master like this, with such high spirits, I can finally rest easy." He looks surprised. "Anne, you're back already?" She replies, "Yes, my work is all finished now." You see, the young master's words from just now, they sounded just like a devoted wife waiting for her husband after a long, hard day of work. Oh my goodness, how incredibly adorable. I've brought the young master dinner and a bath for washing up. I've already tested the water's temperature. You know, it's the perfect warmth the young master loves most. Moon Campbell is thrilled. "Oh, that's just perfect. I haven't bathed in 2 days, come to think of it." And Campbell replies with a slight blush. "That's right. So, young master, would you like to bathe first? Or perhaps you'd prefer to eat your dinner first, or maybe even devour me first." He playfully leaps, excited for his bath. She helplessly agrees. "All right, fine." You see, a little while later, Moon Campbell calls out, "Anne, are you there?" And Campbell is surprised. "What is it, young master, tell me?" Is the water temperature not quite right for you? He responds, you see, it's not about the water's warmth. It's just this one thing. I'm not a little child anymore, you see. Just a simple task like bathing. I can perfectly well manage it by myself, she wonders. By yourself, you say. Has the young master grown tired of me after just one night? He tremblingly tries to explain. No, it's not that. I'm just. And Cambeo threatens. It's better if it's not. Right now, young master, you belong only to me. You hear? Every inch of your body must be thoroughly washed clean. This is precisely the duty of a guardian like me. You understand? He wants to protest, but gives in. All right, fine then. When you're with me, you see, young master, you don't need to hold yourself back at all. I will always. Moon Cambeo quickly retorts, it's not that I'm not thinking about it like that, you know? This is just a perfectly normal reaction for any man. Inside his mind, he's cheering himself on. My brother, you must try your absolute hardest, and persevere. Don't you dare lose to this yandere young lady. But suddenly, Moon Cambeo creates some distance. All right. I won't tease you anymore, my lord. If the young master truly wishes to bathe by himself, then I will feed you your meal instead. Moon Cambeo is thrilled. Oh, to eat. A little while later, and Cambeo brings over a piece of meat and calls out, young master. Immediately after, his attitude becomes incredibly agitated. Oh my goodness. This is incredibly delicious. Normally, even when I'm with my esteemed father and my esteemed mother, I've never had such delicious beef before. Not once. It's both tender and perfectly succulent. Most importantly, it's not just the soft, tender quality of the meat, it's also so fresh and not at all tough. She praises, young master, you truly are amazing, you know, to instantly recognize that it's beef. Just like that. To be honest with you, sir, the young master has actually eaten these ingredients quite often before. It's just that usually, you see, I was worried the young master wouldn't be accustomed to it, so I always used it all for stew instead. Moon Cambeo's curiosity is piqued. Such delicious beef, I wonder. Which part of the cow is this? Exactly. Is it the loin or perhaps the shoulder meat? And Cambeo's chilling voice rings out. It's the pizzle, my lord. Upon hearing this, his entire body starts trembling, stammering, pizzle. She smiles with utmost confidence. And what's more, it's Moglitable pizzle too. I hear that in that particular aspect, their capabilities are incredibly powerful. You know, they say that, when they go into heat and can't find a mate, many tree hollows appear near their living areas at night. That's why they are known as the Stone Boys. Anne Campbell casually mentioned the divine ox. Besides that, there are also tiger ox kinds, and also the spirit giant demon. If it weren't for the fact that giant dragons are rarely seen in the imperial territory, dragons is actually the very best. Moon Campbell, with tears welling, uttered, "Don't say another word. How could you use such disgusting things?" She calmly replied, "Of course I can. Actually, a very long time ago, I secretly put these very things into your food. Of course, back then, you..." Right after that, Moon Campbell angrily yelled, "Enough. I've had it with this. You've imprisoned me in this damned lightless place, day in and day out, and you even feed me these things. Are these disgusting things even meant for a human to eat? I'm telling you this right now. If you don't release me, then I will. I will. But Anne Campbell, with a relaxed tone, cut him off. Indeed, just a single drop is quite enough. It's only natural for young master to be angry. I truly understand how painful it is to lose your freedom, how much suffering it truly brings. But if I were to grant young master freedom, the price would be losing you forever. That is something I absolutely cannot allow to happen. So please, sleep peacefully. Young master, just leave everything to me. It'll be fine." Inside the grand mansion, her voice echoed. The night is still very long. Some time had passed. Moon Campbell gently opened his eyes. At this very moment, Anne Campbell, fastening her clothes, said, "Young master, you're awake. Yesterday, I might have overdone it a bit. I was worried your body would be too tired, so I only did it twice. Do you feel unwell anywhere, young master? Are you still upset with me, young master? Well then, how about this? Because you've been so well behaved these past 2 days, I can grant you one small request, young master. What do you say?" He heard her, then turned his head, asking, "A small request." Moon Campbell immediately yelled, "I want my freedom." Anne Campbell flatly refused him. "That is not allowed. You must propose another request." "Then I want clothes," but she rejected it. "No, that won't do." Moon Campbell flared up and roared, "This isn't allowed. That isn't allowed. You said a small request. Just how small is it exactly?" Anne Campbell replied to him, "Let me think. roughly speaking. You could decide the amount for your lunch and dinner every single day. Moon Campbell, utterly helpless. Decide what to eat. This request truly is incredibly small. But still, it's better than absolutely nothing. Anne Campbell responded, saying then, "Young master, have you thought of what you'd like to eat yet?" He coughed softly in response. "Speaking of which, it feels like autumn is almost here," she answered. "That's right," as Moon Campbell stated his request. "I still remember that around this time in years past, I used to row a boat across Flying Basin Lake, enjoying the scenery as autumn leaves gently fell, while sipping red wine at Count Locke's estate, and tasting freshly caught mackerel straight from the lake. And Cambeo. Do you grasp that the young master desires the delicious fish from Lake Baypon, but Flying Basin Lake is so far away for anyone to travel there?" When suddenly, she heard a faint sound of someone sighing, a profound and utterly heart-wrenching lament from him. Mun Cambeo lamented, his voice dripping with sorrow and despair. "Last year, I was full of energy while out on the lake, but this year, I can only remain imprisoned, trapped in this tiny dungeon, waiting for death. Oh, how utterly sorrowful and incredibly disheartening this is. Oh, how unbearably pitiful and deeply tragic this truly is. I can't even enjoy the fish from Flying Basin Lake anymore. What meaning could such a bleak existence possibly still hold? Honestly, it feels like surrendering to death would be far better." Covering his mouth in mockery, and let out a suppressed, mischievous chuckle, as Cambeo softly called out to her overly dramatic young master. Then, with a resigned sigh full of utter helplessness, she declared, "I understand now." Mun Cambeo instantly rushed forward, grasping her hands. "Truly, you mean it. Are you genuinely, unbelievably, agreeing to this grand request?" And Cambeo resolutely affirmed, "I shall procure that fish, no matter the exorbitant cost. I shall certainly ensure that you feast upon the finest fish from Lake Baypon." He instantly made an adorable, exaggerated finger heart gesture. "Truly, you are undoubtedly the most dependable and trustworthy headmaid in all of our illustrious household. Without a shadow of a doubt, you are absolutely formidable, my dear. So please do your very best. I shall eagerly await your triumphant return right here at home." Then, quite unexpectedly, and with a swift, sudden motion, Cambeo leaned in very close, causing his eyes to widen dramatically in surprise. And then, before Mun Cambeo could even utter a single sound, his words were sealed by a sudden, passionate kiss from Anne. She then gently placed her hand upon his shoulder, pushing him softly away, leaving Mun Cambeo utterly bewildered, his mind a swirling daze of confusion. Finally, he gazed, mesmerized, as her silhouette receded into the distance, muttering Anne's name, a soft, longing whisper escaping his lips, and Cambeo's resolute voice carried back to him. "The journey to distant Lake Baypon is long, but I will strive with all my might to return before tomorrow's midday sun. During this time, I earnestly hope that the young master can bravely endure his wait, and with that, my journey commences. So I bid you farewell now." A moment later, she walked resolutely outside, entirely lost in her profound thoughts. She had almost, just barely, failed to completely hold back her true emotions. The young master is truly, without a doubt, the single most adorable being in the entire world. I must swiftly and efficiently catch that prized fish. Only then can I make my swift return to his side, to shower my beloved young master with all the affection he deserves. Back in his opulent room, Mun Cambeo let out a dramatic, drawn-out sigh. She has finally departed, leaving me to be tormented and utterly vexed for yet another long night. But regardless, against all odds, a precious, golden opportunity has finally arisen, allowing me to shatter this tiresome predicament and turn the tides completely. So, what comes next, you might wonder. Then, with a flourish, he grandly summoned Hasi, my magnificent, colossal treasure. Beyond that nefarious cult assassin, of course, you can surely generate and flawlessly replicate numerous other incredible training spaces, and a myriad of other challenging simulations. Am I not entirely correct? It confidently affirmed, with an unwavering guarantee. "Absolutely, my master." He beamed with immense satisfaction, exclaiming, "This is truly excellent. Based on the ancient texts and arcane knowledge I meticulously acquired from that book, I command you to manifest a special training domain, one adorned with thousands upon thousands of intricate locks. For I wish, before the return of Anne, that I can truly perfect my skills." Mun, indeed. Cambeo solemnly vowed to intensely train this divine technique to its absolute pinnacle. Meanwhile, far away, at the very treacherous borders of Lake Baypole itself, fierce and tumultuous rainstorms were raging with incredible, destructive power. A concerned individual earnestly reminded the determined lady, "I have already told you, At this very moment, Lake Baypole is extraordinarily perilous and incredibly unsafe. You absolutely cannot, under any circumstances, approach its dangerous vicinity, Anne. Camilla calmly replied. Why is that? The person reached out, wanting to hold her back. This is not something you should know. You should hurry. Soon after, her eyes turned cold, carrying hints of killing intent. And then, the man with the intention to stop her, his hand was attacked until it bled. She coldly stated, I hate having anyone else touch my body. Except for young master. This single strike is just a small reminder. If you dare to obstruct me again, I will take your body with 1,000 cuts, and throw it into the lake for the fish to eat. Now answer my question. What exactly happened at Lake Baypole? He cursed, this madwoman. If you want to die, I won't stop you anymore. The master of Lake Baypole has awakened. The Adventurers Guild has sent people to investigate, confirming that this is a tyrannical boss-level magical beast. Currently, a B-rank expedition team is eliminating it. That's why Lake Baypole was sealed. And Camilla calmly, a boss-level creature. So that's how it is. The cause of this unusual weather must also be from it, right? The person hesitated. Probably. In short, you should leave quickly. Regarding the injury you inflicted on me, just pay. Just pay me 300 IMI for the treatment fee and that's fine. We can overlook it this time. Otherwise, if you disturb the adventurers' squad, you will not have a good outcome. Then a bag of items was thrown down, he exclaimed. You said all that and you still want to go. She resolutely said, of course. He called her crazy, clearly knowing there's danger ahead but still wanting to proceed. What exactly has made you so stubborn? But on Camilla calmly walked, raising her voice to reply. Why? Her eyes filled with happiness, the corners of her lips slightly curved. Of course, it's for love. At that very moment, elsewhere, Ilak thought, if this continues, they'll be captured and taken back. Rotor cannot keep doing this. Once the mission is complete, I will confess my feelings to him. Just then, someone shouted, Iluka, what are you spacing out about? Quick. Use healing magic. I can't hold on much longer. She replied. Okay. Iluka began to summon the spirit of life force. I beseech thee. The others excitedly exclaimed. It's almost here. After enduring so many magic attacks, it's finally decided to emerge from the water. Soon after, a shark appeared with a massive jaw. The others shouted, Master of Lake Babylon. The Master of Lake Babylon appeared with an enormous mouth. Right after, a loud voice boomed. He immediately revealed himself and prepared to use his skill, Earth's protection. Soon after, an earthquake occurred between the two sides. Immense power. Roger, tensing up, roared, Hurry up, use offensive magic. Ilag, startled and bewildered, stammered a reply. Okay. After that, she summoned her angelic power, grasping control over ice and snow. Please, do it now. Then came the ability he used explosive magic, and the master of Lake Baypole was engulfed in a sea of flames. Ilak's determined gaze guided Rotor forward. This is the moment. Hearing that, Rotor immediately flew straight toward it, carrying an overwhelming surge of fire energy, his eyes blazing crimson. Then a single, mighty sword strike was unleashed, making the lake's master roar in agony. The space was drowned in two terrifying types of spiritual power. The battle was over. Rotor planted his sword into the ground, panting heavily, then turned back, gave a thumbs up, and winked. It's over, she praised Tia. Well done. Concerned, she asked. You're not hurt, are you? My love, Rotor replied. I'm fine. Good thing you restrained it in time like that. Tia reminded him. Don't move at all. Look, your palm is torn open, isn't it? Elak spoke softly, breaking the silence. Why are you praising Tia? She's so gentle. Having her as a teammate is really nice. Jealousy filled her heart. They had said it long ago, that when they grew up, they would become an adventuring team. The two strongest people in the world. They would stay together forever, never part. I've worked so hard to catch up to him, but in his eyes there has never been me. Obviously it was me. Always me. I was the one who entered his world first. And yet, even now, nothing has changed. I don't even have the right to stand by his side as support. Did he turn around and fall for someone else? Why did it turn out this way? Suddenly, Rotor turned back, looked at her, and softly called her name. Ilak, what are you thinking about? Tell me. Come over here. Let's dissect the Lake Master together. Ilak hid her sadness and smiled back. Coming right away. Suddenly, she sensed a terrifyingly loud noise. The other two sensed it as well. He exclaimed nervously. That sound, what is it? Don't tell me. Could it be at this very moment? The surface of the lake began to churn violently, and something started rising from beneath it. erupting in a horrific, terrifying burst. Rotor pulled Tia into his arms in shock. How is this possible? Seeing the monster approach, he shouted in fear. There's still another master of Lake Baypole? She was the first to immediately counter with magic. Explosive magic erupted. But that attack had absolutely no effect on the monster. Soon after, a massive amount of spiritual power enveloped it. Crimson lightning magic filled the entire space. Everything descended into uncontrollable chaos. Suddenly, she rushed over and held him tightly, refusing to let go. Rotor said tremblingly, Elak, listen to me. We're no longer a match for this monster. Leave now. Get out of here immediately. Elak panicked. Then what about you? What will you do? He said guiltily. Tia, it was my fault for bringing her into the group. I must ensure her absolute safety. Rotor clenched his teeth and made his final decision. Even if it means my own death. Those words terrified her. Then I'll die with him. Then he charged forward at full speed, shouting loudly, Tia! At that very moment, Ankabeo appeared and calmly spoke. The true master of Lake Baypole has arrived. So this is how it all goes down. Is this really a tyrant-class beast? Is a tyrant-class beast really all that powerful? Handling this for the young master probably won't take too much of my time now, will it? The monster kept opening its massive mouth, wide. Roger observed with concern. Seeing its terrifying power, he muttered in disbelief. He reached out, gently holding Tia's head, and softly said, This time, on the other side of the battlefield. And Campbell calmly cast her protective Aegis spell, and then a devastating celestial strike rained down upon the ground. Roger shut his eyes tight, gritting his teeth, bracing for impact. But after a long moment, nothing at all happened. He then slowly opened his eyes. Roger glanced around, utterly bewildered by the silence. What exactly is this? Before him, the monster was being pummeled by massive boulders. Illick gasped in pure shock. Its attack was blocked, she realized, as she rushed over to ask. Are you all right? She stammered in response. I am fine, and Campbell turned away, saying, If you are fine, then that is good. Prepare yourself, for I am about to slay this beast. Protect yourself well. Illick, who responded in surprise. Understood. Immediately after that moment, and Campbell unleashed her decisive spell, imprisoning the creature. Roger realized the metal was transforming into a fluid substance. What kind of incredible magic is this? And then, the monster was instantly engulfed by iron chains. Wrapping around it, she said with clear annoyance. It has been ceaselessly roaring and wailing ever since, scaring away all of the young master's fish, thanks to you. And Campbell firmly drew her blade, her gaze unwavering. Her voice was resolute and firm. For this transgression, her eyes completely devoid of emotion. I must take your very life as repayment. And Campbell then unleashed a single decisive slash. Finally, the murky green water mixed with fresh crimson blood. Roger wondered aloud. A tyrant-class beast was just destroyed like that. Illick rushed over, out of breath, to Roger. Are you still feeling all right? He replied, I am perfectly fine. On the contrary, Tia has sustained a non-trivial injury, but I still have some healing potions here with me. Illick, would you mind doing me a favor and going on an errand? She was stunned. An errand? Roger chuckled, replying, Yes, exactly. That lady has not left just yet. Find out if she is an adventurer, on her own, or perhaps part of a group. If she is not with anyone, then ask her if she would like to join our party and work with us. She defeated a tyrant-class monster with a single strike, and possesses such wondrous, powerful magic. If she could join our team, it would be an incredible asset. The strength of our small party would increase immensely. From now on, we would not have to face such desperate circumstances again. And Campbell then interjected, If I remember correctly, the fish from last year were taken care of by the boatman himself, from catching the fish to serving them. Young master, what kind of fish do you truly prefer to eat? What a grave oversight, to make such a small, but crucial mistake, not even knowing which fish the young master likes best. As a maid, it truly is quite unbecoming, a genuine failure to meet the proper standards. Just then, Illick, curious, asked, Excuse me, but the two types of fish you are holding in your hands right now, these can't be eaten. The bright red one has tough meat and an extremely fishy taste, and the vividly colored one is highly poisonous. The two right in front of you on the left are delicious. They're a very famous species from Lake Babylon. She asked in surprise, You really know a lot about fish. She nodded and explained, My village is right across from the lake. Every autumn in the past, my family and I would come here to catch these kinds of fish. Many nobles love the fish from Lake Baypole, so they can always be sold for a good price. Ankambeo suggested, May I ask you how to cook this kind of fish? Ilak agreed. Of course, 10 minutes later, she took notes while repeating, grill it or steam it. After marinating it with coarse salt for 15 minutes. Add sliced ginger and cooking wine to remove the fishy smell. So that's how it is. Thank you for your guidance, you've helped me a great deal. No need to thank me. Compared to you saving us from that monster, this is nothing at all. She scratched her cheek shyly and asked, Miss Anne, you traveled all this way, to come here fishing for the sake of someone you love? And Cambeo replied, yes, the one I love wants to eat fish from here. That's why I came. Elak spoke up, to be able to express your feelings to the one you love. Your beloved must be very happy. Hearing this, she subtly avoided eye contact and replied, and Campbell recalled the image of herself, forcing Moon Campbell. She said, yes, he is very happy. Wait, he fully understands the depth of my love. Thank you for your help. I've caught the fish, so I'll be leaving now. The woman excitedly called out, Miss Anne, please wait a moment. And Campbell gently steered the conversation toward relationships. I have a small question. May I seek advice from a senior like you, someone experienced in these matters, about relationships? Actually, there are many difficult problems in this world, with no fixed answers at all. You taught me how to cook, so go ahead and ask. I'll do my best to combine my own experience, to offer you some helpful advice. Elak blushed and said, well, I have a friend, a female friend. She's liked someone for a very long time, but she doesn't know whether the person she likes feels the same, because that person is very slow to catch on and treats everyone around him with great warmth. So, how do you judge a warm type of man? The kind who's kind to everyone? That interpretation isn't wrong, she explained. My friend was planning to confess and give it a try. But then, another woman appeared. A love triangle? There was a hint of sadness in her voice. So, lately, my friend has been wavering, because the person she likes clearly treats that other girl a little better, so she thinks it might be better to give up. After all, they truly share a deep affection, while she is merely a childhood friend. And Campbell completely sympathized with her profound frustration, understanding it all. So, let me just ask you this directly. Lady Elak, just how intensely do you truly adore that man? Elak quickly yelled out in fierce protest. Oh no. It is not me. It is my dear friend. Indeed, it seems I must speak my true feelings then. I truly, deeply, madly love him. I have loved him since childhood. For more than 10 long years. She leaned in closer, ready to expose. Do you love him so much that you would sacrifice your very life for him? Tell me. I am absolutely unwavering. Of course, Anne Campbell probed further. Apart from your life, what else? Elak confidently promised. Not only my very life for him, I will do absolutely anything at all. Even the most unthinkable things, things the world would never accept. She donned her hat, then calmly explained. If that is truly the case, then haven't you already found your own answer? She questioned. If your intense love for him has already grown so incredibly deep, and so profoundly powerful, then, is there truly any need left to ask for my advice? I suddenly realized what Lady Anne truly meant, and Campbell smiled gently, offering heartfelt advice. Listen closely to the deepest desires of your very own heart. Grant the one you cherish everything you possess. Do not ever make choices. That will ultimately lead to your deep regret. This is merely my small personal opinion. For your incredibly difficult current predicament, I sincerely wish you the best of luck, Lady Elak. And Campbell then departed, leaving behind a profound declaration. For the one you truly love, be ready to surrender absolutely everything. Elak slowly repeated to herself, listen closely, and follow the powerful call of your own heart. Suddenly, at that very moment, a blazing, fiery red flame burst into existence. That terrifying sight utterly horrified her, her face twisting in pure panic. That mysterious voice, deep and resonant, then echoed, do you truly wish to surrender, Elak, for even your very own morality? Your laws, your life itself, you could cast all of it aside for him. Are you truly ready to sacrifice every single thing? Roger, standing nearby, then called Elak, and the ominous darkness continued speaking. Do you truly accept the idea of letting them achieve their perfect union? Elak trembled intensely, fiercely refuting, no, absolutely no such thing. How could I possibly ever endure that torment? If Roger were to ever walk hand in hand with anyone but me, I would most certainly be driven to an insane, uncontrollable rage. Especially that vile, scheming hussy, Tia. If that woman were to just die, it would be even better. The voice from the flame chuckled with satisfaction. Do you see now? You have finally understood everything. Now go, Elak, and relentlessly pursue the deepest, most burning desire within your very soul. Go, conquer him, and possess him completely. Be by his side for every single second, every precious minute. Make him become utterly and completely yours. But she still hesitated. But Roger is an incredibly powerful man. What on earth am I supposed to do now? It relentlessly continued its brainwashing. No matter how incredibly formidable or powerful a man might be, just ensure he can no longer resist your will. And then, simply place a collar upon him. Then eventually that person will only obediently bark and woof, like a loyal little dog. Woof woof. Do not you worry, Ilak. I will most generously bestow great power upon you. I am the absolute embodiment of incredible power, the absolute, magnificent, profound power of love itself. He spoke up with genuine concern. Ilak, are you truly all right? Just a moment ago, you suddenly collapsed, right? Did that girl do something terrible to you? Say it now. She chuckled, responding, oh no, it's nothing at all. Miss Anne didn't do anything to me. I just used up too much energy, so I'm a little bit tired. I already helped you ask just a moment ago. Miss Anne is a maid of a noble family, so she absolutely cannot join our adventurous exploration team. Roger looked crestfallen, saying, is that really so? Well then, there's nothing more we can do. What a pity. She's already left us. I was planning to personally express my heartfelt gratitude. If she hadn't stepped in and saved us, I'm afraid that we would be. Just then, with a sharp eye, Tia, who was nearby, noticed something. Wait, on your chest. Her voice filled with worry. Are you hurt? Tell me. She quickly covered it, shaking her head, and explained. It's fine. It's just a slight bruise from that monster's attack. But then again, this place really isn't safe for us. There might be more lake monsters lurking around here. We should head back to the guild hall to recover now. Tia's injury also needs to be treated quickly. Roger lifted Tia up, agreeing. You're absolutely right. Let's quickly find a safe place for us to recover. She yelped, a blush creeping up. Roger, what in the world are you doing now? Put me down immediately. I can definitely walk on my own. He reminded her. What kind of time is this? Don't be so stubborn about it. You're so light. I could carry you all day long. It's no trouble at all. She scolded him. You complete idiot. This isn't about whether I'm light or heavy. It's about, he responded with a soft, doting voice. It's all right. You got hurt because of me. After all, I told you before that you could always rely on me a whole lot more. Witnessing that sweet scene, her eyes burned with a menacing, murderous glint. The next afternoon, deep within the dungeons of Duke Cambeo's mansion, Mun Cambeo was stretched out on his bed, utterly listless. Just then, Cambeo entered, carrying a tray of food. Young master, I've returned to you, she announced. He replied wearily. You're finally back. I was so worried. If I hadn't seen you soon, I surely would have perished. She playfully teased. Could it be? Young master. That I've finally managed to sway your heart, haven't I? Are you ready to surrender your entire body and your heart completely over to me, my dear? Mun Cambeo quickly turned his head away, avoiding her gaze. That's not it at all. You've been gone for a whole day and night now. If you hadn't come back, I would have starved to death, absolutely. And Cambeo gently set the food down, saying, my apologies, young master, for the long wait. Lake Bapon is incredibly far from here. To ensure the young master could enjoy the freshest fish possible, I rushed all the way back here as fast as I possibly could. She lifted the lid. Come on, young master, feast your eyes. Here is the fish you've been craving, my dear. He immediately inhaled, enthusiastically exclaiming, just smelling it is delicious. I've steamed one and fried one. Which would the young master like to try first? In that case, I'll try the steamed fish first, please. And Cambeo graciously agreed with a sweet smile. All right then. She brought the spoon closer, dotingly asking Mun Cambeo to open wide, and then he followed her instruction, opening his mouth wide to eat. Mun Cambeo's eyes lit up with delight. Wow, this is truly so delicious. Anne, you have to try some. She flatly refused. No. Thank you, this food was originally prepared for young master. That is right. I heard this type of fish has many bones. Young master, please be careful not to get choked by a bone. I am not a child. How could I? After that, the two remained silent, one eating, and the other feeding. Suddenly, Mun Campbell clutched his throat. I think I really got a bone stuck, but on the contrary. And Campbell was very calm. Really? Well then there is nothing we can do. Seeing her approach, he panicked. Wait. What do you want to do? And Campbell calmly said, I want to kiss young master. Mun Campbell asked confusedly. Now. She affirmed yes. Is young master not choked by a bone? When I kiss you, I will cover your nose. Then take a deep breath. My lung capacity is very large, so I will definitely help you suck it out. Mun Campbell turned pale and asked, kiss and suck it out. You are joking, right? And then the room was filled with screams. Oh my goodness, wait a minute. Your hands? No. and Campbell's hand gently pressed on Mun Campbell. The two in two different states. Felt the kiss. She reminded young master. You see, I have already helped you remove the fishbone. He blushed and replied, thank you the plate. Give it to me. I can eat by myself. I will not choke anymore. After that, Mun Campbell sat up and gently continued his meal. And Campbell stood still. Seeing that scene, she smiled. A little later, he lay stretched out on the bed. So comfortable. It truly lives up to its reputation as the Empire's famous delicacy. The taste is indeed not bad at all. She spoke up. If young master has already eaten his fill, then next, should we not proceed with that thing? Mun Campbell quickly interrupted that thing. Do not tell me you are talking about. And Campbell laughed and replied, according to the command of the family head, Old Master Lun, it is to quickly with young master, bear a successor for the Campbell family. He quickly sat bolt upright. Wait a moment, now is not the time. And Campbell retorted, obviously, we have done it many times this week. Could it be that young master has already started to lose interest in me? Mun Campbell argued, that is not how it is. She asked, then what is the reason? He explained, I just finished eating. Experts say, exercising right after eating is not good for one's health. Moreover, you have traveled such a long distance. You must be tired. We are not in our best condition, and having a child then would not be healthy. Can you understand what I mean? And Campbell heard that and got excited. Young master, are you concerned about my body? Mun Campbell retorted, your interpretation is not wrong. Anyway, I want that matter to be done tonight. Is that okay? She was serious. Young master makes a lot of sense. Then let us leave it for tonight. After all, by tonight, there is still something I wish to report to young master. You're reporting to me, astonished. What in the world happened? Anne Campbell began to recount everything. On my way back, I passed through the Grand City of Services, a truly prestigious place, renowned for its incredible textile technology. They meticulously craft custom outfits for the most discerning nobles, even royalty. Mun Campbell, you seem quite curious now. Oh, and what happened after that? Do tell. She leaned in, whispering, I purchased an incredibly provocative outfit. The material, your absolute favorite, is made of exquisite black fishnet. It's a single piece, sparkling with a captivating gleam, and it even comes with some charming, tiny accessories. I hear it's the most fashionable dress style, favored by maids, from the trendiest dance halls recently. For all the girls, it's quite playfully named, the Bunny Girl. Anne Campbell emphasized, shimmering, glossy, black fishnet stockings. Then, the way she looked, transformed into that very bunny girl. Mun Campbell gazed in utter fascination, a nosebleed unconsciously gushing. Now who told you, I, Mun Campbell, enjoy fishnet stockings? I, your esteemed young master, am a most honorable and righteous gentleman. I'm not. I don't have that. Stop spouting such ridiculous nonsense. Anne Campbell chuckled teasingly. Oh really? Is that truly so? Young master, have you, perhaps, completely forgotten already? For these past many years, I've always been right by your side, caring for you. Inside that very special, private closet of yours, there are quite a few, shall we say, hidden treasures stored away, all related to certain, shall we say, romantic themes. And among those, stockings are definitely worn the most often, and specifically, those very intriguing black stockings. Young master, how could you possibly not have noticed this by now? Ever since you truly came of age, until this very moment, I have always, consistently worn black stockings, haven't I? My entire wardrobe, solely black, it's all been for your discerning tastes. Mun Campbell let out a long sigh, and then replied, before, I honestly always believed that was simply your own preference. I never expected you to win, I concede. I absolutely give up. Young master, I truly adore black fishnet stockings. I super love them. She covered her mouth with a graceful hand, giggling softly. Young master, being so honest and open with your true preferences, it's also surprisingly, quite adorable, you know. So I'll go handle the few remaining internal affairs that are left. From these past few busy and demanding days, we'll meet again tonight, yes. Mun Campbell enthusiastically agreed. You go on and work. I'm going to prepare for a little nap. A little while later, Anne Campbell gracefully exited the room, leaving young Mun Campbell entirely by himself. Mun Campbell's eyes held a deep sense of disappointment. He puffed out his cheeks, adorably large and round. Mun Campbell fell into deep contemplation, pondering his next move. With the item now in her hands, I suppose she can be sent away. Now, it's time for the legendary Black Tome. It is clearly, precisely, around 3 o'clock in the afternoon right now. According to the consistent pattern established over this past week, Anne will likely finish all her maid duties by 6 o'clock. Moon Campbell clenched his hand into a determined fist. 3 hours is quite enough. Following that, Moon Campbell gently, stealthily approached the door. He carefully pulled out a tiny, unassuming piece of wire. Slowly, he inserted it into the lock. Then Moon Campbell's voice activated. He activated his incredible, specialized skill, the max-level fishbone lockpicking technique, now fully unleashed. And then, in a blink of an eye, he was abruptly transported into a bewildering, brand-new space. Oh my goodness, what is this? Moon Campbell pondered. Campbell glanced up, horror etched on his face, at the things above him. 12 formidable lock tumblers, gleaming ominously. He stumbled and collapsed to the ground, crying out in sheer dismay. Oh my heavens, this is absolutely unbelievable. 12 lock pins. There are actually 12 of them. How is this possible? According to the fundamental principles of master lockpicking, after carefully inserting the special fishbone tool, then all of the intricate lock cores must be perfectly aligned. It must perfectly align with the key that needs to be pushed into its matching position. Only then can the lock be successfully picked. If even one lock pin is incorrectly positioned, all the previous lock cores will automatically snap back to their original state, and the fishbone is incredibly delicate. The elastic force of the lock core could easily shatter it. If it fails, the key will also be destroyed along with it. He only has 4 fishbones, perfectly suited in length and rigidity for this daunting task. But these tools are not the greatest challenge here. The most desperate part is this. Should the lock-picking fail, and returns to the room, she will definitely discover the fishbone inside the lock. Meaning, from this moment forward, these cunning tricks will no longer be effective. In other words then, the chance to escape this cage is just one single opportunity, nothing more. Moon Campbell remains diligently seated before the door. His fingers delicately work the fishbone to pick the lock. Moon Campbell's gaze becomes resolute once more. Then he rolls on the ground, throwing a tantrum 3 times. Only 3 more attempts remain now. An hour and a half of effort utterly wasted. I hope the lockmaker who crafted this, and your entire family enjoy excellent health and prosperity. May you live long and prosper. It drives me insane. He sits up, clutching his head wearily, shouting out for Blackie. It is now 5:30 in the afternoon. Only 1 hour until Anne brings the dinner, and only one single fishbone remains now. It is quite alright though. I have already familiarized myself with the 10 previous lock cores. This is my final hope. This time I will definitely succeed. The fishbone lock-picking technique unleashes its full power. At this very moment, Dean Campbell is busily preparing the food in the kitchen. A pot of fish soup is beautifully presented before them. Noelle joyfully savors each small bite of the delicious meal. She exclaims that it is absolutely scrumptious. It is truly worthy of Baypole Lake's fish. This is the most delicious fish soup I have ever tasted in my entire life. And Campbell expresses her thanks, saying it's fortunate Noel helped. The preparation time for tonight's dinner was an hour earlier than usual. The flavor of the soup is also truly excellent. Noel scratches her head shyly and embarrassed. Oh, not at all, really. I merely lent a hand. Sister Anne did everything by herself. But Sister Anne, my dear, I have noticed recently that you seem to have free time to learn how to cook new dishes, now that Master and Madam are not at home, and young Master has also gone away. Only a few of us remain at the manor. Furthermore, I also noticed something else. During this period, after you finish preparing the meal, you always take a small portion of it away. And lately, we have been eating fish every single day. She suddenly brightens, a grand idea dawning upon her. I know exactly what is going on. Sister Anne, you must secretly be keeping a pet within the manor. I bet it is a cat. Am I right? Actually, young Master Moon dislikes small animals intensely. He says their fur flies everywhere, you see. So within the estate, we've never kept dogs or cats. I understand raising small animals without permission would also be considered a violation of the estate's rules. Sister Anne is now the head maid, so you can't tell everyone about it. My guess isn't wrong, right? And Cambeo spoke up with a request. Could you help me keep this a secret? Noel agreed. Of course. Actually, I really like furry animals too. Back when I lived in my grandmother's village, she raised many of them. Sister Anne, could I come with you to see the cat? She declined. I'm sorry, Noel. It's quite afraid of strangers right now. Let some time pass first. I'll take you to see it then. Noel nodded in understanding. Taking care of a furry baby isn't easy at all. You have to do your best, sister. And Cambio said, I'll take my leave then. In her heart, she felt relieved that things hadn't escalated to the worst point. Otherwise, disposing of a maid's body, silently, without arousing anyone else's suspicion, would have been quite troublesome. But Noel's words had also reminded her that being confined in one space for too long would make the young master feel bored as well. For now, Her body felt nothing unusual. Even if she were pregnant now, even if there were a little one, telling the young master would be a matter for 10 months later. Besides books, she should also consider getting the young master a small animal to ease his loneliness. A cat would be a pretty good choice. She wondered what color the young master liked. A lovely golden one like him, or a black cat. Like herself? Perhaps it'd be better to ask the young master directly. Suddenly, her eyes widened. She was horrified by the scene before her. The carefully prepared bowl of soup slipped from her hands and fell to the floor, and Campbell's feet went numb as she stared at the door opening. At this moment, Moon Campbell looked delighted, finally out of the prison cell. And to think it was under the sewer, amazing, really. The wind's blowing this way. The exit should be up ahead. There's quite a lot of junk around here too. Suddenly, his foot slipped hard on the path. Damn it. I can't even see my own fingers when I reach out. It's extremely hard to move. Right, according to this guy's memories, the distance from here to the prison is already very far. There shouldn't be any problem. Moon Campbell created a sphere of light, illumination spell. So, this is the illumination spell. It's actually pretty useful. With this, he should be able to. At that very moment, an ice spear flew over and embedded itself straight into the wall. His face turned pale as he slowly turned around. No way. I already ran this far. The one who arrived was Anne Campbell, with chilling cold air swirling around her. Her icy voice rang out. I've found you, young master. And Campbell rushed forward at full speed. I've found you. Young Master Moon Campbell, pale with fear, softly called, Anne. I finally escaped that cage with great difficulty. How could you be here? He clenched his teeth, his resolve firm. Don't underestimate me. Moon Campbell sprinted forward along the path, using afterimages. And Campbell refused to give up, using dark power to seize and restrain him. Immediately after, countless blades were launched, chasing after him. Moon Campbell hurriedly covered his head and screamed while dodging. Suddenly, Campbell sensed something unusual. At that very moment, a cabinet collapsed, blocking the path. But with a single flick of her hand, she split it in two. Campbell's long legs slowly advanced forward. Her gaze swept across the pitch-black darkness ahead. And Campbell narrowed her eyes. So you really are fast. Is this magic learned from St. Maria Academy? I thought everything had been securely sealed, yet you still managed to escape. And Campbell's eye peered through a narrow gap. She couldn't help but sigh. I truly underestimated you, young master. But you won't escape my grasp. How about this instead? Come out on your own, and return to my side. I won't pursue this incident any further, otherwise. And Campbell gently raised her hand and smashed the wall. She spoke as Moon Campbell hid, pale-faced, realizing he had guessed wrong. Unfortunately, the next moment he hesitated. Maybe I should just give up. Being imprisoned like this isn't so bad after all. No worries about food or drink. And there's even a beautiful girl by my side. Even without freedom, at least I'm still alive. And Campbell frowned as the airflow showed no disturbance. Is he no longer here? Her body immediately shot upward, moving swiftly to another location. 10 minutes later, faint sounds came from the rubble. Moon Campbell let out a sigh of relief. Looks like she's gone far away. I was scared stiff. My heart almost gave out. Just now I really thought I was about to be killed. And must be chasing elsewhere by now. Taking advantage of this moment, his hand reached for the door handle, but Moon Campbell's eyes suddenly widened in terror. Facing him were Anne Campbell's blazing red, irritated eyes. With a snap of her fingers, she shattered the obstacles. And Campbell stepped forward, closing in second by second. Her cold voice rang out, dagger in hand. It seems I was mistaken. The young master really did escape far away. Unfortunately, and Campbell stared at the empty space in irritation. I must find the young master quickly. Otherwise, if Noel's group discovers this, it'll be troublesome. Outside, the sky had turned pitch black, mixed with heavy rain. Suddenly, a thick book fell onto Moon Campbell's head. His eyes instantly widened in shock. Moon Campbell dashed outside, letting out a painful cry. He muttered, yet suddenly turned back. Fortunately, he had already fainted. Otherwise, he really would have escaped outside. Half an hour had already passed. There's absolutely no way to know what Anne is up to. Is he out there searching for me right now? Or perhaps just patiently waiting for me at the exit? But no matter what the situation may be, just continuing to stay here is incredibly dangerous right now. I can only take one daring gamble on this. Right at that crucial moment, Moon Campbell dashed away without looking back, completely oblivious to the sheer power brewing right behind him. He used his very own body to desperately push that heavy cabinet aside. Moon Campbell stood right at the doorway, gazing up at the vast sky above. He stood there watching the pouring rain, judging the conditions outside. And then Moon Campbell excitedly let out a triumphant shout. I actually succeeded. This absolutely feels like true freedom. He instantly realized his mistake and quickly covered his mouth. That was way too dangerous. I almost couldn't stop myself from yelling out just now. Now is definitely not the time for any kind of celebration, and might still be lurking around somewhere nearby. It's not safe here. I absolutely must get out of the ducal mansion. No, I need to immediately escape the entire royal capital itself. The farther away I can get, the better. Just remembering Anne's furious expression makes me shiver. It was not easy for me to escape with my life this time. If I get caught and dragged back, it would truly fulfill the prophecy from that sinister dark book. 2 days later, on the vast rolling plains, the incredibly fresh and crisp air fills my lungs. Moon Campbell finally collapses onto the grass after 2 days and 2 nights. Finally, I have truly escaped the clutches of the royal capital. The beautiful light of early morning is so soothing. The gentle breeze carrying the sweet scent of grass and trees makes my incredibly tense nerves begin to slowly calm down a little bit. But then I instantly feel this overwhelming wave of tiredness wash over me. It still feels like I should definitely get some sleep first. He suddenly realizes, no, it's still not the right time to relax. I'm only 1 city away from the capital after all. Considering Anne's relentless methods and tricks, if my whereabouts are ever discovered by him, then I will be caught very quickly indeed. If I want to escape completely from this situation, there are only 2 paths remaining for me, either to Campbell or to the prestigious Santa Maria Academy. The route clearly shows that the academy is a little bit closer. Moon Campbell walks closer to the lake and washes his face vigorously. He sighs in relief as his mind clears up a little bit more. I'll just run straight to Santa Maria Academy without stopping. Suddenly, someone from the other side yells out a forceful command to stop. You little girl, do you honestly think our 3 brothers are all dead? Right now, just quickly hand over all of your precious valuables to us. Another one of them adds on to the threat. If you just behave like a good little girl for us, we absolutely won't do anything harmful to you. But if you don't behave as we say, then don't blame us for not being very polite about it. Ilok gently raises his voice to them. I am a seasoned adventurer, so you want to rob me. Have you even considered the dangerous consequences of your actions? One of the thugs bursts out into a loud roaring laughter. Of course, we can clearly see that you are. You are indeed an adventurer, we can tell. But you are a magic user, aren't you, right? There's absolutely no battle aura radiating from your body at all. If you had a companion with you, and they could somehow help you hold us off for even one brief moment, we would absolutely run far, far away from here. But you're all alone, aren't you? Ilok says with a cold voice. All you guys ever do is just rob and plunder all day long. Aren't you afraid that one day you'll run into a warrior of justice, carrying out righteousness on heaven's behalf? One of them burst out laughing. A warrior of justice. Little beauty, you still haven't realized it yet. We're professional bandits. Do you know what professional means? The second boss confidently said they had a clear plan in advance. The third boss quickly chimed in, outlining their precise route. The 3 of them spoke in unison, confirming the exact target, guaranteeing 0 mistakes. That's what professionalism is. The leader continued. And don't keep backing away like that, little beauty. Don't think we don't know what you're trying to do. You're trying to create distance so you can cast offensive magic. Am I right? If you dare take even one more step back, don't blame us for chopping off your hand. As for those so-called righteous people you mentioned, we've already scouted the area. Normally, no one ever passes through here, let alone any righteous hero. At that moment, a voice shouted loudly, startling all 3 into stopping. In that instant, Muncambio sprang up from beneath the water. The second boss exclaimed, a blonde mermaid beauty. The third boss yelled, mermaid my ass. Open your eyes. That's a man. He pointed and scolded the 3 grown men. What skill is there in bullying a girl? If you've got guts, come at me instead. At once, someone replied, sure. Muncambeo was stunned, agreeing that fast. They said to Ilak, beauty, you can go now. Someone hesitated. Boss. Wait. Big brothers, hold on. Look at me, I'm covered in torn rags. I really don't have any money. How about this? I'll give you my contact information. Once I get home, I'll send each of you 2,000. Immediately, the leader's cold voice rang out. Who said I wanted money? There are always lonely fools passing through here, but a blonde, blue-eyed beauty is rare. If you were a woman, I wouldn't be that interested, but you're a man. Brothers, the plan changes. Today we're stealing virtue instead. The other 2 answered in unison. Understood. Mun Campbell turned and ran. What kind of world is this? Even in this world there are gay men. A chase broke out, while she stood aside and sighed. You damn pervert. Don't you dare come any closer. Listen to me. Stop running. Let me have a look. Illik used a spell. A spirit hovered in midair. In the name of its master, I command you. And then a raging fire rushed toward him. Flame burst. The bandits were engulfed in a sea of fire. The leader shouted, Save Mun Kambao. Staring blankly at the horrifying scene before him, Ilak said, "Those 3 idiots have been dealt with. Come up here, Mr. Mermaid. Thanks for drawing their attention, so I could make my move." He scratched his head awkwardly. "Not really, it was Big Sister after all. Your magic is pretty amazing. Now that I think about it, this is the wilderness of Balan. You just came out like this, out in the open. People from the city really know how to live." Mun Kambao quickly protested. "It's not what you think. I've got my own difficulties, believe me." "Right. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Mun, a temporary drifter. Nice to meet you," Ilak replied. "I'm Ilak, formerly an adventurer, now newly married, training to become a good wife and mother." He was surprised. "So you're already married?" "I feel a bit embarrassed." "Yes. Just married last night," Ilak replied. "Congratulations, Miss Ilak. I wish you and your husband lifelong harmony, growing old together, and may you soon have a precious child." Ilak thanked him. Suddenly, in the quiet space, a sound rang out. His stomach. "I see, Mr. Mun. Are you hungry?" "Yes. Sorry about that," Mun Kambao said embarrassedly. "I haven't eaten for 2 days." Ilak suggested, "If you don't mind, come with me." He called out, "Miss Ilak." I smiled and explained, "To repay the favor, you just distracted the bandits. I'll buy some food and cook. Also, Mr. Mun, if you don't willingly expose yourself, walking around naked like this will definitely make you sick. My husband is about your height. His clothes should fit you." Mun Kambao immediately lit up. "Really, Miss Ilak? You'll feed me and even give me clothes?" Ilak reminded him they were just thin old clothes. "Don't get your hopes up too high." He praised Miss Ilak. "You're truly a kind person." "No, Miss Ilak, you're like a benevolent goddess, sent down to the mortal world." "That's too much praise." "What goddess? I'm just an ordinary wife. To marry a wife who's both beautiful and kind like you must be your husband's blessing from centuries past. I'm quite satisfied with myself as a wife. Go on praising me, Mr. Mun. I like hearing it." Mun Kambao suddenly remembered. "Miss Ilak, didn't you just get married? Why come to such a desolate place, and even get targeted by bandits?" Ilak explained. "I went to town to handle some matters related to my husband's work, and picked up some fresh food along the way." He was surprised. "Work? You're an adventurer. Your husband must be one too, right?" She replied. "That's right, but because of our marriage, Roger and I have temporarily stopped adventuring, and so we came to inform the guild. If we don't report in for too long, the guild will assume something has happened to us. Go on, prepare that death report for us immediately. Honestly, incidents like this pop up every single year." "Sir Mun Kambao, would it be all right if we had some fish tonight?" Mun Kambao excitedly exclaimed. Yes, of course we can. Oh, young master, I simply adore eating fish the most." But then, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed, sending shivers down his spine. "My dearest, I love you ever so much." Mun Kambao spun his head around, a strange look on his face. Ilak then asked, "Sir Mun, is everything all right with you?" He scratched his head and asked her, "Did you happen to hear anything at all?" "Not at all. I didn't hear a thing." Mun Kambao then continued, thinking aloud. "Oh, it's nothing. Perhaps I've just been starving for far too long. I'm so hungry that I'm actually hallucinating things. Now then, let us hurry on our way." After quite some time, they finally arrived in a different town. The golden sunset cast its light upon an ancient, grand villa. Mun Kambao couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, Miss Ilak, I never would have imagined. Your house is truly massive." Ilak quickly explained, "Oh, this is not my personal home. In fact, it's the home of our esteemed village chief. We're merely residing here on a temporary basis for now." He then pondered, "That's right, Miss Ilak. I actually wanted to ask earlier. Your village is incredibly quiet. We walked all this way and didn't encounter a single soul. And what's more, all the house doors are left wide open. Aren't you afraid of drawing the attention of thieves?" She calmly replied, "That's because everyone is incredibly busy right now. Sir Mun, do you happen to know Lake Baepon?" He nodded his head. "Oh, I know about that place quite well. Not only do I know it, but I've even enjoyed fresh fish from that very lake." Ilak recounted. "Lake Baepon is less than 5 miles from here. The big harvest season is fast approaching. Our local land isn't exactly suitable for farming crops, so all the villagers depend entirely on the money earned from selling the fish they catch to the wealthy nobles to cover their living expenses for the entire year. My husband and I are actually the village's resident adventurers. My husband Roger is responsible for everything, ensuring safe passage and transporting the caught fish to the city for sale. He makes money and only returns home once every few days, while I, on the other hand, remain here to watch over our village, so you can definitely understand why. This is a very special time for all of us, village guardians. He finally understood. Ah. So that's the true reason why. No wonder we didn't see a single soul on our entire journey. That truly sounds like incredibly hard work. Suddenly, a dark, unsettling aura whispered directly into Moon's ear. Cambeo. With an eerie, icy chill. I love you, Ilak instructed. Come inside. There are slippers right by the door. He simply nodded in agreement. All right then, he worried silently. That eerie sound seemed to be getting closer and closer. Could it truly be just my imagination? She reminded him then. Here are some fresh clothes and a bucket of water. You can wait right here for a moment. Or, if you prefer, you can bathe at the well outside. Dinner will be ready very soon, Moon Cambeo quickly responded. All right, you've gone through so much trouble for me. Thank you so very much, Miss Ilak dear, she replied. Oh, don't be a stranger. As Moon Cambeo scanned his surroundings, no strange residue floating, the scent seemed perfectly normal. His hand brushed the table's surface, carefully assessing. There also didn't seem to be any strange side effects. No sedatives or peculiar substances had been added. It looked like simply cooled, boiled water, nothing more. It was all quite normal. Miss Ilak's words were clear. Logically speaking, there really was no problem at all. It appears he could truly put his trust in her. However, Moon Cambeo still felt a strange unease. I have a really strange feeling from out of nowhere. As the night slowly begins to fall, the plate on the table is completely empty now. He happily lays back on the sofa, in comfort and ease. Lady Ilag's cooking skills are truly exceptional and superb. They are absolutely on par with my own household maids. I can confidently assure you that in the future, you will certainly become a wonderful wife. Ilag blushes. You are far too kind, good sir. It was nothing more than a simple meal. But Sir Moon just mentioned maids earlier. Sir Moon, you must not be an ordinary person at all, I presume. He agrees. You are absolutely right. Speaking of which, I actually have something I need your help with. Do you know the Cambello family? One of the 4 great noble houses of the empire. My full name is Moon Cambello. I am surprised the Duke's son. That is correct. Due to some unfortunate circumstances, I am currently being hunted and pursued. I truly hope I can ask for your assistance in the guise of an adventurer, Lady Ilag. Please go to the Adventurers Guild on my behalf, and rent a horse for me, or a comfortable carriage, and at the same time write a letter to Chieftain Camel for me. It would be convenient for you to make a trip there anyway. It is that simple. I thought you would ask to borrow 300 Emai coins, to help you return to the imperial capital, and reclaim your rightful title to the throne. Moon Cambello confirms. I really am the Duke's son, Lady Ilag, I assure you. Moreover, I literally ran all the way here from the imperial capital. After this is done, I will give you 10,000. No, 20,000. I will give you 20,000 Emai coins as my heartfelt thanks. Ilag is surprised, and it is Emai coins instead, not appointing me as the Adventurers Guild Master, or as a Countess Bellin, or something similar like that. He yells, I am not joking around, I am absolutely serious. This matter is incredibly important to me, I tell you. Please be a little more serious about it right now. Lady Ilag, she chuckles. My apologies, I understand your intentions completely. I was actually planning to keep you here for the night anyway. After all, there are wild beasts lurking outside the village after dark. I will show you to your room now. Moon Cambello is surprised. So that means you have already agreed to help me. I affirm. Of course, 20,000 Emai is not a small sum. You know, I have completed more than 30 commissioned quests before, and even then I was not certain to earn that much money. I have no valid reason to refuse your offer. He speaks loudly. Thank you so very much indeed. Lady Ilag, you are truly an angel to me. Ilag reminds, tonight you should just stay here then. He praises, it looks very clean inside here. I instruct the restroom is right next to the water well. You just took a bath earlier, so do not run around tonight. And do not open the doors to other rooms without permission. Ilag points and reminds him, especially that particular door at the very end. Moon Cambello is surprised. Why? What is behind that door? I explain. It is the meat of various animals that I have hunted and caught. They are cut into pieces, then left to dry after being slaughtered. Winter will be arriving in 2 months. We need to prepare this dried meat, all in preparation for the coming winter. If we open it right now, that distinct smell of fresh blood will unfortunately spread all throughout the house. As for why we cannot enter any of the other rooms, that is simply because this house, my friend, is not actually mine. If we happen to mess up any of the village chief's precious belongings, then when he finally returns, my dear, he will surely be incredibly furious. You promise you completely understand, don't you? I absolutely guarantee you that I will not run around like a total mess. Ilak then swiftly turned her head around and walked away. Well then, esteemed Mr. Moon, please enjoy your pleasant rest. Moon Campbell gently waved his hand in a polite response. Well then, I shall be leaving everything entirely up to you. Miss Ill Luck, sleep very well tonight. We shall meet again tomorrow. Or so I hear the door close and suddenly exclaim, you will see tomorrow. What a complete pity, because you will not be seeing any tomorrow at all. My dear, precious, noble young master. Only a young master who is still alive can truly be called a young master. Once he is truly gone, he will no longer be anything at all, but will instead become a willing sacrifice for our esteemed god of love. Illok's eyes suddenly became completely crazed. I have chosen you. Meanwhile, in another location entirely, Ann Campbell is diligently searching, tracing the whereabouts of Moon Campbell. She recognized that it was precisely the distinct scent of her young master, and yet, he still managed to run off to such a far, distant place. But no matter how far or how fast he might run, it will only ever be completely in vain. You are destined, my dear, to never escape from the very palm of my own two hands, my dearest, most beloved young master. As the dark night truly begins to fall, only the soft glow of the bright moonlight lingered inside the house. Moon Campbell was deeply immersed within his peaceful, slumbering sleep. But then suddenly, he distinctly heard a faint, unexpected sound. He immediately frowned with a clear discomfort, as Moon Campbell sat up and began to complain. If I had only known this beforehand, I would have certainly never drunk so much water. Oh, what a truly inconvenient predicament this is. Then suddenly, from somewhere outside, the clear sound of a dog barking reached him. He curiously and slowly approached the door, then quietly asked himself aloud, a dog? Moon Campbell wondered aloud. I don't recall there being one here just a moment ago. But in that very moment, Illok's voice suddenly rang out, causing him to jump in utter surprise. Mr. Moon, my goodness, it is quite late out already. Mr. Moon, are you still not asleep yet? Is something perhaps the matter? Moon Campbell, still startled, quickly turned his head and stammered out a response. Well, you see, humans simply have certain natural needs. You understand? I simply could not hold it in any longer, so I got up to find the nearest bathroom. Ah, I completely understand your meaning now. Ah, so that is actually how it is. He then wondered. That's absolutely right. Just a moment ago, I could have sworn I clearly heard the sound of a dog barking. Miss Ill Luck, by any chance do you actually happen to keep a dog? Ill Luck then put on a very mysterious, enigmatic look. Yes, that would indeed be the delightful dog that I keep here. It is the absolute cutest, most handsome dog in the entire world, I swear. Normally, he is usually very well behaved and calm, but if he is suddenly barking now, then he must surely be feeling rather hungry. Moon Campbell then let out a noticeable, soft sigh. Indeed, I seriously thought that I was just hearing things myself. May I possibly take a look at Miss Ill Luck's dog, please? I am actually quite fond of dogs, you see, especially those wonderful, large golden retriever types, all fluffy when they are young, and incredibly intelligent too. Oh, I have always wanted to raise one myself. I must regretfully refuse your kind request. I am so sorry. This, I am afraid, simply cannot be. My dear dog is incredibly afraid of people. Otherwise, my friend, he would also not be constantly hiding away in his room, never daring to come out. Moon Campbell is utterly astonished, his eyes wide with surprise. So then, why are you waving goodbye? I'll just head to the restroom first. Illak smiles, playfully reminding him. The restroom is right next to the well, so be careful not to get lost, you hear? Moon Campbell readily agrees, saying, all right. The moment he turns and walks away, her gentle expression instantly twists into something truly sinister. Outside by the well, Moon Campbell sighs deeply. He grumbles to himself. This smell is just overwhelmingly intense. Does nobody in this entire village bother to clean these restrooms regularly? He wonders. Baffled. Suddenly, Moon Campbell hears a really strange, unsettling sound, echoing nearby, making him utterly curious. He thinks to himself, this must be the room where Lady Illak keeps her beloved pet dog. Just a moment ago, he had wanted to mention that the sound her dog was making seemed incredibly peculiar. There's a tiny little hole right here. Peeking in just a little shouldn't cause any harm, right? Just what exactly is Lady Illak keeping hidden away in there? Inside the private room, Illak is feeding Rotor, treating him exactly like an obedient little puppy. Once you're full, don't make any more chaotic noises. Okay, that man is still quite useful to me. Just be patient and endure this a little longer, because tomorrow, I will finally let you go free. Moon Campbell witnesses this horrific scene, his face contorted in utter terror. His feet instinctively recoil, backing up until he steps on a fallen branch. She instantly notices, letting out a sharp, piercing shout. Who is lurking out there right now? Ilak clutches the chain tightly as she walks over. Is that you, Mr. Moon? But after she shoves the door open, there's absolutely no one there. Ilak's expression darkens, thinking, did I just mishear that? In just one more hour, the Cupid deity will finally awaken. To be utterly safe and prepare for anything, I should still go and check on that man, just in case. At that exact moment, Moon Campbell, who was hiding on the roof, leaps down quietly. His mind is a complete chaotic mess. Lady Ilak, who seemed so kind and gentle on the surface, is actually nothing like that at all. His appearance is exactly like the man in that portrait in the Grand Hall. He must be the husband she was talking about earlier. It wasn't easy to escape from Iander's grasp, only to run straight into another total psychopath. Who exactly have I managed to provoke now? This village is quiet in such a terrifying way. There's an adventurer who turns her husband into a dog. And what's more, just now she mentioned the love deity, along with all those other strange sounds that kept appearing after I entered this village. I originally wanted to rely on the Adventurers Guild for help here, but I definitely cannot stay in this village any longer. Given the utterly dire situation now, it's time for the 36 stratagems. And so, Moon Campbell makes his decisive choice. To run away is the very best plan. Ilak walks to his room, softly calling out, Mr. Moon. But then she sees the room is completely empty, the window left wide open. Immediately, a swirling surge of dark power envelops her entire being. Ilak furiously smashes her fist, shattering the wooden wall. Her face is absolutely feral. That guy. When did he figure it out? Hearing another sound from outside, Ilak, still seething, thinks, has he really returned? She approaches the door, flashing a saccharine smile. You've been gone for so long. Moon Campbell's voice echoes out. Is that you? Ilak is completely stunned. You are, she shouts in utter shock. Master, you are here to answer me. It has been far too long. Ilak, with deep respect, greets you, my master, my paternal guide. Anne Campbell replies calmly, thank you. She praises Ilak's maid outfit, saying, my, how incredibly cute. Ilak then quickly explains, I rushed here from the mansion in such a hurry. There was no time to change, so I could only wear this outfit. That reminds me. Ever since I stepped through your door, why have you been constantly calling me master? I don't recall ever teaching you anything significant. And Ilak giggles, responding, Master, have you already forgotten? It was your guiding words from before that truly inspired me, giving me the courage to finally accept my true self. And thanks to your incredible teachings, Master, that very night, I confessed my feelings to Rotor, and it truly worked. Oh, that's right. Would you like to see the result? Anne Campbell, surprised, asks, see it, you say. And then Ilak nods. Indeed. Witness the fruit of all my tireless efforts. Anne Campbell agrees, saying, very well then. Let's see. Ilak turns and exits, asking, Master, please wait just a moment. Watching Ilak leave, Anne Campbell slowly sets her cup down. No, there's absolutely no mistake. A subtle scent still lingers here in the air. Young Master has definitely been here. It's just that something else is present. Besides the young Master's distinct scent in the atmosphere, there's also something else. She frowns, shrewdly detecting a metallic, the distinct smell of blood. Just then, Ilak approaches, saying, Master, you've waited long enough. In that very precise moment, Anne Campbell's eyes betray a flicker of deep bewilderment. And just like that, Ilak pulls Rotor forward, introducing him, Master, this is Rotor, my most beloved husband, come now. Rotor, say hello to Master, be polite. Ilak bends down, urging Rotor, where are your hands? Then she gently turns his head, praising him. You're such a good boy. Anne Campbell muses, observing them. So, it seems you two share such unique pastimes as husband and wife. It's rather intriguing, and not poorly executed at all. Ilak, feeling a blush, modestly replies, Oh Master, you flatter me. I actually think, if it were you, Master, in my place, you surely would have made the one you love, whether it be their very body or their soul, completely subdued and obedient. Wouldn't you agree, compared to you, Master? I still have so much to learn. Suddenly, Anne Campbell lets out a deep sigh. No, truly, you have done exceptionally well. I won't hide this from you. It's precisely because of my own carelessness and negligence that my young master, the one I cherish, slipped right through my grasp and escaped my arms. Ilak gasps in surprise. The young master, the one you love, could it possibly be? She exclaims, startling Anne Campbell. Mr. Munn. Anne Campbell hastily confirms. Yes, exactly. No mistake. So, it truly is, as I suspected. The young master has indeed visited your place before, isn't that right? Illick nods her head, affirming, yes, that's correct. Then she asks, where exactly is he right now? A moment later, Illick explains. Why, he was right here. This afternoon, while I was on my way back home, I encountered Mr. Mun, his clothes torn and tattered, and so, I brought him back to this very place, prepared a meal for him, and allowed him to temporarily stay here. However, it wasn't for very long. Just a little while ago, I heard some unsettling sounds coming from this room, but when I went to check, Mr. Mun had already departed, without so much as a single word of farewell, and Campbell frowned, asking, how long has he been gone? Illick replied, not even 2 hours yet. Master, there is no need to worry. Before, I learned a unique magic, the tracking spell used by hunters, when they are hunting their prey. I can make Mr. Mun's footprints appear. In a night like this, he couldn't have gone far at all. It's still not too late to chase him down now. Master, please wait here for a moment. I will go perform the spell right now. And Campbell replied, then I shall trouble you with this. Suddenly, Illick turned her head, offering a reminder. Oh, that's right, Master. This house is not actually mine, so please do not wander around freely, especially not into the other rooms of this house. It's best that you do not leave this very room. And Campbell agreed. Yes, I understand completely. I will wait for you right here then. And Campbell gazed at the pillow on the bed, feeling wistful. Young master, she reached out, gently touching the pillow with affection. After that, and Campbell then placed her long, slender legs onto the soft bed. She complained, I crossed 3 fortresses, running all the way here. Do you hate me that much? That you ran away? Why can't you just accept my love for you? Suddenly, the person right in front of her captured Anne Campbell's attention. Drawing her gaze completely, she looked at Roger, softly exclaiming, Illick's husband. But suddenly, his eyes broke free from her complete control. The control of that wicked woman? Roger suddenly clutched his head, writhing in pure agony. He cried out in deep anguish, Illick, everyone, don't do it, she asked. Bewildered. Are you still all right? Roger, her husband, then repeated, Illick. Suddenly, he grabbed in Campbell's hand, shouting frantically, yes, Illick, the very last room. You must escape it. Get out of this place immediately, Illick. And then he, once again, sank into a state of unconsciousness, and Campbell stood there, looking at Roger, who had once again fallen into a docile state like a puppy, and Campbell, bewildered, repeated, Illick, the very last door. She then stepped out quickly, walking to the end of the corridor, asking, is this the place he meant? And Campbell reached out to twist the doorknob, only to find it was locked, so she quickly used her powerful magic, using her own inner power to unlock it. After that, and Campbell gently stepped inside, and immediately, her beautiful face turned dark with horror. Inside, countless people were hanging lifelessly from the trees, and Campbell glanced around, realizing these people were none other than, she exclaimed in pure horror, the very townsfolk themselves, and Campbell's face turned incredibly grim. Illick, it was her. She is, truly. Just then, Illick appeared right beside her. So, Master, you've discovered my secret, haven't you? But it doesn't matter at all. Master, you and I, we are exactly the same kind of people. Master, you can surely understand me perfectly, can't you? Her face was twisted in a mad frenzy. I love him beyond all measure. Both women radiated an overwhelming, murderous aura, and Campbell declared, so that's how it truly is. She emphasized, you've been corrupted by an evil god, Illick. Suddenly, Illick covered her face, breaking into a delighted, maniacal laughter. Her laughter grew wilder, more deranged. An evil god? Master, how can you speak of the great god of love in such a way? That's extremely disrespectful, you know. The god of love has treated me very kindly. In order to fulfill the wishes of everyone I love, he was incredibly generous, granting me the power to make those wishes come true. And Campbell asked in confusion, what is the price for gaining that wish-granting power? Illick calmly shook her head. A price? There is none. My lord demanded nothing at all. He merely helped me better understand my own body. My master and I are the same kind of people. Now, there's only one final sacrifice left for the god of love. That's all. You'll accept my love, won't you? And Campbell sighed helplessly, realizing she was beyond saving. She stepped forward, lowering Illick's guard. Illick became excited. That's wonderful. I knew my master would understand me. Don't worry, master. You are my master, so I'll be very gentle when I carve you up. But Campbell suddenly dashed forward. Activating Iron Guard, she slashed straight through Illick. Illick clutched her wound and asked, why, master? Then she collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, and Campbell spoke coldly, apologizing to Ilak. I can't let you harm any more people. Ilak coughed violently on the ground. I never hurt anyone. Master, I only gave them my love. I love them. What's wrong with that? Suddenly, and Campbell shouted in anger. Enough. Her eyes turning ice cold. That was never love. Ilak asked curiously. Not love? Then what was it? It was clearly love. Possessing everyone I love. Wasn't that what you taught me? And Campbell turned away helplessly, whispering an apology. As she walked, her thoughts spiraled. The seduction of the evil god had twisted love itself into killing everyone you love. And Campbell covered her face in guilt. I ruined her. This was all my fault. There was still some distance before finding the young master, so I should bury her first. Suddenly, a voice startled her. I love you, the mad voice echoed. I love you so much. The voice kept repeating, Master, I love you endlessly. A massive wave of crimson darkness surged forward, and Campbell instantly realized it was the evil god. At that very moment, Muncambeo was sprinting non-stop down the road. After a while, he stopped, gasping for breath. He wiped the sweat from his face. He'd run this far without being chased. It should be safe now. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching from behind. Mun raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light. When it faded, he froze in shock. Mun stared at the scattered white bones in confusion. What the heck was that, a meteor shower? He heard a sound and realized it was a human voice. It felt strangely familiar. And then, he saw the injured woman ahead and shouted, and Campbell wiped the blood from the young master's face. As expected, you were nearby. I finally found you. Mun rushed over anxiously. What happened? Why are you hurt like this? Did you fight someone? Can you stand? She spoke with difficulty. This isn't the time for that. I'll block her path. Young master, run. Mun panicked. Run? The mysterious voice was closing in. Where is my master? Master, I love you. Mun froze as he spoke. The evil god was approaching. Come. Accept my love. Merge with me and become one. Mun stared in horror at the monster before him. What is that? Ilak's voice echoed eerily. Oh, Mr. Mun. Arrows suddenly rained down. I love you too. Mun stood frozen, unable to react, and Campbell suddenly appeared beside him. Young master, get out of the way. She dragged Mun out of danger instantly. At Campbell's feet, a bleeding gash suddenly appeared. She endured it silently, continuing to move through the smoke. Mun winced. Damn, that hurts. And Campbell collapsed to the ground. Young master. Mun froze, staring straight at her. He slowly helped her up, noticing her trembling leg. She whispered shakily, I'm fine. Suddenly she pushed his arm away. I'll hold her off. Young master, run. Mun worriedly called out. She turned back with a smile. Don't worry. After I deal with her, I'll catch up. Ilak's massive crimson form appeared. Master, Mr. Mun. A streak of light pierced through. Perfect timing, you're together. Then accept my love. And Campbell gripped her blade, face ice cold. A dark life force surged from Mun. Cambeo output, 200%. And Campbell recoiled in shock, full firepower. In an instant, Mun pulled her out of the danger zone. The two of them landed safely outside the smoke, and Campbell stared in disbelief. Young master. Why? Mun replied coldly. You're terrible at lying. If you could have handled it, you would have done so long ago. And you still told me to run. No matter how harsh you are to me, you're still a maid of my household. How could I watch you die? And when it comes to running away, your young master here is an absolute expert, I tell you. Mun Campbell held Anne Campbell close in his arms, moving with incredible, breathtaking speed. In a matter of mere moments he, carrying her, gently touched down, with a landing so soft, it was like a feather. Mun Campbell began to pant, his breath coming in ragged gasps, and Campbell gazed at him, her eyes filled with concern. Young Master Mun Campbell simply shook his head gently. Do not worry yourself, my dear. Now that we've made it this far, we'll be safe very soon. But then, without any warning, everything around them began to swirl with a powerful, gusting wind. Ilak lunged forward once more, her voice booming out. Accept my love. I truly adore you. My beloved. Mun Campbell gritted his teeth. Hold on tight. Don't you dare let go. And Campbell cried out in a panicked voice. Wait a moment, young master. What in the world are you trying to do? Giant, colossal hands simultaneously pursued them both. Ilak, with a sudden jarring halt, came to an abrupt stop as they plunged into the water. Mun Campbell mused silently to himself. If I'm not mistaken, her fearsome power will find it incredibly difficult to maintain its form in water. The vibrant red aura began to dissipate, blending into the flowing water. Sure enough, Mun Campbell's gaze suddenly froze, as he quickly darted his eyes to the side. Huh. And Campbell's eyes were tightly, stubbornly shut. Don't tell me, Anne. You can't even swim. To think we'd be thwarted right here, right now. How utterly frustrating. Truly, you are absolutely impossible to deal with. He instantly cast aside his current fleeting thoughts. Without hesitation, he lowered his lips to Anne Campbell's. The ominous red life energy began to show signs of returning to the very surface of the ground. Ilak began to revert back into her original form, a human shape, as the scent of blood vanished entirely. Why is my love so exquisitely pure? Then why? Oh why? Do they not accept my burning love? Her immense power began to surge, growing stronger still. Why is this happening? As long, crimson streaks, razor-sharp and violent, lashed out, sending fragments of rock flying, the monstrous being continued its chilling monologue. Never mind, it's quite all right. It truly doesn't matter. After all, there's only one final person remaining for me. The offering for the great god of love, though I'm incredibly reluctant. But just wait for me, my beloved, my dearest master, and Mr. Mun. You too will see. Wait until I have truly ascended and become a genuine deity. I will compel all of you to accept my powerful love. Mun Campbell softly, almost tenderly, uttered, "This might sting just a little bit, I'm afraid. So please, try to bear with it. Just for a moment." And Campbell, ever so obediently, replied, "Yes, sir." She tried her very best to cover her mouth with her hand. Her ankle has now been carefully bandaged up, and like this, there shouldn't be any further issues. The pain in her foot will have to wait until we return to find a hospital for treatment, but at the very least, the persistent bleeding has finally stopped, and Campbell's face was bewildered. "Young master, I truly don't understand." He paused, looking at her, and asked, "What is it you don't understand?" And Campbell continued, her voice soft and hesitant. "I have done so many awful things to young master, even locking you away in a dungeon, just to possess you. Young master must surely despise me with all your heart. Just now, it was perfectly clear you only needed to abandon me." Mun Campbell cut her off, his voice firm. "So then, tell me, have you finally realized the grave mistake you made?" And Campbell stammered, then admitted, "I truly was wrong, so wrong. Before, when I was trying to capture young master for myself, I had dealings with Elok back then. For her to become such a corrupted worshipper, I am the one who bears the greatest responsibility for this. And all those things I did to young master before. Young master, aren't you going to blame me for them? My actions nearly caused young master's demise." Suddenly, her wrist was firmly grasped by him. "Oh my. The things you did to me in the past. Logically speaking, they were quite outrageous, indeed. But love itself, inherently, has no right or wrong. It was merely an incorrect way of expressing your affection. If you now realize your mistake, then simply change. Ultimately, your actions were simply about wanting to possess me, and not truly intending to cause me any harm. Isn't that the truth? Now, pull yourself together, and cheer up. Just take a good look at this. Isn't your young master here still alive and well, right? After this, please do not think such strange thoughts anymore. You understand me now." And Cambio's eyes widened in sheer astonishment as she gazed upon young master. Mun Cambio thought to himself with excitement, "Oh, how incredibly cool. Truly, I am living up to my own reputation." Looking at Anne's expression, she must have surely understood. Now this particular, obsessive trait of Anne's might finally be restored to normal. Suddenly, and without warning, Cambio unexpectedly attacked him with a passionate kiss. Her body was tightly embracing Mun Cambio, Anne's entire being, and Cambio's face nestled into his shoulder with tenderness. So pure and wonderfully warm to the touch, utterly sincere and incredibly gentle. Young master is truly just as he was 10 years ago. I tried so hard to corrupt you over time, you see, to make you exclusively mine forever. Was the most foolish thing I have ever done. Truly, I was wrong. And Cambio's knee slowly moved closer. Now that young master's full power has been restored, my current self has also recovered to peak condition. For young master, even if it were a god, I would slay them. Suddenly, her wound throbbed with pain. Oh my goodness. Mun Cambio panicked, urging her to please be careful. You just lost a considerable amount of blood, remember. So you are still incredibly weak at this moment. Do not try to push yourself too hard. Indeed, I am still far too weak to fight. If only I could become just a little bit stronger. All right. That is quite enough. I will go outside and check if Elak has pursued us. For now, please get some much-needed rest. There is no movement, so for now, we should be safe. Earlier, you mentioned Elak was a corrupted worshipper, correct? And Cambio called out from within the room. To be precise, she is a true evil god. he wondered. An evil god. And she continued to explain. Yes, Elak's state is very much like my own in essence, but it differs in the divine power she wields. For instance, people like us are directly blessed by the gods. After the great divine beings take notice of our devotion, meanwhile, corrupted worshippers make deals with evil deities. They must pay an extremely heavy price for such power, in exchange for the might of a true divinity, that aura of Elak, that overwhelming power she exuded. It felt as if she was no longer merely a fanatic worshipper of a typical, ordinary evil deity anymore. Through my intense one-on-one combat with her just now, I could distinctly sense and perceive that Elak's power was continuously and relentlessly surging. ManhwaCapped pondered deeply over these revelations. The very origin of the greatest disaster, a cataclysmic force, 3 legendary catastrophes, known throughout history, that nearly wiped humanity from existence. Each time, the shadow of a malevolent evil god loomed large, and the demon god, foretold to shatter the world itself, is none other than one of these very evil gods. In this terrifying state, Elak's power is surging, growing exponentially. Hold on, as she frantically made her escape. She seemed to murmur something about only needing one more offering. What do you mean? The final offering. The last individual. Could it be? Campbell voiced, his concern rising. What are you possibly thinking, young master? Campbell asked, gently taking her arm. He explained, the horrific appearance of Elak now, as she wiped out the entire village. It's no longer a mere transaction with an evil god. If my suspicions are correct, then the evil god controlling her is attempting to use her body to complete a ritual, to descend and manifest fully in our world. She claimed only one more offering is needed. We must rush to the city of Belen immediately, before she makes that final, dreadful sacrifice. The very last person. There are life churches and evil god altars there, because if we fail, when the evil god finally descends upon us, it won't just be a matter of destroying a few villages. Campbell interrupted sharply. Absolutely not. If I am truly as the young master claims, then I cannot possibly leave now. The conditions for the evil god's descent are already fulfilled. He gasped in surprise. How could that be possible? This is a desolate and abandoned place. Aside from us two, there's no one else left alive. Suddenly, Campbell's gaze froze, a realization dawning. That's not right, she murmured, her voice filled with dread. Campbell's eyes turned grim, filled with a stark truth. Besides, you and me, the two of us, there's still one more living soul remaining in this village. Campbell gasped in sudden, dawning horror. Elak's husband, Campbell declared, rising to his feet. The moment the ritual is completed is undoubtedly its most vulnerable point. It will need precious time to fully adapt to Elak's vessel. Now is my singular, final chance to end this threat. That child called me master. I am the one who failed her. Whether it's for Elak or for the countless innocent lives lost, I must bear this immense responsibility. Campbell looked at him, cutting in. I will go with you. Campbell vehemently refused, his voice laced with urgency. No, he stated firmly. Young master cannot come with me. Campbell's eyes widened in genuine surprise. Why? Campbell continued, his resolve clear. This matter has absolutely no connection to the young master. The young master does not need to endanger himself for me. He shot back. Who says it isn't related at all? I am not going because of you. Not truly. Now that you mention it, let me remind you, I still owe that young lady a meal of gratitude. I don't know if, at that specific moment, she was already fully corrupted by that darkness, but I could truly sense that in that fleeting moment, her intentions were genuine and sincere. Once you've shared a meal in someone's home, that's practically half a friendship already formed, and if we are indeed friends, then I have a duty to see her off, through to the very end. This is my unwavering will, my resolve, and I will not accept any form of opposition. Campbell could only watch, speechless, as he continued. This isn't just about willpower. Not at all. Young master, haven't you seen it yet? We are so far away from the city right now, there's barely any iron available for us. My full power simply cannot be unleashed. Even if I risk my very life to fight, I might not even be able to defeat Elak, and you certainly can't guarantee the safety of our young master here. Finishing her words, she leaned into Campbell's arms, and tears began to stream down her face. Please, I'm begging you. Young master, this whole situation, it's all my fault. If you were to suffer any harm because of this, I could never forgive myself, even in death, he gently murmured. So your power can't be unleashed. Huh. Suddenly, Campbell's gaze sharpened. Looking behind them, in the distance, a coin was glinting on the ground. Campbell, slowly, deliberately, began to move. Anne stood there, utterly bewildered. Young master. In Moonkambeo's open palm, a radiant light began to glow. His illumination spell. Well, what a shocking surprise. It truly seems heaven doesn't close all doors on us. Anne's eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? Before their very eyes were wooden barrels filled with gold. I wondered why there were so many blade marks. On the rock at the cave's entrance, it seems this must be the very place where mountain bandits once stashed away their stolen treasures. The sharpness, though not quite matching my own blade, will definitely be enough for our needs. Mooncambeo turned around, smiling. Anne, are you ready? Behind Incambeo, a pair of wings suddenly unfurled. Yes, I am fully prepared. Excellent, he continued with a grin. Let's go. Let's go for your disciple. For my dear friend, for our beloved Lady Ilak. Let's go and set her free. From a great distance, a figure stood high above, gazing intently towards the colossal monster, a crimson beast on the opposing peak. Ilak, now in her monstrous form, with countless arms, she shrieked out loud, Roger, where are you? Where are you? My love? Oh, my dearest Roger, I love you. Mooncambeo stood silently, observing. He remarked, Anne was not wrong at all. Her power is continuously surging and growing. This form, it's more than 10 times larger than before, a demon god of this terrifying caliber. Cambeo took a deep, steady breath, then sighed. Oh, if only I had known sooner, I wouldn't have bothered pretending. My goodness, it's an evil god. Even Cilicia back then was like this. She clearly had better choices. But, oh well. Let's forget it. This is something no one ever wanted to happen. To run off myself seeking reinforcements, leaving Anne to sacrifice herself all alone. How could I ever bring myself to do such a thing? Even if I'm cursed to fall ill here, and we'll be alright. Tonight. Let's just get this all taken care of. Hey. Ilak. The call instantly caught her attention. That voice, that familiar voice, Cambeo shouted. Focus your attention this way, he declared. In an instant, Ilak recognized him. Mr. Moon. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Mr. Moon himself. So, you've finally given in and accepted her love, have you? Mun Campbell's expression darkened, growing utterly serious. I would never, ever accept her twisted affections, for I am a proud and daring paratrooper. Then he spread his arms wide, a dramatic gesture. Tiptoeing, he gathered his momentum, leaping off the platform. Plunging downwards, he let out a mighty yell. Paratrooper number 1, Mun Campbell, is ready for action. Ilak, intrigued, followed his descent with her gaze. From the grotesque, colossal mouth of the entity, a viscous stream of crimson liquid began to pour forth, and then, in her human guise, she dramatically reappeared, immediately rushing towards Sir Mun with fierce intent. Under the brilliant, shining moonlight, their two forms emerged clearly. He was still free-falling, and then, just as he predicted, Mun Campbell was caught by Anne, who swept him away. Listen, Anne, now I will tell you exactly what needs to be done. First, after being corrupted by the malevolent dark god, Ilak, without a doubt, cannot be killed so easily, not by any conventional methods known to us. I am quite certain you have already experienced this firsthand. So, the path forward is clear then. Our primary objective is not to kill or awaken her, but to uncover the very source of the evil god's power, which is precisely the medium the dark god uses, to transmit its terrifying, corrupting power. A ring, a necklace, or perhaps some other trinket, an ancient protective charm, or anything of that nature. The fundamental rules of this world simply do not allow for the unauthorized transmission of power. Not even the most revered deities can bypass this. So, the energy source must certainly be right there with her. I need you to open up a clear path for me. And questioned, open a path? What do you mean? Mun Campbell replied, exactly. You'll use your immense firepower to suppress her, while I, on the other hand, will rely on my exceptional skills, my own nimble and agile mobility, to pinpoint the source of corruption embedded within her. It will only take me a brief 10 minutes. Once those 10 minutes have elapsed, if I still haven't found it, we immediately retreat. And hesitated, her voice filled with apprehension. But young master, even though my golden artifacts have been replenished, I am still not entirely sure I can effectively suppress Ilak's current terrifying, corrupted form. Do not worry, I will distract her momentarily, and try my best to make her drop her guard. Afterward, you deliver one powerful blow, a critical, suppressing strike. My dear Anne, and vehemently objected, this will absolutely not do. Even if Ilak's monstrous sacrificial plan hasn't fully succeeded, she is still a genuine, dangerous, dark god. To let the young master go and act as a mere decoy, I would rather take you away from here. Right this very instant, then risk that. Campbell spoke gently, a soft, reassuring tone. For people like us, in this challenging situation, someone without powerful combat abilities like myself must absolutely act as the necessary decoy. And as for the potential danger, my dear An, I am entrusting that crucial task to you entirely. As the most exceptional maid of our entire family, you will protect me, won't you, my loyal maid? Anne was deeply moved by his words. Young master. But young master, there is still one thing. How will I possibly know the perfect moment to strike? Do not worry. The perfect timing for your strike is precisely, absolutely right now. Campbell found himself in grave peril, for he was now completely surrounded by countless dark crimson arms. Anne closes her eyes and instantly water envelops her whole body. Then a gleaming silver sword materializes right before our eyes. She raises her hand, causing the water droplets to freeze in place, transforming them into countless razor-sharp projectiles, and they hurtle straight towards the monster far below. This causes Ilak to shriek out in agonizing pain. Ah, Ilak, the urgent cry instantly catches her attention. It is, and Campbell's sword in hand, charging directly towards her. She decisively plunges the blade deep into Ilak's stomach, leaving Ilak absolutely stunned. Master, so you have truly returned to us then? And softly replies with a firm, yes, I am home. Ilak asks, you came to save me, didn't you? Another glowing sword is instantly conjured into existence. How dare you hurt the young master, the one I cherish most? With those fierce words on, Campbell delivers another decisive strike, but her attack is powerfully intercepted. Ilak, now a colossal, monstrous entity, unleashes countless grotesque tentacles launching a relentless assault, all aimed directly at Anne Campbell. She uses her powerful wings to soar backwards towards her foe, and with a dramatic sweep of her hand she summons a massive, sharp spear. Using all her might, she hurls it straight at the monstrous Ilak. The powerful impact ignites a colossal explosion. Smoke and dust billow, obscuring everything from view. Ilak rises completely unscathed. A chilling voice echoes out to them. You must attack her with silver energy. This is the most effective tactic to eradicate evil beings, especially potent against the demon clan. But alas, it is truly unfortunate. These feeble attempts will have no effect on her at all. Oh master, dear master. After all, she is a divine being, is she not? A sudden new voice makes Ilak gasp in surprise. From above, Campbell, sword in hand, cries, take this strike. Super lightning cyclone slash. The powerful strike comes crashing down, and has been expertly cleaved in two. The core must be within Ilak, causing her to instantly regenerate the severed part. With a sinister smirk, Master Campbell watches on, and Campbell, startled, activates her iron defense technique. But it cannot fully block the incoming strike, sending him crashing violently to the ground as debris flies everywhere. Campbell, after the impact, coughs up a torrent of blood. Is this truly the power of a malevolent god? If it were not for Anne's immediate protection, then he surely would not have survived that last devastating blow. Ilak creates a colossal crimson orb of energy. Did you really believe she was not paying attention to you, Master Mun? The truth is, she has been waiting for you all this time. Come now, accept her, smile gradually turning sinister. Accept her twisted love forevermore. A terrifying surge of power erupts from her, and Campbell, seeing this, frantically flies towards the young master. Ilak glances over and snarls, do not get in my way any longer. Master, a massive hand swings directly at Anne. At that precise moment, the attack lands exactly where Campbell had fallen, and also takes the hit, falling to her knees beside him. Dirt and rocks fly wildly in every direction. Anne is utterly devastated. Young master, no, this cannot be, I have not yet. Ilak, with a suspicious scoff, asks, are you trying that trick again? Where have you hidden him? Before Ilak can even finish her sentence, and Campbell, sword in hand, charges furiously forward. How dare you hurt the young master, the one I cherish most? I will unleash all of this burning rage upon you, and inflict harm upon people. Oh no, no. At this very moment, Campbell is resting on a sturdy tree branch, you see, not far from where the fierce battle unfolded. No, not at all. His wounds are agonizing, causing him to break out in cold, clammy sweat. His entire body is trembling uncontrollably from the sheer pain. Suddenly, a firm hand reaches out and gently stops him, keeping him steady. Please, do not move your body at all. Just stay still. Open your mouth wide and quickly drink this vital stamina potion. Campbell looks at him with suspicion. Are you, in fact, Ilak's husband? He asks. The man, his face marred by battle scars, responds, yes, that is correct. After downing the potion, Moon feels life surging back into his very veins. Thank you, my friend, truly, because just a moment ago, when I was spitting blood, I was convinced that today, My life would tragically end right here. The mysterious stranger reveals his identity. My name is Roger, he says. And what is your name, young man? He asks. I am ManhwaCapped. ManhwaCapped, still reeling, inquires, just what exactly is going on here? Roger, with a heavy sigh, begins to explain. Oh yes, Lady Anne and Ilak are locked in a truly ferocious and brutal battle, he states. But from what I can observe, it appears that Lady Anne, unfortunately, will not be able to endure for much longer, I am afraid. ManhwaCapped, his mind racing, expresses his deepest confusion. So, why did things spiral so dramatically out of control in this manner? He asks. You are Ilak's husband, are you not? So you must know something. You must certainly know the true reason why she transformed, becoming a devoted follower of the Dark God. Tell me, is that not right? Roger, his face etched with profound helplessness, slowly sighs. I truly do not know when Ilak was first seduced by that dark influence, he admits. But one thing I know, with certainty, all of this is because of me, sadly. If only I had managed to detect all of this. The subtle changes, the inner workings of her heart and mind, much sooner. Oh, if only. Now, whatever I say or do, it is simply far too late to change anything. Her entire consciousness has been utterly consumed by the malevolent dark god. As her husband and her partner, I bear a tremendous burden of responsibility. I have the solemn responsibility to put a stop to all of this madness, to set her soul free from this terrible, wretched torment. ManhwaCapped states that he and Anne share the very same fervent belief. That is precisely why we made our determined way back here. Now, if we allow her to depart from the sacred land of Biolan, oh no, then everything, absolutely everything, will be completely lost forever. Therefore, tell me, Roger, do you know anything crucial? Do you know the exact location of the Dark God's powerful relic? Roger pauses, a look of profound hesitation clouding his weary face. I have not yet witnessed any item emitting the malevolent aura of the Dark God. ManhwaCapped immediately refutes him. No, that simply cannot be right. Roger, I implore you, think very carefully about this. She has already taken the lives of every single person within that wretched village. Where did she offer all those countless sacrifices? Tell me. Where? If she wishes to make a sacred offering to a dark, unholy artifact, then surely there must be a tangible target for her dark ritual. Correct. An object of sacrifice, you say. That is an intriguing thought. I did once witness a horrifying image after Ilak brutally harmed someone. If my eyes did not deceive me, it appeared to be centered on the very heart. On her chest, a pulsating, fiery crimson mark prominently appeared. Yes, Ilak's voice rings out, filled with anguish and a powerful, desperate scream. All she ever truly desired, you see, was simply to have all of you accept her desperate, profound yearning for love and affection. Why, oh why, did every single one of you consistently reject her? Tell me. Moon and Roger are tragically no longer here with us, you see. So, the final and most precious offering must surely be you, dear one. Her very own beloved and cherished master. You are the last, yes. Suddenly, a voice, clearly strained and filled with immense difficulty, rings out. Ilak, the fourth offering before us is Roger aiding Moon. The voice declares. Roger is seen gently assisting ManhwaCapped out from the dense bushes. Ilak, witnessing this sight, is deeply moved and covers her mouth, aghast. Lady Anne, watching the scene unfold, is also equally taken aback. Truly, my young master. Give my young master back to me right now, she demands. Lady Anne, without a moment's hesitation, instantly charges forward with force. Just then, a colossal, mighty punch suddenly slams directly into her. So hard, Lady Anne, her sharp senses on high alert, instantly perceives the danger. Oh, yes. She prepares to unleash powerful magic from her open palm. Indeed, a massive shield materializes, blocking the powerful strike. But the sheer force of the blow proves too overwhelming, shattering the shield and sending her crashing down to the ground. Ilak's voice rings out now. This is the very moment my beloved Roder and we reunite, and you are no longer needed. My master knew it all along. He loves me, and in the end, he not only returned to my side. My dear, he even brought Sir Mun back for me. Oh, how perfectly obedient. The number of sacrifices is now complete. We just need the great love god to descend upon us, and everything will return exactly as it was before. We will be together for all eternity. Tell me, isn't that absolutely right, Roder? Ilak says, oh yes, that's right. I completely forgot you are still under my psychic control. My darling, please do not worry your pretty little head. Once all of this is over, I will set you free. Rotor replies, his voice steady. You are not wrong, Ilak. We will indeed be by each other's side forever. But something seems to leave her completely speechless. It turns out Rotor has just plunged his sword straight into her heart. It was I who truly harmed you, Ilak. If only I had realized it sooner. You would not have turned into this lost and twisted form, with absolutely no way back to yourself. But that is perfectly alright. This miserable fate, I will fully atone for, right alongside you. Earlier, Mun Campbell had questioned Rotor. You said this plan carries unavoidable risks. They are far too great. We just ambushed her twice. Ilak must now be completely on her guard, and given her immense combat power, it will be incredibly difficult to approach her once more. Rotor had responded, trust me fully, if my judgment is not mistaken. Her vision when she fully merges into her blood form will be significantly poorer than when she reveals her true complete form. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to reveal her true half form when she engages in fierce combat, so she risked damaging her true self. It is highly probable that only by doing so could she truly lock onto her specific target. Lady Anne? Mun asks. What is it, Rotor? Mun admires Rotor's incredibly delicate consideration of every single detail. He has just analyzed Ilak's current state with such swift precision. Rotor offers a wry chuckle. Haha, well, after all, I was once a formidable B-rank adventurer. You know, in short, if this truly is me, I will absolutely create this vital opportunity for you. And if anything unexpected happens, I swear to you, if you unfortunately meet any tragic end today, it will only ever be after my own demise. Mun replies, do not speak such terribly unlucky words, Rotor. We will still greet the glorious dawn of tomorrow. Let us charge forward, my friend. Rotor then thinks, I am so sorry, Mun. And also, thank you, Mun, for everything. Ilak, having just been stabbed, is utterly dumbfounded. Rotor, meanwhile, with every ounce of his remaining strength, yells out, Mun. Mun Campbell hears his call and instantly rushes forward. You cursed evil god, you heinous fiend, you get out here and face me. His hand passes clean through her body. Mun Campbell is momentarily astonished, as if he has just touched something solid inside her. I have found it, at last. I just need to utterly destroy all of it. But before he can finish, Ilak furiously retaliates. Give me back the great love god, right now. And Rotor suddenly appears before her. Seeing him take the blow, Mun Campbell reacted. His eyes widened in utter shock, astonished, and at that moment, Ilak was just as panicked, slowly transforming back into his human form. Both of them screamed out Rotor's name in unison, and he whispered weakly, I told you I would stay by your side until the very end. Ilak's tears poured down, uncontrollable, absolutely refusing to stop flowing. Then, an immense burst of energy fiercely erupted, its sheer power throwing Mun Campbell far away. Coughing, he wondered what was happening. Hadn't the core of the heart shown him something that completely silenced him, leaving him utterly speechless? A gigantic pillar of blood began to manifest. Has the ritual truly been completed already? Anne, still unconscious, was pulled into the blood pillar. Damn it all. The shadow step. He instantly activated his fastest technique, unleashing his full power, transforming into a black lightning bolt. He swiftly approached and tightly grabbed Anne's hand. What in the world is this joke? I merely scolded you with a few words. Are you really so enraged, so shamed, that you would personally descend upon us yourself? You wretched god of love. How could I possibly allow you to devour my beloved maid? Absolutely not. There is no other way. At this point, we only have one last gamble left. Mun Campbell, pulling Anne with all his might, screamed, Heichi, please. I am also slowly being consumed completely. Save me. After an unknown amount of time, Mun Campbell's eyes snapped open. Is this the space of the Black Tome? He lay there sprawled out, completely nude. So, you were the one who pulled me into this. Do you have a way to save on? Tell me. Heichi nodded vigorously, confirming it. Of course, without a doubt. Suddenly, Heichi continuously motioned to Mun Campbell. You want me to look up above? He questioned. What could possibly be up there? Why would I? Before he could even react, he looked up and saw a gigantic, fiery creature. So enormous, it completely startled him, taking his breath away. What the heck? Mun Campbell stood below, craning his neck upwards, his face etched with utter horror and panic. A searing, oppressive sensation, the colossal eye ablaze. This is... Suddenly something crashed down, making Mun Campbell jump out of his skin. Startled, the Scarlet Lord, master of all-consuming destruction, the dreaded god of ruin, destroyer of all living things, bringing calamity and change to the mortal world, Kui, the Blight Lord. He threw his hands up to his face, letting out a groan. Another wicked god, Heichi, Moon Camel, exasperated, grabbed the book and shouted, "Damn it all. I told you to find a way, a solution to save Anne, not to bring yet another malevolent god into this place. This is Kui, the Blight King himself. Are you really trying to feed us directly into the mouth of the tiger? Just to reap your own personal benefits? Do you truly believe that before this old tiger could even be drawn to me, I wouldn't have had a heart attack and died first?" The flames behind him suddenly surged forward, making him freeze. It spoke, a slow, parched voice, proclaiming, "Mortal." Moon Camel, startled, quickly straightened up and replied, "Yes, that, my Lord Kui, heir, my prince, no. Oh my, the great god seeks me. What commands do you have for your humble servant, sir? Please just speak your mind. Tell me what you need. If there's any way I can assist you, I will absolutely do it. No questions asked." It didn't even bat an eye and pressed on, telling me about your own personal business. Do you truly desire raw, untamed power? He heard that and his face instantly drenched in cold sweat. Wait, is this the incredible power of your own making, sir? ManhwaCapped shot a quick glance at the dark tome, muttering to himself, "No way, this absolutely cannot be happening right now. Brother, is this truly the only path to save my very soul? Can you actually pull this off? Come on, my friend. While I understand that only true magic can truly conquer another's magic, but what good is it to banish one sinister demon god, only to trade it for another brand new demon lord? What in the world is the meaning of all this madness?" He tremblingly turned back, speaking to the powerful entity. Who wouldn't crave such incredible power? Only a fool wouldn't, especially coming from someone as mighty as you, sir. Suddenly, a single page flew right out, startling ManhwaCapped, making him flinch in shock. "Oh, hey there, old black book. What exactly are you doing now?" The demon god observed the page as it floated towards him, looking puzzled. It then let out a sharp click of its tongue. Immediately afterward, the flames erupted even more powerfully. He grew even more panicked, frantically ran his hands through his already messy hair. "Even if I can't see a single feature of his face, I can tell. I can clearly sense it, without a doubt. I can still perceive that disdainful expression of his, plain as day. It seems he's grown quite angry, and that's not good. What exactly did you fly out for him to read? What was on that page?" While he was completely tangled up in his own confusion, the demon god's voice echoed, "The transaction is complete. My terms are met." ManhwaCapped, utterly bewildered, looked up and asked, What did you just say? Can you repeat that?" It then spoke, clarifying for him with a thoughtful hum. "I can bestow power upon you without requiring anything in return, truly. But do you truly, deeply, wish to accept such a gift?" The demon god's eyes widened, staring down intently. "Now, accept this, you simple human tongue, and its destiny." ManhwaCapped bowed his head low, listening intently to its words. The immense power of a demon god. It's unbelievable. He managed a small smile, let out a weary sigh, and replied, If it weren't absolutely necessary, I would never choose this path. Then I would never hope to be involved with any demon's power. But tell me, oh great being, do I truly have a choice here?" Outside, a maid with an absolutely stunning figure is waiting for me. She not only loves me dearly, but she also loves to wear black fishnet stockings, and she is patiently waiting for me to come and save her. I have absolutely nothing left to hesitate about now, really. He suddenly dropped to his knees, spreading his arms wide, and screamed out loud, "Come forth, O King of ancient might, I embrace you." At this very moment, he no longer needed to fear the demon god's wrath. It suddenly burst into amused laughter. "You are truly quite interesting, human. Since you are so willingly and completely volunteering yourself, then I shall honor our contract and lend you my immense power." The demon god suddenly surged forward, making ManhwaCapped gasp in horror. "As for whether you can actually endure and contain this power, my friend, that will solely depend on your own personal capabilities." He gritted his teeth, looking up in utter disbelief. What? A colossal flame completely engulfed ManhwaCapped's entire body at once, causing him to scream out in agonizing, unbearable pain. Vivid red veins conspicuously appeared all over his tortured body. "Is this truly the price I must pay, my lord? For stealing the very power of a mighty demon god? Indeed, the pain is truly excruciating. It's unbearable. I can't take it." His vision started to blur, and his eyes darkened significantly. His teeth gritted tightly together as he let out a furious roar. Damn it all. This is just a tiny, insignificant flame. After all, Red King, Lord of Forgiveness, ruler of all worlds. What a pathetic display is this? Munkambeo stomped fiercely downwards and then rocketed high into the air. I'll risk my life with you. He charged straight into the blazing sea of fire. This young master of yours refuses to lose to you lot. Enduring the agony as the flames tore into his flesh, Munkambeo kept cursing non-stop. Damn bastard god. Suddenly, a blue light burst forth high above. The evil god was startled by the sight before him, and his eyes widened. A figure clutching something flew out. From within the beam of light, Ilak stood still, watching. Then spoke this power. The figure moved into a dark corner and sat down. The continuous glow of light, it was him. Munkambeo spoke softly in reassurance. Nkambeo, wait here for a moment. Your young master will be right back. He stood up, not turning his back, and asked, Ilak, you foolishly walked the path of heresy, muttering about love all day long, chanting love endlessly, mindlessly. Was it you? Munkambeo emphasized his question again. What's wrong, aren't you a god? Why do you look so tense? My expression was full of confusion. How was this possible? His face was shrouded in darkness, only his glowing eyes becoming the focal point. You already lent Ilak your power. So what's impossible now? Ever since I was young, I feared pain the most. Yet to gain this power, this young master, paid an unimaginably heavy price. Damn love. God, this chaotic situation. Munkambeo calmly raised his hand. It's time to end this. Ko-Ui's power surged as he unleashed it in full force. Ko-Ui. Divine suppression. Munkambeo stood still, waving his hand to generate a devastating attack. In an instant, Ilak was engulfed by an intense blue light that wrapped around his entire body. The pain made him scream at the top of his lungs. The overwhelming power caused Ilak's body to mutate. No Munkambeo. Only then did he revert to his original form. So this is the power of a god. It's absurdly strong. Suddenly, a faint noise rang out, startling him. Munkambeo grew a little anxious. Sweat slid down his cheek. He's not dead. Ilak pushed himself up from the ground. And yet, my plan was ruined by a tiny worm like you, and by Ko-Ui of all things, the one who counters me the most. What a pity. He can't possibly watch over humans forever. Her mask vanished, revealing dangerously crimson eyes. I'll remember you, Moon Camel. As soon as she finished speaking, Ilak suddenly dissolved into a cloud of dust. We'll meet again, you fool. Staring blankly at the scene before him, unable to recover, Munkambeo panicked, clutching his head and shouting, no way. Divine Lord. I was just joking earlier. A tiny, ordinary human, as incompetent and insignificant as me. How could someone, as formidable as you possibly remember my face, just treat me like a passing fart that came and went? Okay, please. He frantically pressed a hand to his chest, reassuring himself. That's right, my name is Ariel, not Mun. You've got the wrong person. The smoke gradually dispersed, leaving behind only a motionless body. The Divine Lord looked at the scene before him. Munkambeo froze on the spot. This is bad. I've been marked by a perverted god. The road ahead won't be easy. He scratched his head and quickly calmed himself. It doesn't seem that serious after all. That guy just looks scary. But that's about it. If we cross paths again, I'll just go after the Black Tome treasure. Borrow Utu-K's power. One more time, that should settle it. A voice suddenly rang out, making Munkambeo turn his head toward the sound. Young Master Anne. And Campbell suddenly rushed over, sobbing, causing him to pause in surprise. Anne again. You're awake, what's wrong? She cried as she replied with a soft M. And Campbell's body trembled slightly. Just now, I thought I had lost you forever, young master. Munkambeo smiled and gently patted her head to comfort her. All right. Don't worry anymore. See, I'm perfectly fine now. The evil god has been dealt with as well. Good girl. Don't cry, everything is over. She raised her hand and gently wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. After waking up, I saw your bare back. The evil god was gone too. You did it, didn't you? Anne's question made Campbell hesitate slightly before replying. Well, he scratched his cheek, thought for a moment, then spoke. If Anne knew I had made a deal with the evil god, she would inevitably worry, so for now, it's better not to tell her. About Uituka, we successfully found her heart and destroyed it immediately. You could say Ilak and her husband joined forces to finish it. Let's not talk about that anymore. You still have something important to do. Hearing that, and Campbell stiffened and asked right away. Something important. Munkambeo suddenly pointed in one direction. She quickly followed his gaze. Over there, Ilak lay on the ground, her eyes barely open. That's Ilak Mun said calmly. Exactly. She only has a faint breath left. It will dissipate very soon. We must make use of this time. From below, she weakly asked, Is that you, master? And Campbell quickly replied, It's me. Ilak asked one more question. Is everything finally over? She responded softly, her voice serene. Her face revealed no flicker of emotion. Everything has finally come to an end. The evil god who controlled me is also utterly vanquished. Isn't that right? Upon hearing that, a wave of joy washed over me. Oh really? That is simply wonderful. Ilak closed her eyes and uttered a heartfelt apology. My deepest apologies, master. I truly deceived you. And Cambio, utterly bewildered, echoed her words. You deceived me. What exactly do you mean? Ilak then began to explain every single detail. In truth, I truly was corrupted by the malevolent evil god. Now, it has absolutely nothing to do with you. Back then, I misled my master. It was only because I desperately wanted you to stay by my side. You see, long before this, I had already formed a certain, undeniable bond with the evil god. By using the flesh and blood of formidable magic beasts to exchange for a seemingly small favor in return, but alas, Roger was simply far too outstanding. If I didn't resort to even a small bit of trickery, then I would never have been able to keep pace with him. Throughout this entire period, the evil god himself had not revealed any sign of abnormality at all, until that fateful day arrived. After Master and I had finished our conversation, I gathered every ounce of my courage and confessed my feelings to Roger. And Cambio, consumed by curiosity, cut into Ilak's tale. So, what was the outcome of that? Did you fail? She quickly retorted. No. It was a resounding success. Then, tears began to stream down her face, sparkling like brilliant diamonds in the encroaching darkness. On that very evening, Roger confessed that he truly liked me very much. But alas, we simply could not be together. And Cambio, still utterly baffled, continued to press her. But why? You both clearly have feelings for each other. Why then could you not simply be together? A torrent of painful memories flooded through her mind. Because Tia had told him, quite convincingly, that she was carrying his child, a sacred life. Roger then revealed that he actually liked me too. He had harbored feelings for me for a very long time indeed. He simply never dared to voice those feelings aloud. In a moment of deep sorrow, seeking solace in the bottle, coupled with the comforting words of Tia, he later received the news that Tia was indeed pregnant. As a truly good man, with an unwavering sense of responsibility, he absolutely could not abandon Tia, no matter what. And Cambio, a flicker of unease crossing her face, furrowed her brow and asked, pregnant after just one single encounter, you say? Didn't you harbor any suspicions whatsoever? Not even a tiny bit. Ilak let out a slight cough, then replied, Oh, I certainly harbored doubts. That is precisely why I prayed to that wretched evil god. I desperately wanted to uncover if Tia was truly pregnant or not. And then, when I finally awoke from my slumber, Tia was, well, she was no longer there. The magnificent evil god, in his chilling voice, spoke to me. That the entire story of a child was nothing but a cunning fabrication. It was merely a cunning plot to monopolize Roger's entire life. As she recounted her harrowing tale, and Cambio's tears continued to flow, unchecked and constant. Oh master, love, it is truly far too frail and weak, so utterly fragile that with just one single, insidious lie, it could so effortlessly and cruelly tear apart the deep love between two souls who truly cherished each other. I eventually managed to expose that dreadful lie, but by then, there was absolutely no turning back. Not anymore. Roger, he saw me. He witnessed me taking Tia's life with my very own hands. He believed an evil god had taken hold of me, and so, he wanted to stop me in my tracks. That's why I made a second wish. So desperately, I wanted Roder to accept my love. Forevermore. From that moment on, nothing could ever be undone. As her very last words were softly uttered, Ilak's body began to slowly fade away. Oh master, my regret runs so incredibly deep. If only I could have met you just a little sooner. Her beautiful face was, now drenched with sorrowful, pouring tears. If only I had bravely confessed my love to Roder a little bit sooner, everything would have been all right. But alas, there are no if-onlys in this world. And so, when Ilak finished sending her heartfelt wishes to Encamble, her entire body completely dissolved into nothingness. You simply must find happiness, my dear. Oh master, the glorious dawn has finally broken, with only Ilak's ethereal voice remaining, to echo powerfully through the vast, open air. Please, I beg of you, prove to me now that love can truly bring forth wonderful things. The vast, sweeping Biolan plains stretched out, with warm, bright sunlight softly shining down below, as two peacefully resting bodies were being gently covered, and Campbell gently tilted her head, glancing at the young master. Done, Campbell heard, then frantically shouted with alarm. That's so fast. Wait just a moment, please, I beg. I'm almost finished with this, just a little more. Just the two of them stood together beneath a massive tree. He placed his hands upon his hips, then loudly declared, "It's done." The wooden plaque, carved with Elak and Roder's names, was proudly placed right upon the freshly mounded earth. "May the two of you rest eternally in perfect peace." Both closed their eyes, joining their hands together, showing profound respect for those who had passed on. ManhwaCapped raised a hand to scratch his head, letting out a breath. "Well, I suppose this means they're officially married now, right? Now, come on. Let's get going from here." The two figures stood silently beneath the large tree's canopy, with sunlight piercing through the leaves, casting beams upon them. He tilted his head, looking at her in quiet contemplation, and asked, "What's wrong? Why do you always look so unhappy while we walk? Are you still thinking about Ilak's heartbreaking story?" And Campbell responded with a touch of deep sadness. "Yes, that is certainly true. Ilak's story has made me deeply reflect upon my own self, and the grave errors in my love for the young master from before. You see," as she spoke, her cheeks suddenly blossomed with a rosy blush. "Rationally, my mind knows that I made many mistakes, but my heart, it simply cannot control its overflowing love for you. My lord, young master, is my deep love truly so very wrong?" ManhwaCapped rested a thoughtful hand upon his chin, pondering, "Perhaps that could be true, or perhaps you mistakenly confused possessiveness with true love. That powerful possessiveness, though, it largely arises from an uncontrolled expansion of love, yet their true natures are entirely, completely different, and it's so very easy to confuse the two." Hearing that, and Campbell turned her face to look at him, and asked, "Do you mean, young master, that I have confused raw possessiveness with genuine, true love?" He cast a deeply thoughtful, pensive gaze, as if pondering something incredibly important and profound. I am truly not entirely sure about this. Everyone holds vastly different thoughts within their hearts. So, whether it is truly love or intense possessiveness, only one's own self can truly ever know." After saying that, ManhwaCapped gazed at her, a thought forming deep in his mind. But the one who truly struggled to recognize himself was none other than him. He lifted a hand, shading his eyes, gazing up at the vast blue sky. "The weather we are experiencing today, well, it is really quite pleasant. It is certainly looking quite good. Anne, wouldn't you say?" And Campbell looked at him, then mused silently to herself. "So then, what exactly is this mysterious thing called love, I wonder?" And Campbell unexpectedly spoke up, her voice ringing out, calling for the young master. ManhwaCapped, startled by the sudden call, immediately turned to look. "What is it now? Is there something else you needed to discuss?" She raised both hands to her head, bowing down ever so slightly. "I recall that you once mentioned, when we were both trapped in that dungeon, that it would be possible to forge a truly normal, loving relationship with me. If the young master has indeed made such a profound statement, so then, could it be possible for us to truly, begin?" And Campbell's unexpected question caused him to visibly hesitate for a moment. To begin anew, to restart everything from scratch? No. ManhwaCapped listened intently, pondering her words, not rushing to reply. Well, let's just slow down a bit for now, just in case anything unexpected happens. I still have one crucial question I really want to ask you. So, next, are you planning to escort me back to the Duke's mansion? Perhaps." Before he could even finish articulating his complete thought, she quickly interjected, her answer cutting him off mid-sentence. "That is absolutely correct," and Campbell declared, placing a hand over her heart and bowing. "From the moment I was a small child until now, I have always resided at the Duke's estate, and truly, that magnificent place is the one and only home I have ever known. Naturally, I also harbor absolutely no secret intentions, whatsoever, of ever becoming the revered mistress of the formidable Duke's mansion. We can still very much make use of our current arrangement and work as a dedicated maid to continue serving our esteemed young master. It's just that, well," Anne Campbell's face suddenly flushed a brilliant shade of crimson, causing her to shyly cover it with her hand, feeling quite embarrassed, especially when serving our young master. "Perhaps we could, at the very same time." ManhwaCapped, without a moment's hesitation, unexpectedly grabbed her hand and pulled her along. "Young master, what exactly are you doing, sir?" "This is quite something," he simply smiled, leading in Campbell along behind him. "This is something you still have to ask about. Can you believe it?" She followed obediently behind him, watching his broad back, completely shielded by the incredibly broad back of ManhwaCapped, protecting her from absolutely everything around them. "Come on, let's head on home, shall we?" And Campbell, overjoyed, smiled brightly and happily replied, "Yes, young master." He walked on ahead, a delighted smile playing on his lips, thinking to himself, "Heh, If we count that previous cave incident, then, well, that must mean there has already been some kind of problem again. To think that even a super powerful, an all-conquering Eander, an absolutely invincible being like Anne, actually chose to return to the righteous path. Truly, I am living up to my magnificent name, aren't I? Anne has finally become a completely normal person again. So then, that horrifying outcome of being imprisoned until death itself arrives, or being brutally chopped into 1,000 tiny pieces, surely no longer exists, right? I truly thought that the Campbell household, just 2 days later, this whole evil god situation, it had just landed right here, hadn't it? My 2 eyes, they were already quite dark and sunken. This incredibly familiar sensation of dizzying lightheadedness. Oh no. And look, we have this exact same ceiling right here too. So, where in the world is the actual problem finally hiding? I ask. Or perhaps, what if there was already a major problem that had occurred, that simply could not be resisted in any way by the original timeline, causing the very fabric of time itself to be abruptly reversed? My handcuffs and my leg shackles, they suddenly just popped open. Then, a truly familiar voice called out, reaching my ears, snapping Moon Campbell instantly out of his deep contemplation. Young master, I am here. And Campbell stepped in, carrying something intriguing in her hands. I sincerely apologize for having kept you waiting for so very long. Upstairs, you would undoubtedly be bothered by all those other nosy maids, which is precisely why I had no choice but to bring you down here. He, completely bewildered, loudly questioned her once more. Is this not, by any chance, what I am thinking it is, or perhaps not? So then, why exactly did you take off all my clothes? She replied with a gentle, hushed tone. Oh, my apologies. Young master, I am truly sorry. I was so afraid that after you woke up, you would try to escape, just like you did, frightened, the last time this happened. So I had no choice but to tie you up. Mun Campbell then sat up slowly. He let out a long, heavy sigh of utter relief. Ah, so that is how everything truly happened. So you won't be imprisoning me anymore. Is that right? And Campbell replied swiftly with absolute, unwavering certainty. Of course I know I made a mistake, he then continued to ask. So tell me, why exactly did you bring me all the way here? And Campbell reached out, deftly taking off her innermost shirt. Young master, have you completely forgotten everything already? She also removed her maid's dress, letting it gracefully fall to the floor. That very night, just before you left, you uttered these words. Mun Campbell's face contorted, a blank expression. He remembered nothing. He immediately raised a hand up to scratch at his cheek thoughtfully. At that moment he said something. A flood of memories from that day instantly rushed back to him. It was that exact outfit he remembered. And Campbell put on the shirt, then pulled it up with a gentle tug. So you finally remembered after all this time. Wait just a moment. The bust size seems a tiny bit too small. I will quickly make a small adjustment to it. Once she finished putting on her bunny suit, she immediately struck a pose. All right. Knowing that young master truly loves a silky smooth feeling, so the inside has been thoughtfully changed to thin, one-piece lingerie, and Campbell then, with a playful smile, Campbell then raised her fingers in a V-shape to her face, asking him, young master, how does this make you truly feel? Mun Campbell, upon hearing her seductive, Campbell, when he heard her question, was left utterly speechless. Do you truly like this, my dear young master? His nose immediately began to gush out with a sudden nosebleed. Mun Campbell then immediately raised his thumb high up. As his silent but enthusiastic answer to her intriguing question, she climbed onto where he sat, then continued speaking softly. Before, I didn't care about your feelings, dear young master. It was wrong for me to possess you. Young master, I know that now. I have reflected deeply and truly learned my lesson. And Campbell leaned in, gently placing her hand softly upon Mun Campbell's. And so, after hearing all of those alluring words from her, his nosebleed began to flow out even more rapidly than before. Today, we will do exactly as you wish, dear young master. Whatever you desire, whatever you wish to do, everything is allowed. For example, something the young master always really wanted to try. And Campbell then stretched out on the floor, smiling as she spoke from above. It was the early hours of a beautiful new morning. Soft, white clouds gently drifted across the expansive sky of the mansion. Duke's estate. She lay upon the bed, stirring softly with a gentle moan. And Campbell groggily sat up from the bed, rubbing her hair sleepily. Oh, my apologies. Young master, I am so sorry. I completely overslept. Normally by now, at this very moment, She then turned her head to look, but suddenly froze for a moment. And Campbell, startled, immediately shouted out the young master's name loudly. She quickly changed her clothes, then dashed out into the grand hallway. A soft meow, Then a voice spoke up, filled with a gentle, kind concern. Sister Anne, have you finally woken up from your slumber? And Campbell was surprised to see the person right in front of her, Noelle. She held a cute little cat in her arms, smiling as she asked, "How is your body feeling now, big sister? Are you still doing okay?" And Campbell raised a hand to her chin, repeating Noel's curious words. "My body, you say? What do you mean by that?" She sat below her, then looked up with a reply. "Yes, that is exactly right. Earlier this morning, the young master told us earlier that your dear body was not feeling well, so you should rest here in your room, and told us specifically not to bother or disturb you." She then looked over at the strange box placed between the three of them. "Those adorable cats over there are not yet." And Campbell couldn't finish her words. Noel quickly responded to the question that the young master acquired from Wendy. At the fair earlier this very morning, the sweet girl, beaming and holding a cat, came over to say hello. "Hello, big sister. My name is Wendy. I work at the Iris Tailor shop downtown. Usually I care for these little ones. I feed these adorable stray cats by the back door. My parents are terribly allergic to cat fur, so I cannot bring them home with me. But I am about to start school very soon. Once I am at school, I will not have time to care for them anymore, so I wanted to find them a loving owner who would adopt them. I waited at the fair for so long but no one even noticed. And luckily I ran into Brother Moon." Wendy smiled radiantly, holding up her small little bag. "Brother Moon even gave me 200 coins to help pay for my university tuition fees." Hearing this, she responded in kind. "Ah, so that is how it is. I totally understand now." Anne Campbell rubbed her chin, deep in thought. "But 3 cats, is that not a little too many?" Noel approached, whispering close to her ear, "It is 4. Originally, the young master only had his eyes on 1, but the little sister had a condition. Wendy said if he wished to adopt he had to take the mama cat, and the whole family to keep them reunited. The young master thought it made sense, so he brought them all home." Wendy approached another maid, asking a question. "Big sister Monica, if I may ask, can I come visit them when my summer holiday starts?" She, holding the cat close, smiled warmly at the little girl. The young master said, "Whenever you desire, you can always come to visit them." The little girl joyfully exclaimed, "That is amazing. Long live Brother Moon, my hero." Anne Campbell looked around the hall and asked, "Where is the young master?" Noel glanced to the side as he answered, "The young master has just returned. He is probably in his room now." Young Master Moon Campbell called out from inside, "Anne, the door is unlocked. Come right in." She opened the door slightly, peering inside the room. He was playing with the adorable cat, then immediately turned to Anne Campbell. "This morning I saw it was late and you were still not awake, so I decided not to wake you up." She rushed over in surprise, hugging Moon Campbell tightly. "Young master, you truly scared me to death. Just a few days ago, the academy sent the admission notice. I even thought that the young master was secretly sneaking off to the academy without me." He gently stroked Anne Campbell's head, his voice soft. "It is indeed time for me to report for duty, but I would never secretly leave without you. Rest assured, you have nothing to worry about." She let go of him and then spoke up to ask, "So why did the young master go to the fair, and even bring back a whole litter of cats like that?" Moon Campbell looked at her and replied back, Well, on the way back, didn't you, Anne? Ask me what color cat I would like. So I thought you wanted to adopt a cat. So this morning, while I was strolling around the fair shopping, I checked if there was a pet shop nearby. And then, I found this adorable little fella." He pointed towards the cute cat sitting on the bed. Then he continued speaking. "I named him Moon the Second. His nickname is Moo. Doesn't it look very much like me? Golden fur, even the eyes look the same." Moon Camel picked up the kitten and held it out to her. "This is a gift for you." And Camel reached out her hand. She didn't dare take it and asked instead, "For me?" He only replied with a simple, Moon Campbell rubbed the back of his neck and added, "The academy starts next week. I'm planning to return tomorrow to prepare a bit. I know you definitely want to go with me, but the rules don't allow it, and you still need to handle matters outside, at the ducal estate. So, while I'm away at school, this little guy will stay by your side instead. Do you like this gift?" And Cambio hugged the kitten to her chest and softly called, "Young master." With a firm look, she met his eyes and replied, "I like it. I promise I'll take very good care of it." That night, the entire ducal estate was lit up brilliantly. Moon Camel lay in his room, one arm propped behind his head as he read. The assassination skill set had increased by 3 levels. Although nothing good had come from Elak's incident, his skills had at least leveled up rapidly. Moreover, this chance had also helped make him appear more normal. The prophecy Tri had seen earlier could be considered resolved. Next, once he arrived at school, as long as he didn't provoke Phoenix, Aotian, there shouldn't be anything threatening his life. A faint sound woke him from his drowsiness. "Huh?" It was already late at night. As Moon Cambeo went to open the door, he saw her standing outside. Anne? It's so late, why aren't you asleep yet? And Cambeo replied softly. With a mix of worry and shyness, she said, when I think about you leaving tomorrow, young master, I just… After hearing that, he invited Anne Cambeo into the room. Then come in. Moon Cambeo sat on the bed. I was just about to sleep. Since it's the last night, sleep in my room. Without hesitation, she immediately agreed. Yes. And Cambeo raised her hands, about to remove her maid outfit. So tonight will be like usual. He quickly stopped her, grabbing her hand. What, wait? And Cambeo asked in confusion. Young master. Moon Cambeo avoided her gaze and spoke softly. Today, let's do something different. Later, the two lay on the bed, holding hands. Is this enough for you, young master? He closed his eyes, smiling brightly. This is enough. Moon Cambeo tilted his head to look at her. That kind of thing is important, of course. But love isn't entirely about that, right? Right? Beyond the body. Emotional connection matters too. Like now I feel really good. And Cambeo immediately threw herself into his arms. I can't bear to leave you, young master. He spoke gently to comfort and soothe her. A term only lasts 4 months. When summer break comes, won't I be back? And Cambeo lowered her head, looking sad. 4 months is still a long time. Unable to resist, Moon Cambeo made a suggestion. Then write to me when you miss me. I'll reply as soon as I receive your letter. Hearing that, she quickly agreed. Deal. Young master in Cambeo called out. He turned to ask, what is it? With a flushed face, she asked again about what happened earlier. Feeling your warmth, at such a close distance, and even your breath. I can't hold back. Tonight. Really can't? Moon Cambeo let out a long sigh, thinking to himself, all right, I can't hold back anymore. I wanted to act like a gentleman, but I was completely defeated in one night. He sat up and quickly took off his shirt. Then let's do it. But this time, I'll still be on top. She lay still and replied softly. I'll listen to everything you say. Her voice trembled as she softly called. Young master. The book beside them flipped pages continuously, then stopped on one page. Jealousy progress. 100%. Reached a certain threshold. Fate intervention unlocked. Blurry memory processing module completed. Please continue struggling. Moon Cambeo. Round 1. Whispers of the Love God complete. Round 2. Tears of the Serpent is about to begin. Night at Santa Academy. Warm yellow lights shone through the windows. In the women's bath area, the lights were as bright as day. A girl happily ran through the bathhouse. Santa Maria Academy. She smiled and raised both hands high. Ariel, I'm here. Ariel jumped into the pool, splashing water high. She surfaced, smiling brightly. Hooray, it was worth it. Coming back to school a week early. I get the biggest bath all to myself. This is pure bliss. Don't you think so, Leah? She replied a little timidly. Well, even though classes haven't officially started, there are still teachers around. We shouldn't make too much noise, or we'll disturb others. Resting below, Ariel smiled and replied, Relax, I already asked around. Most of the teachers aren't back yet. And besides, it's still early. She suddenly spoke and quickly moved toward Leah. Speaking of which, she startled Leah. Leah hurriedly stepped back. What? Ariel suddenly hugged her from behind, making her cry out, Ah, don't! Ariel smiled mischievously and asked, It's only been a month, but don't they look bigger already? Little Leah lifted a lock of hair, examining it closely. Your hair too. Hasn't it gotten lighter in color? Leah raised her chin and replied, Ah, if you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have noticed. Ariel asked further, Is it because the Divine Lord took notice of you? She stammered in reply, Maybe so. That must be it. Ariel leaned back against the edge of the pool. So what? It's just lighter hair, right? Why do you look so flustered? Leah walked over and sat beside her. If it turned blonde, wouldn't you hate that guy even more? Me? Blonde? Oh, you mean him? Ariel leaned back and added, How could that jerk ever compare to our Leah? So soft and adorable. Don't worry, even if Leah turned into any kind of appearance, I'd never hate you. Hearing that, she felt a bit relieved. Really? Then I'm relieved. You silly girl. You're always spacing out when you walk. Were you daydreaming about this? Ariel suddenly crossed her arms, her tone annoyed. But still. Speaking of that, whenever I think about that bastard, I get angry. Turning his own coming-of-age ceremony into such a scene. A pursuit that nearly got Celicia hurt. That guy brings bad luck. Leah, if you ever run into him, take a detour. Avoid unnecessary trouble. Leah tilted her head slightly to explain, Well, the assassin incident wasn't entirely his fault either. According to the royal announcement, thanks to him, Her Highness, Celicia managed to escape a planned assassination. one that had been prepared in advance. She began recounting what happened. After the incident, Her Highness, Celicia entrusted me with emergency treatment for him. Ariel immediately asked, "Huh? So that's why you suddenly disappeared back then?" Leah replied softly and continued, His heart had been completely pierced. Most of the blood in his body had drained out. I could only barely keep him alive, waiting for the royal physicians to arrive. He ended up like that, protecting Her Highness. Judging from the results, it's clear that young master was brave to the point of stupidity. Ariel stretched her hand forward, clearly displeased. Hey, stop, just say his name. No need to add, young master. I don't deny his courage, I just simply don't like him as a person. Duke and Duchess Cambio are so outstanding, yet somehow, they gave birth to someone like him. Still, you're right, he really has changed a bit. In the past, he never dared to look me in the eyes, so he would never remember my name. And with his weak, cowardly personality, he absolutely would never do something as reckless as risking his life to save Her Highness. She stretched lazily, splashing water everywhere. Ugh. Forget it. Let's stop talking about that annoying guy. Anyway, if later on, if he ever dares to provoke me again, then I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. Let's just soak a little bit more, then we'll shower and head home. Leah, right beside her, quickly agreed. Alright, that sounds perfectly fine. As they dried off, both of them chatted away. Oh, that reminds me. Leah, I've always wanted to ask you. Oh really? What exactly is it? Well, you see, it's about this. How did you get that part to be so big? Does the Church of Life have some exclusive secret technique? Could you perhaps teach me your ways? Oh, I'm pretty sure this has nothing to do with the church. Or maybe, you could just try drinking a lot more milk. 3 days later, the morning sun poured its warm, gentle rays down onto the academy. In front of the gates of Santa Maria Academy, the students laughed and chatted as they made their way inside. Mun Camel walked along, observing everything. It truly lives up to its reputation, the Empire's top magic academy. This site is even more magnificent than I could have imagined. As long as I don't do anything to provoke that Feng Ngao Tian, then this academy will be an absolutely safe haven for me. Now that I think about it, going to school was something I did well over a decade ago. I wonder what student life here at the academy, in this world, will actually be like. I'm actually quite curious about it now. Suddenly, 2 figures rushed past, one shouting, "Hey, wait up for me. Come on, hurry up. If we let the teacher go in first, we'll miss all the good drama." Hearing that, he quickly darted his eyes over. Drama, you say? Mun quickly decided to investigate further. Mun Camel quickly elbowed his way through the surging crowd. Hey, pardon me everyone. Could you make a little room? What's the juicy gossip? Fill me in. Now. Ariel stood there with her arms defiantly crossed, a stern look on her face. Iman, are you back here barking out more absurd nonsense again? Following the ridiculous orders of your idiotic master. Is that what you are up to, Iman? Standing before her was Iman, the lackey of Mun Camel, the wolf of Cambio. Iman, barking nonsense, you say? I certainly do not appreciate that choice of words. Ariel Bugater, let me tell you something. Even if you are indeed an esteemed heir, you are still nothing more than a lowly mixed blood, raised by mere commoners, no less. You truly have absolutely no proper upbringing whatsoever. Is that really how you speak to your respected senior? Ariel merely curled her lips into a faint, mocking smile. When speaking to people, I use human words. But when speaking to dogs, I use dog barks. Unity and kindness, treating everyone equally, is always my cherished creed in life. If you have nothing more to say, then kindly go bother someone else. Get out of my sight, if you would. Would you mind? As I don't have time to waste. Like you or your pathetic, loyal little dogs, wasting your entire day on such utterly meaningless endeavors. Mun Camel slowly peeled off his gloves, a smirk twisting his face. Well, if you're going to speak like that, then I won't hold back or hide my intentions any longer. He pointed a furious finger straight at Ariel's face and bellowed, I want to challenge you, Ariel Bugader. A look of utter surprise flashed across her face at the declaration from Mun Camel's words. She couldn't believe it. The onlookers around them immediately erupted into hushed whispers and gossip. Oh no, not again. Poor Ariel. She always gets picked on, always being harassed and bothered by someone or another. Rank 5, challenging rank 2. How shameless can that get? Lower your voice. You'll get people hearing you. Moon Cambeo stood outside, eating while lost in thought. The protagonist really is the protagonist. Looks like, aside from me, there are plenty of people who've made enemies with her. Perfect timing. This is a good chance to test Phoenix Aotian's strength, and prepare for what's coming later. Ariel lowered her head and let out a sigh. How many times have you people challenged me already? Just last semester, it was 3 times. One after another, Do you keep coming just to throw your lives away? He was furious, his fists clenched and trembling. Last time we sent that idiot Galactic. That was our mistake. We didn't expect you to break through your mental realm. But this time is different. This time, the camel family's wolf, Imon, will deal with you personally. She'll make that mixed blood bastard understand what heaven and earth truly mean, and taste the humiliation of defeat. Moon froze mid-bite when he heard that. That camel family wolf again. Ariel casually raised a hand to rub her neck. Fine. If you're so eager to come looking for death, then I'll Oberfist. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, drawing her attention. That guy's name is Moon Cambeo. People slowly gathered around where he was standing. That's him, the mastermind behind all this finally showed up. Moon Cambeo's face darkened the moment he heard that. Me? The one pulling the strings? No way, brother. How the hell did that turn into being my doing? Everyone focused on him, whispering among themselves. It's Moon Cambeo, it really is him. The girls all started buzzing nervously. They say if you look him straight in the eyes, you'll end up pregnant. Damn it. I forgot to smear dirt on my face. I heard if he sets his sights on you, someone will knock you out that very night, and drag you to the Duke's estate, where he does all kinds of horrible things. You know that creepy building on the academy grounds? They say everyone who disappeared, there were all pitiful victims. Roaned by Moon Cambeo. I heard just counting the girls he hurt, among first years alone could fill an entire class. Moon Cambeo stood there, stunned by the rumors. You little punk, Moon Cambeo. How many bad reputations do you even have? At this academy, being pointed at by everyone really feels awful. Bro. This seriously has nothing to do with me. Suddenly, heavy footsteps approached. A stern voice rang out. Moon Cambeo, so you really did come. Ariel Bougadere cast a judgmental gaze. You still look just like before. No ability of your own. So you send these people to bite others for you. Or what, are you still the same useless trash as before? Moon Camel spoke with a tight expression. Those words are a bit too much. She shot him a cold, razor-sharp glance. So, why do I find myself drawn to a scoundrel like you? He stepped forward, causing a fresh wave of excited whispers. Oh no, it's the notorious young Master Campbell again. Don't tell me he's planning to challenge Ariel once more. Someone should really go report Moon Campbell to a teacher. He completely brushed off all of their scathing remarks. Then, with a voice surprisingly smooth and sweet, he called out to Miss Ariel Bugada. He bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, loudly apologizing to her. Moon Campbell's shocking actions left Miss Ariel Bugada utterly speechless and completely taken aback. With eyes wide and utterly frozen, Iman quickly ran to forcefully grab young Master Moon's arm. How could you possibly apologize to this mere commoner? You are a young master, an esteemed nobleman yourself. Before Iman could even finish, Moon Campbell sharply questioned him. I asked you, just what exactly are you doing here? Iman boldly and loudly proclaimed his intentions. To completely erase the utter disgrace from last semester, I am now preparing to officially challenge Ariel Bugada. Then Moon shot him a truly terrifying, piercing gaze. Tell me, did anyone instruct you to do something like this? Iman's face went blank, stammering, unable to form a coherent reply. Oh no, no one. It was just purely my own idea. Absolutely no one gave me any kind of order. Moon Campbell then sharply commanded. You, step over here, right now. You, without any proper reason or provocation whatsoever, started picking a senseless fight with a fellow student right here. Therefore, you must face a fitting punishment for your actions. Iman was forced into a corner, completely unwilling to comply. He kept pleading loudly, calling out, Oh, young Master Moon. Moon then spoke with a calm and gentle, yet firm voice. Just forget these petty little tricks. Don't ever pull them again. I, as your young master, still have crucial plans to enact. In a little while, you'll bring the others to apologize to Ariel, doing so with utmost sincerity, on my behalf. After you've all sincerely apologized, then take 1,000 EMI, and treat everyone else to a delicious meal somewhere. And while you're at it, completely disperse this entire crowd. Make sure all these onlookers completely scatter away. This whole situation was mostly my fault, and you were unjustly upset. Iman, hearing Moon address him as a true brother, was absolutely astonished and deeply moved. He fleetingly thought, young Master Moon truly sees me as a brother. Both Iman and Moon Campbell then stepped even closer, which instantly made Ariel Bugada raise her guard in suspicion. What exactly do you two intend to do now? Suddenly, Moon and Iman both immediately bowed their heads low, and then, in perfect unison, they both loudly declared, Ariel, please accept our sincere apologies. Our deepest regrets for everything. After saying their apologies, Iman promptly followed Moon Campbell's orders. Alright everyone, the crowd is now dismissed, move along. Disperse yourselves completely, the good show is over. So go Go. Ariel, still utterly bewildered and confused, then finally asked, "What exactly are you plotting this time?" Moon Campbell. He still behaved with the utmost courtesy. "Miss Ariel Bugata, I have truly repented, and I originally intended to seek you out privately, to offer you a proper and sincere apology for everything, for all of the foolish troubles I caused you in the past, but I was afraid that arranging a private meeting might lead to misunderstandings. And then, just now, this opportune moment conveniently presented itself, giving me the chance to publicly offer my apologies to you, with many people here as my genuine witnesses." Ariel Bugata, still highly suspicious, asked, "Are you truly sincere?" He looked up at her with shimmering eyes, asking, "What seems to be wrong? Could it be that my attitude still isn't sincere and earnest enough? I offer you my most heartfelt apologies for all of the outrageous things I did to you previously. My dear Miss Ariel Bugata, if that still isn't enough to convince you, perhaps I should just kneel before you then. You've had enough of that shyness. Don't say another word." "Oh, I get it now. I understand your intentions. And you're trying to make me drop my guard, aren't you? To get closer to Cilicia through me. Is that it? I knew it. Back at the coming-of-age ceremony, you couldn't keep your eyes off Cilicia. Don't think for a second I didn't notice that. Let me tell you this. You can dream on. Don't even bother. Cilicia's captivating charm belongs only to me." Moon Campbell, with a serious tone, began to explain. "Well, this situation has come to such a pass, and to clear up the misunderstanding between us, today I will speak from the bottom of my heart. The truth is, He leaned in closer to her, placing both hands on Ariel Bugadair, and declared, "I prefer something a little more petite. That soft, enormous kind you can't even hold with one hand. I have absolutely no interest in that at all. I just like things, well, flat, like a steel plate. That's even better. Like my bros, you know." "Exactly. Like good friends. You get what I mean." Right. Ariel Bugadair, hearing those perverted words, immediately swung her fist, aiming right for his face. "You claim that many of the girls you've harassed are people I happen to know quite well. Every single one of them is a captivating beauty. And now you're telling me you prefer something small, really? Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Aren't you? You are truly as disgusting as ever, Moon Campbell." He was still determined to clarify his stance. "I was just joking just now. Honestly, please don't be angry, Lady Ariel. I genuinely want to apologize to you, sincerely. And regarding Lady Cilicia and yourself, I absolutely will not harbor any ill intentions. I promise. My people, from now on, will never disturb you again, ever. Originally, when I returned to school, I planned to prepare a few things, and bring you gifts as an apology. However, what a pity. Right now, I only have 1,000,000 EMI on me, my allowance for daily expenses. I don't have anything else at all. Furthermore, for someone like you, to offer something as common as money as a gift, you would surely think I was insulting you. Right. So, as people always say, a true gentleman's word flows like water. All grudges and conflicts are now resolved. I will bring the proper gifts later, when I have the time. I'll be going now. Goodbye." Moon Campbell then thought to himself, "Don't concern yourself with whether you forgive me or not. Even if you don't, it really doesn't matter. I apologize because I truly was in the wrong before. That is simply all there is to it. See you later, Ariel Bugadair. I hope our relationship from now on will become that of normal classmates, without any hatred." Ariel Bugadair still stood there, utterly bewildered, completely confused. She still couldn't grasp what his actions meant, exclaiming, "Huh." Realizing something was seriously amiss, Ariel Bugadair yelled out loudly, "Hey, wait just a minute." Moon Campbell, surprised, looked up. "Huh." Suddenly, she chased after Moon Campbell, leaving a trail of smoke. "You stop right there for me. Immediately." He was still running, shouting loudly as he went. 1,000,000 of something, offered as a gift. That should do the trick. Right. People truly are so utterly predictable and petty sometimes, you know. "Hey, don't you dare come any closer to this spot." "Understood." From his perch high above, Duca sat watching, quietly muttering to himself. "He's using Imai as a grand apology to Ariel. Is that really what I'm seeing? Well, isn't that just a spectacularly unique way to apologize? Indeed. A staggering 1,000,000 Imai. He's actually willing to fork all that over. And what's more, this situation is quite intriguing. This kid's entire appearance matches the rumors perfectly, just as they say. Ever since that whole intense assassin incident went down, things have shifted. He truly seems to have undergone quite a significant transformation, hasn't he? That unbelievably idiotic yet incredibly wealthy camel, always causing a stir. I wonder what nefarious schemes he might be cooking up behind the scenes, you think? After all, this is just about a potential marriage partner. Nothing more than that. which will probably amount to absolutely nothing in the end. Don't you agree? Cilicia probably won't get too terribly angry about this, will she, my friend? Meanwhile, inside the grand and imposing main hall of the palace, a seemingly tense and utterly crucial conversation is unfolding right now. It seems that the entire crowd has completely dispersed, leaving us in peace. So it appears we won't be needing the intervention of those old geezers, after all, for us to step in and try to settle things, which is a relief. Professor Wulong, a venerable figure, began to speak. The esteemed head of the magic department at Santa Maria Academy started to speak. If the crowd has indeed dispersed and cleared away, then tell me this. Why in the world are those two still lingering around together, I wonder? You're good at reading lips, aren't you, my friend? Take a look and tell me, what exactly are they discussing right now? Ren, with a thoughtful expression, spoke up. The professor of Passionology from the magic department at Santa Maria Academy. Ren reported that the young man is currently offering an apology. He's even offering Ariel half a fried sausage as recompense. Can you believe it? I must admit, this young man has certainly become a little bit intriguing. He expressed his absolute astonishment, completely taken aback by this news. What? Professor Wulong vehemently protested. Absolutely impossible. There's no way. That is absolutely, definitively, completely out of the question, I tell you. The old man went on. That young brat doesn't show respect to a single soul. Ever. Simply because he's the Duke's eldest son, he thinks he's above everyone, which led him to do countless unacceptable things right here in our academy. Professor Wulong was clearly utterly exasperated and incredibly frustrated. Just last year, for example, remember that chaotic time? He caused such an immense amount of absolute nonsense and ridiculous chaos. It's not as if you aren't perfectly aware of all his past misdeeds, are you? And on top of all that, he constantly looked down on his stepsister Ariel. Always. The idea of him bowing his head and admitting fault, that's absolutely impossible. Ren calmly responded. Based on his lip movements, the young man stated, you see, that he himself has finally reformed and turned over a new leaf completely. He simply could not bring himself to accept such an outrageous claim. Absolute nonsense. If that kid has truly reformed, then I'll be damned. I will quite literally eat this entire table right in front of you all, Ren observed. It seems, my dear friend, that you truly despise this young man with every fiber of your being, don't you? Professor Wulong was absolutely boiling with unrestrained anger and fury. This isn't just a simple matter of whether I like him or dislike him. No. This young man, he is the living, breathing disgrace of Santa Maria Academy itself. An entire 365 days of the year, and he only managed to learn just a single basic spell, Team Kwang Thuan. Absolutely pathetic. In my entire teaching career spanning decades, across 50 glorious years of dedicated service, I swear to you, I have never seen or taught a student like him. Not once. This isn't just a stain on the honor of our academy. It's a personal humiliation to my own reputation as well. Ren tried his best to calm Professor Wulong, speaking gently. Please, don't get so worked up. Calm down, and let it go. As the respected head of the magic department, you know this. If you truly despise this young man so much, then answer me. Why didn't you advise him to withdraw from the academy? As far as I remember, that young master has never been a reasonable person. Honestly, if he didn't have such extraordinary magical talent, then sending him to the army to train under his father, wouldn't that be a far better choice? The old man looked utterly exhausted. I have no doubts about Duke Long's character, not even slightly, but fundamentally, this boy's poor academic performance, combined with the troubles he causes, big or small, strictly speaking, none of it violates academy rules. Moreover, have you forgotten who this boy's mother is? Lady Noyasi, known throughout the empire as the Golden Countess, with the Philip family backing her, one of the 5 members of the ruling council, not to mention the relationship between Lady Noyasi and Her Majesty, the Empress. Based on the Philip family alone, they once provided massive financial support, helping His Majesty ascend the throne and stabilize the empire. If we were to advise Moon Campbell to withdraw, it could easily trigger political complications. So Ren responded. He entered the academy and picked up trash from the ground, then threw it into a bin. He placed a fallen bird's nest back at the base of a tree. Those birds seemed unusually friendly toward him. The boy even handed a handkerchief to a heartbroken girl, scaring her so badly that she ran away. The old man watched in silence, then exclaimed in surprise. That kid actually bowed before the statue of the academy's first headmaster. Hearing this, Feng was shocked. What? Moon Campbell was standing beneath the statue, thinking, the statue of the first headmaster. If I remember correctly, didn't I accidentally kick off the statue's head? The glue marks are still obvious, and no one noticed that. Whatever, if the first headmaster wants to blame someone, Blame a child who didn't mean it. Please bless me with smooth sailing at the academy. Once I graduate, I'll be filial and remake the statue for you. This disciple humbly asks for your protection. Seeing this, Grand couldn't help but praise him. This is the conduct of a truly exemplary student. I don't think I've ever seen a student bow before the statue of the first headmaster. Even Wulong said, not just students. I've never bowed to that headmaster either. Hearing that, the old man replied, so how exactly are you planning to eat all your words now? Will you chew them up piece by piece with sauce? Or hurry away, turning your face and fleeing? It's only been one day. That proves nothing. Rivers can change, but one's nature is hard to alter. A person's temperament can't possibly change over a single vacation. This boy is definitely plotting something sinister. Keep a close watch on all his actions. I'll prove to you that I'm right. Ren couldn't help but laugh. That old man who only knows how to eat and drink is still as stubborn. Somehow, this academy is going to be very interesting. And right at that very moment, at the bustling student dormitory of Santa Maria Academy, the manager called out, Moon Campbell is here. Here's your key to room 526. And Moon Campbell charmingly replied, thank you, Auntie Manager. Have a wonderful day. Which left her completely stunned. Right. Oh, you too, of course. The manager pondered to herself, utterly perplexed. No way. This can't be happening. Isn't this the notorious troublemaker, the one everyone talks about? How is he here so early today? It's quite shocking. And what's more, he's not even with his usual posse of maids this time. And after just one short vacation, his entire appearance, it's changed. How did this kid suddenly become so incredibly charming, I wonder? He walked into the room he just received, gasping in surprise. Wow, I didn't expect it to be this spacious. What a surprise. Long time no see. This place is both familiar and yet so strange. My cozy little room, filled with pure bliss, even though it's not as comfortable as my own home. Of course. But honestly, compared to the absolute dump I lived in before transmigrating, this is pure heaven. This bed, it's actually not bad at all. Tomorrow is the grand opening ceremony, happening in the afternoon. I really have nothing much to do, so I'll just take a shower, change, and then go straight back to bed. Moon Campbell had just finished his refreshing shower, stepping out with an absolutely chiseled, model-perfect physique. He leisurely admired himself in the mirror, absolutely captivated. Moon Campbell proudly declared, these muscles, every single line is so clear. Compared to before I transmigrated, they're so much stronger and more defined than ever before. It just goes to show, consistent training really does pay off. He suddenly froze, his eyes widening in utter shock. Wait a minute, that massive scar on my back is still there. How has this thing still not vanished? It makes no sense. Before, I confirmed no skills were currently loading. I'm certain. I really thought it had all completely dissolved by now. I never imagined this cursed mark would decide to stay on me forever. It really just won't go away, will it? He gently raised a finger, invoking the withered king's power. Within this very dimly lit room, the atmosphere became eerily silent and still. Moon Campbell just kept mumbling to himself. Although I can still unleash flames from this power, burning everything in its path, quite impressively. But compared to that time, it's truly a far cry from its former glory. He simply blew on it, extinguishing the tiny flame with ease. Moon Campbell then grumbled with deep annoyance. It extinguishes with just a single breath. Forget even trying to throw it. This pathetic thing is only slightly better than a simple flash spell, and not by much at all. It feels exactly like a pathetic reward. From those old exploitative games I used to play, you know, where topping up just 6 yuan would give you a tiny bit of benefit, but if you wanted to keep using it, you had to keep throwing money into it. Sacrificing your very soul and dignity, and all that jazz. How could I possibly let you insidious beings get what you truly want? Oh, you evil gods. This young master here wants absolutely nothing to do with any of you anymore, got it. Whether it's the love god or the withered king, I don't care. This, my friends, is Santa Maria Academy, the very place where the country's greatest mages gather in force. For the next 3 years, I have no intention of ever leaving this academy. If you have the guts, then come find me right here at the academy. This, you see, is this young master's brilliant plan, using the academy to prevent the evil gods from ever remembering me. This, my friends, is truly driving out a tiger to devour a wolf. How's that for cool, my dear Black Jewel? After all, I'm still incredibly too weak to face them directly, so I'll just hide safely within this academic fortress. Staying here forever isn't the best way forward for me. For the next 3 years, I really need to formally study magic intensely, to significantly boost my own incredible strength. But before all that, he held the mysterious black tome to his face, and instantly, Streams of sinister black energy began to ripple outwards. Incredibly mystical. Bewitching, Moon Campbell seemed to transform into an entirely different person. Indeed, relying on the black tome is undeniably much more effective than ever. You see, the last time I tried this, I had to miserably perish a staggering 197 times, before I could even truly perceive the terrifying second phase of the challenge. This time, I will absolutely force you to use that powerful move, that electrifying discharge within merely 3 attempts. I made a solemn promise that I would carry a part of you, and live this life as best as I possibly can. Luckily for me, I have the invaluable black tome by my side. If you have any more tricks or techniques, just unleash them all right now. As the day ended, the sky finally started to fall into complete darkness. Over at the girls' dormitory of Santa Maria Academy, a new scene unfolds. Ariel Bougadere spoke up, asking Leah what was going on. It's getting so late. What exactly is the matter with you? Leah Angel responded softly, mentioning something important. Ariel invited her inside, suggesting they talk more privately there. Leah then gently continued, preparing to share the news. She asked if Moon Campbell actually apologized to Ariel today. Ariel Bougadere casually turned to her and nonchalantly replied, "That's right." She wondered if the news had spread that fast already. That guy suddenly rushed over to her and apologized, out of nowhere. It honestly startled her so badly, it nearly made her jump. Leah Angel seemed completely taken aback, asking her to confirm. She exclaimed that she could not believe it was actually true. She truly thought it was just another ridiculous rumor, nothing more. Ariel remained perfectly calm and simply stated, "What's there to even start a rumor about? This is just a fact. So many people witnessed it happen today. There's no denying it." Leah Angel immediately pressed on with another question. She then asked if the rumor about Ariel and Moon Campbell once having a child together was also true then. Ariel looked completely flustered, frowning deeply in confusion. She asked what exactly Leah had just said to her. She thought she just heard Leah mention a really strange phrase. Something that was disturbingly related to having children, she pondered. Leah Angel bravely continued to explain what she knew. She mentioned having the very first issue of the news report, the highly anticipated Academy newspaper for this semester, to be exact. She warned Ariel not to get too angry after reading it. Ariel Bougadere took the newspaper, holding it tightly, utterly shocked to her core. She demanded to know who in the world wrote this absolutely abominable thing. "I'm pregnant with Moon Campbell's child. What kind of nonsense is this? This is a completely idiotic rumor that some utter fool just made up." Leah continued to explain, saying the newspaper from the news office was saying that all the other female students outside are now widely gossiping, that Ariel and Moon were originally an official couple, a perfect match. But they also say Moon Campbell broke up with Ariel purely for the Campbell family's reputation, which is why he decided to apologize to Ariel today, apparently. They're even spreading rumors that Moon Campbell, when he was with Ariel, he was incredibly juggling 30 different relationships, and that Ariel was the boat with the most powerful fighting spirit. And get this, they've even been secretly calling Ariel. Ariel Bougadere took a deep breath, trying to regain her composure. She declared to stop, saying she already knew exactly what had happened now. It looks like tomorrow she'll have to make a visit to the news office right after the Academy's opening ceremony finally concludes. No matter what the cost, Ariel promised this. She will absolutely not allow these ridiculous rumors to spread any further. She definitely does not want to become Moon Campbell's infamous ex-girlfriend. In such an utterly bizarre and humiliating way, she stated. Leah Angel, however, still wanted to keep telling her more. Oh no. It's not just about being his ex-girlfriend, but it was her ex-lover. The one she had a child with. She flushed with embarrassment, then snapped, "Oh, you are so funny. Leah, even you are making fun of me too, aren't you?" Moon Campbell immediately lunged right at her, and teasingly started to ask, "Just look at this. Has little Leah gained some weight lately?" Leah Angel pouted and insisted, "No, I haven't gotten any fatter. This is so incredibly humiliating." Ariel, "No, don't tickle me. Do you still dare to tease me now?" Leah Angel, full of regret, promised she would not. "I absolutely would not dare to do it again. Oh please. Just forgive me this once. Seeing that you are still unaffected by these rumors, then I can finally feel at ease now. Tomorrow's opening ceremony means we need to wake up super early, so I will be heading home for now." Ariel Bougadere asked in surprise, "What? Why are you in such a rush? Or even better, just don't leave. Please stay and spend the night with me tonight." I really cannot stay. A little later, after I have finished my bath, I still have to practice my life magic a little bit more. "Good night, Ariel," she replied. "All right then, good night, Leah." In the enormous room, only Ariel Bougadere was now left alone. She let out a heavy sigh. The black market is completely gone. Starting tomorrow, I'll need to find another way to earn money. Balancing my studies with making money, it seems I will be extremely busy this entire semester. Oh, this is so infuriating. Learning magic costs a fortune. Just balancing my schoolwork and my income is already exhausting enough on its own, and those absolute scoundrels at the news tower are still spreading malicious rumors, completely slandering my good name. I am just so incredibly furious. It is truly infuriating. Ariel Bougadere then turned to ask her master, Master, besides selling things at the now closed black market, is there any other faster way to earn some money? Your beloved disciple here is about to wither away from sheer hunger. Hisu then spoke up, saying, Of course there is. You are now a golden tier magic user. After all, there are countless ways for you to earn money, Ariel Bougadere said with a dejected sigh. But surely you know the current situation, don't you? It's not that we are unable to earn money at all. It's that we have no place to earn money right now. If it weren't for the special magic that you, my master, taught me, being so powerful, it draws so much jealousy, then the scrolls I meticulously crafted could have been sold normally without any issues, and I wouldn't be having such a headache right now. Hisu then smiled gently and said to her, In that case, you could always learn some common magic. You know, and it's certainly not too late to start now. She replied, Oh, I really do not want to. If I am going to learn anything, it has to be the most powerful, or this whole situation actually has something to do with me too. Back then, I actually sensed that something was definitely not right. At that particular moment, because I trusted Duke Cambeo, I did not pay much attention to it. I never expected the assassins to appear at all, and as a result, the entire black market got implicated. If at that crucial moment, I had proactively told the Grand Duke about this, then everything would have been so much better. Hisu suddenly had an epiphany. Oh, now that I think of it, I've just thought of an incredibly brilliant way to earn money. It's both incredibly simple and super fast, and it will also save us from countless other troublesome things. Ariel Bougadere was absolutely ecstatic with excitement. Master, please, you must tell me right now. She eagerly urged her master. Not today, that's for sure. Moon Campbell said himself. He'd make up for his apology gift later, right? Just tell him directly that if he gives you 1 million, then you will completely forgive him. He might actually be thrilled to give it to you. She immediately protested, No way. Do I look like the kind of shallow person who would abandon their principles just for 1 million? If he truly wants my forgiveness, he needs to genuinely recognize his mistakes. His character must earn my approval, otherwise, it's absolutely impossible. Jisoo immediately urged her further. Think carefully about this. That's a whole 1 million we're talking about. Ariel Bougadere adamantly refused. No. What if she offered to raise that figure to 2 million instead? She still firmly stated, even if it's 1 million or 10 million. Absolutely not. This is a matter of principle and attitude. And Jisoo helplessly responded, Is that so? Then what a shame. However, I noticed the boy's demeanor today. It was quite serious, you know. That Moon Campbell, he suddenly woke up with dark circles under his eyes, completely exhausted. The sky had already cleared. At 6 in the morning, at Santa Maria Academy, Professor Verlong, who had a habit of morning strolls, was muttering to himself as he walked. The ancients used to say, Heaven rewards the diligent, yet there's nobody around. It seems this new batch of students isn't very promising either. He recalled when he first taught the Golden Generation, those talented individuals. They were already out training, even before dawn. Unlike these recent batches, with only 2 hours left until the new school year's opening ceremony, yet not a single one has bothered to get out of bed, truly, utterly lacking in effort. Suddenly, from a distance, Moon Campbell zipped past like a gust of wind. Verlong, stunned and surprised, froze for a few seconds. He briefly thought, discipline is an essential quality every strong person must cultivate. An elite student training so early in the morning, he deserves a reward at the opening ceremony. Later, when there's no rush, I can call him up to the stage for commendation, so that the older students, as well as the new incoming students, can see what a shining example truly looks like. Verlong then called out, Student who's running over there, come here for a moment. Moon Campbell slowly approached and offered a morning greeting. Good morning, Professor Verlong. He coughed a few times, then hesitated. Good morning, Moon. Suddenly, Verlong shouted loudly in bewilderment. Moon Campbell. Is that you? What on earth are you doing here, young man? He calmly replied. As you can see, sir, I'm just out for my morning run, Professor. He questioned. A morning run, you say? Moon Campbell calmly explained. Exactly. While this amount of exercise may not significantly contribute to improving my physical health, it definitely helps me stay focused. But running and then taking a cold shower will certainly help me stay awake and more mentally sharp during classes. Wulong's mind clears in a sudden surge of surprise. Was that truly the only reason he wondered? With that said, he quickly sprinted forward again. I still have 3 more kilometers to go. If there's nothing else, then I'll keep running now. See you later, Professor, he replied. With a casual, oh, all right. Wulong paused to ponder Moon Cabello. How is that even possible? It's only been a mere few months of summer break. For someone's entire personality to undergo such a drastic transformation, this young man, people often say that where there's smoke, that there's usually a fire underneath it all. And this Cabello comes from such a distinguished noble lineage. I definitely need to keep a very close eye on this young man. Today is the opening ceremony, and the sky is absolutely pristine. Hana is sprinting ahead at top speed, looking incredibly rushed. She breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I made it, just in time. I'm probably not too late, am I? Hana hesitantly pushed open the heavy door. A voice immediately chimed in 5 minutes past the designated time. She spoke up with an incredibly worried and pleading tone. Your Highness, I'm truly sorry I woke up late this morning. Cecilia calmly dismissed it and said, begin your work, please. Furthermore, I've already told you many times not to address me as Your Highness while we're on school grounds. Hana quickly replied, I'm still a bit sleepy, so I completely forgot. It should be President, that's the correct title. Here are the documents containing information on all the new students for the year that you asked me to collect yesterday. She simply replied, just leave it right there. Hana asked curiously, President, what exactly are you writing? Do you need any help from me? Cecilia looked at her with warm, affectionate eyes and said no need. I'm just making some final adjustments to my speech for the upcoming matriculation ceremony. Speaking of which, your eyes are dark, like a panda's these days. Even with makeup on, it's still quite obvious. Did you stay up late again yesterday reading those overbearing evil god novels? That confess their love for me, right? Hana admitted with a gasp of surprise. You've already discovered my secret, she gently said in response. Those types of novels written in that Americanized style, glorifying evil gods, are something I truly don't understand. However, from now on, if you continue to stay up late reading these novels, and it starts to negatively impact your magic cultivation, then I will have no choice but to issue a decree, prohibiting the publication of such novels entirely from being published. Hearing that, she was truly scared, and said I was wrong. Oh, President, please don't go through with that book banning idea. Cecilia walked over to the window and gently pushed it open. A soft breeze immediately wafted through, causing her hair to gently flutter in the wind. Cecilia seemed to be lost in thought, dreaming about everything. This spring seems to have arrived much earlier than last year. Hana also chimed in, that's absolutely right. When I returned home, I noticed my hometown was already starting to snow. She also finally settled down to begin her work. Hana turned her head to look. Curious as to what Cecilia was doing, she stepped closer and asked softly, President, what are you looking at with such intense focus? Cecilia stammered, over there, it's Moon Cabello. Hana reacted with intense disgust. That dreadful man. She was incredibly curious. Has that guy gone and caused some ridiculous trouble again? She immediately replied, how could you not know about something this huge, President? Cecilia calmly replied, I was not aware of this. Hana then turned around, searching for something intently. I remember there was still yesterday's newspaper here. I bet some student must have taken a picture of it. President, please just wait for me for a moment. She handed me the newspaper and exclaimed, this is it. Cecilia still maintained her composure, and asked apologize with a bow. Hana said, with a knowing look, the main point is not that. The newspapers wrote that Ariel was abandoned by Moon Campbell, and those two even had a child together. Not only that shocking revelation, this Moon Campbell was simultaneously dating 13 people. Ariel was considered his absolutely fearless battleship. She had experienced 50 miscarriages with him, doing utterly insane things all for Moon Campbell's sake. Cecilia then flicked her forehead with a mighty snap, causing her to let out a loud shriek. Ow, that hurt, President. She pointed her finger and said such an exaggerated description. Furthermore, did you not notice this yourself? Below this article, there was also a small line of text. Hana looked surprised and questioned. Huh. The small print contained a very average message. All the content in the article above was pure speculation, subjective and merely for entertainment, not stating any actual truth. Cecilia then asked her pointedly, I bet you did not read to the very end, did you, my dear? From now on, you should read less of these, or you will become foolish. She immediately complied by saying, yes, ma'am. I will pay attention. This is clearly just sensationalist news. We need to severely punish those who publish this, do we not? She gently made her suggestion. This afternoon you should go to the news office and negotiate with them. Hana followed the order, responding with, yes, President. Cecilia fell silent, lost in her deep thoughts. As the president of Santa Maria Academy myself, I absolutely cannot let you hinder my work. And at the same time, I will not let anyone use public opinion to bully any student under my care, even if the person being bullied is considered an inferior student ranked among the lowest tier. Someone like you, if you want to gain my recognition, merely relying on using good deeds to offset your mistakes, will forever be insufficient and unconvincing. Strive to prove it to me, then go on. Prove yourself to be a man truly, deserving of such high expectations. Go on, Moon Campbell, let us see. Knowing all of this now, even if he is not the current mission target, we should prioritize eliminating him first. Moon Campbell. A dark shadow suddenly appeared behind the accomplice, causing the woman's face to turn ghostly pale with fright. It seems I just heard someone talking about wanting to do something to my precious beloved son, did I not? Lon Campbell appeared before the accomplice with an intense glare, and an aura of terrifying chill that sent shivers down her spine. Behind him, a fiery red blaze roared like a mighty lion. The accomplice's legs trembled uncontrollably. Damn it. Why in the world is he here of all places? The accomplice drew her knife defensively. Lionheart King. Lon Campbell slowly approached her step by step. Oh my. I never expected this assassin to know the name of someone as unworthy of mention as myself. How intriguing. Each of Lon Campbell's footsteps felt like a ticking time bomb. But, this assassin, my dear, I recall the Campbell family has never invited anyone, so why did you come uninvited like this to my home? He then slowly drew his magnificent sword from its sheath. The words sounded gentle on the surface, yet, they carried a chilling, terrifying undertone, like a wordless threat aimed straight at me. Especially that part, about what had been done to my precious son. Lon Campbell pointed his sword at the accomplice, his eyes burning red. I will listen very carefully. Moon Campbell lay sound asleep, completely unaware of the world, on a huge, soft, luxurious bed, beside him Zot and Campbell, keeping watch, 24/7. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and called out, "Young master," which made Moon Campbell open his eyes halfway, his mouth still hanging open in a sleepy daze. He glanced sideways toward her, barely managing to mumble a few words. I heard you call my name." And Campbell tilted her head slightly and lifted a hand to fix her hair. Then, smiled warmly, like a pageant queen. Concerned, she asked, "Is there anywhere you're feeling unwell, young master? If so, I can call a doctor to examine you right away." Moon Campbell struggled to prop himself up, his face turning purple, his complexion pale as if he were about to be sent to the altar. Barely conscious, he clenched his teeth and forced out a reply. "No need to call a doctor, I just want to use the bathroom," and rushed over to stand beside his bed in worry. Her face dotted with sweat as she anxiously said, "Young master, in your current condition, you still can't. Stop being so stubborn already." She had barely finished half her sentence, when Moon grimaced in pain, clutching his chest and letting out a cry. Then he lost his balance and fell backward, but fortunately, luck was on his side, and reacted quickly and caught him, pulling him into her arms. She panicked and shouted. Careful Moon ended up sitting snugly in Anne's embrace. Flustered, he raised a hand to rub his head, frowning apologetically toward her. "Sorry, Anne. Just now my whole body had no strength at all." Seeing this, Anne, gentle as a saint, quickly replied, "There's no need to apologize. Young master, taking care of you is what I should do, and since you want to use the bathroom, there's no need to go that far. There's a chamber pot in the room, I can help you." Hearing that, Moon stiffened like he'd been glued in place. He frowned deeply, full of suspicion, then asked again with a dumbfounded look, "A chamber pot?" He showed zero enthusiasm and full resistance. Yet Anne didn't seem to notice his reluctance at all. She remained completely calm, as if using a chamber pot were the smallest thing in the world. She explained casually, "Yes, Madam wasn't at ease leaving you to others. So these past few days, giving you medicine, wiping you down and helping you use the bathroom, have all been my responsibility," and spoke so naturally, without the slightest emotion. As she held the chamber pot in her hands, it was hard to tell whether she was simply innocent, or just completely oblivious. Seeing the chamber pot Anne was holding, Moon nearly lost his soul on the spot. He gaped in shock, then screamed, "Wait, are you saying that these past few days you helped me? Oh my gosh, you guys, we simply have to declare on the greatest maid of all time, no contest." She carries that chamber pot. Her expression stays completely unfazed, even before the young master, who is constantly bouncing around, and then just goes on, chattering like a rapid-fire rapper. Yes, even though he's perpetually lost in a deep slumber, never truly waking. The young master's mood is surprisingly easy to discern though. Whenever the young master knits his brows and curls his body into a ball, you see, that's when I know for sure the young master is feeling quite uncomfortable. Rest assured, my lord, embarrassing situations like wetting the bed definitely do not ever happen. After Mun totally flexes on his own maid, and immediately squats down right in front of Mun, then casually drops a bombshell question, so nonchalantly. "Do you require my assistance in removing your pants, my lord, or not, my lord?" seeing Anne just naturally plop down right between his legs. Mun's sweat immediately starts pouring down like a waterfall. He's absolutely shocked, his eyes wide as saucers, his mouth agape like a perfect O, and his face turns beet red with embarrassment, just like a ripe tomato. He immediately opens his mouth and screams at the top of his lungs. Whoa, whoa, hold on just a second, wait right there, and then manages to regain a small bit of her composure. Mun then puts on a shy act, clearly embarrassed, raising a hand to rub his head, his eyes half closed and fluttering. He begins to ramble on nervously. My daily needs back then, I simply couldn't handle them on my own, because there truly was no other possible way. But now, since I have finally, fully woken up, I'll definitely not let you have to help me deal with things like that anymore, I promise. No sooner had he declared he wouldn't let anyone help him than Mun immediately changes his whole tune and starts, pleading, would you mind helping me over to the restroom? Right over there. Just go slowly. And I'm sure there won't be any problems at all. Seeing her young master acting as stubborn as a little devil, Anne has no choice but to reluctantly go along with his wishes. She still doesn't show a single flicker of emotion on her face. Placing a hand over her chest, she meekly replies, like a dutiful kitten, very well then, if this is truly the young master's deepest wish. But then, out of nowhere, what the heck? And suddenly reaches out and firmly grabs onto Mun's back, leaving him utterly confused, not understanding a single darn thing. His face turns pale, following her hand with his eyes. Then he asks, utterly baffled, this is utterly insane, truly next-level stuff. Just a moment later, Anne is elegantly carrying Mun, princess style. She remains utterly nonchalant, still, completely, not caring one bit about her young master's shocked attitude. She calmly states, this method will be much faster, trust me. Young master, please just bear with it for a little bit longer. Seeing himself being effortlessly lifted by a mere maid, Mun is absolutely floored, shocked beyond belief. His face immediately drains of all color, looking absolutely ghastly, his mouth trembling uncontrollably as he shouts loudly, Anne, wait, hold on a second. This is simply not. Hearing a strange, rather puzzling sound coming from within, our dear Noelle, who is busy sweeping the floor, turns around curiously and then asks herself, I wonder what on earth could possibly be happening now. When Noel sees and carrying Mun walking out of the room, Noel gasps in utter surprise and exclaims, wait, is that big sister Anne? And she's only halfway through her sentence when she realizes that's their very own young master. Noel instantly becomes overjoyed, as if she's just won the entire lottery. Grinning from ear to ear, she loudly shouts, young master, the young master is awake. Quick, someone inform the madam right away. All the servants were there, yet not a single one noticed Mun's expression. While he was in Anne's arms, he was so embarrassed he had to cover his face, but still stayed snug in her embrace, and covered her own face, thinking, this is so embarrassing. In front of the bathroom door, Mun's hesitant voice rang out, seeing that, and immediately replied, what is it, young master? A man and a woman, going into the same bathroom together. What the hell is that supposed to be? Mun shyly asked if she could step outside, but Anne seemed focused only on protecting him, with zero intention of giving him even a shred of privacy. She calmly answered, I must protect you 24/7. This is the madam's order. Hearing that, Mun helplessly said, are you serious? How am I supposed to go like this? Ignoring Mun's obvious resistance, and casually asked that ridiculous question again. Do you need me to help you take off your pants? But before she finished speaking, Mun shoved her straight out of the bathroom, and slammed the door shut without mercy. Anne stood there blankly outside. Not long after, back in Mun's room, Anne helped him sit back on the bed. The moment he sat down, Mun frowned and asked her, how long was I asleep? And immediately replied without hesitation, you slept for a full 3 days, young master. Mun's eyes widened as he continued asking, during those 3 days, then what about my injury? Anne brought over a tray with tea and a spoon, walking toward Mun, while calmly telling him everything that happened while he was out cold. Her Highness Celicia personally summoned the Royal Mage Corps' top physician to treat you in person. Last night, your wound was fully healed, but due to massive blood loss and oxygen deprivation, your body became extremely weak, which is why you slept so long. The large scar on Mun's chest was revealed as he spoke, so it was her. His attitude suddenly flipped. Mun started acting suspicious and restless, sweat beading on his face, his eyes darting like he'd done something shady. He hesitantly asked, did the princess say anything else? And answered simply, no, making Mun let out a deep sigh of relief, as if 100 kilograms had been lifted off his chest. He even patted his chest and said, that's good, thinking to himself, Looks like Cilicia doesn't plan to pursue this. Suddenly, Anne raised her head and glanced aside, as if pondering something, then softly said, Oh, that's not right. The princess must have had a word with His Majesty, the king. Hearing Anne utter those words, Mun was scared absolutely stiff. He widened his eyes, his mouth askew. He stammered, as if seeing a ghost, then asked, What did Cilicia say to him? Then, following that moment, as Mun's face showed such worry, drenched in sweat, there on the comfortable bed, Anne, however, casually started recounting everything. A long, winding tale, just like a royal decree. According to the investigations that followed, the assassin's target this time around was none other than the princess, Princess Cilicia, and the main mastermind behind it all was Nestor, a figure who had been operating for years in Blond's dark black market. His Majesty the King was absolutely furious about this entire ordeal. The very next day, he sent his soldiers to thoroughly sweep the black market, arresting and executing a great many people there. As one long story ended, another long one began, and then lifted her gaze to look at Mun, and then she continued her vivid narration. On the other hand, although that very night the Duke had managed to capture those two disguised assassins, and through interrogation, they also revealed absolutely everything they knew. But the core of the problem, the place where it happened, logically speaking, our very own Duke's mansion, can hardly avoid being directly implicated. His Grace, the esteemed Duke, has already prepared himself to face His Majesty's fiery wrath. Suddenly, a graceful and beautiful silhouette, a vision that clearly belonged to the stunning Princess Cilicia, appeared, alongside Anne's voice narrating on, and her incredibly long, never-ending tale that just wouldn't quit. But what truly took everyone by complete surprise was this. His Grace, the Duke, had already returned the very next day. Not only did he not receive even a single punishment, even later on, His Majesty the King sent people to conduct a very strict investigation across all the noble classes and families. The only ones who were not investigated were our Campbell family. I truly believe it's all thanks to Princess Cilicia. Princess Cilicia must have said something to His Majesty, the King, and that helped us completely escape this situation. Mun, at this very moment, finally breathed a complete sigh of relief. He flopped onto the bed, drenched in sweat, as if he just had a bath, as if he just took a bath. Then he exclaimed, You almost scared me to absolute death. Next time, please be so kind as to finish your story. Your young master's heart is simply not very strong. Truly as sharp and cunning as a demon, detecting a hint that something was amiss, as soon as something seemed off, and instantly pressed her face right up to Mun's. And then, with an incredibly cold attitude, she inquired, Young master, why are you worrying yourself so much? Could it be that when you were alone with Her Royal Highness, the Princess, something truly significant happened between the two of you? Something you absolutely cannot tell anyone else. Seeing that he was about to be completely cornered, Mun then stammered in a flustered, panic-stricken response. No, it's not like that. If you do that, no one will ever believe me. You know, a truly sensitive and compromising scene, where Cilicia, in her torn and tattered clothes, was pressing down on Mun, and she was moaning out a few rather suggestive sounds. The memory of her saying, So hot, I want, flashed, scaring Mun out of his wits. He instantly darkened his face, then quickly turned to look away, expertly avoiding Anne's sharp and mischievous gaze. Then he stammered, stammering out a frantic, rapid-fire denial. What are you even talking about? There's nothing. This young master here is just a bit mischievous. Not a fool at all. Anyone who dares lay a hand on the princess will lose their head. Isn't that right? After hearing that, and let out a soft sigh and stared straight ahead, at Mun, making him completely confused as he blankly asked, What? What's wrong? Suddenly, and tightly shut her eyes and opened her mouth to speak. Mun thought she was about to confess something serious, but instead she picked up a spoon and fed him medicine. Drink it, damn it, you idiot, and smiled gently, then spoke in a voice sweet as sugarcane. Come on, young master, take your medicine. Your fever's already gone. Seeing that, Mun obediently took the spoon into his mouth, gulped it down, but right after, his face darkened like he'd just messed himself, his brows furrowed tightly in shock. After just one spoonful, Mun's face twisted badly, eyes bulging, coughing violently as he shouted, What kind of medicine is this? It's insanely bitter. My tongue's gone numb. Ignoring her own young master completely, even as he coughed like his throat was about to come out, and still held the spoon firmly in her hand, and spoke in that sweet voice again, gently coaxing Mun, to be serious, this isn't really medicine, it's just a tonic, something to help restore your blood, knowing you hate bitterness. I even added sugar. Be good, young master. Seeing his maid still stubbornly standing there, Mun exploded in anger and shouted, "That's not the point at all." As his voice rose, whispers and murmurs sounded outside the door. The young master's bad temper is acting up again. When he gets angry, he's really terrifying. Those voices caught Mun's attention, making him turn his head to look. A pink-haired maid whispering with Noelle, along with another maid nearby, gossiping that the young master hates bitter things the most. In the past, whenever he tasted something bitter, he'd explode in rage and whip people. Another blue-haired maid anxiously replied, "Didn't Noel say that the young master's temperament has softened lately? At this rate, Anne is about to get beaten." Hearing that, Noel suddenly had an idea, and quickly said, "Just in case something happens, let's hurry and report this to the madam." Inside the room, Mun heard every word they said behind his back, their gossip completely clear to him. Mun's face darkened as he angrily pointed at the door, shouting loudly, "Don't say it, talking behind my back and getting caught." The maids nearly jumped out of their skin, their faces going pale. Mun angrily picked up the bowl of medicine, his other hand still pointing straight at them, his mouth opening again. "Don't tell my mother, it's just medicine. Isn't it?" Right after saying that, Mun immediately downed the entire bowl of medicine, gulping it all down in one go. What a complete show-off he is, truly. The maidservants were still feeling utterly flustered by it all. They quickly closed the young master's room door. Then scurried away to continue with their duties. Mun's cheeks puffed out, holding the medicine like a startled toad. His eyes remained glued firmly to the door though. His face immediately darkened, looking utterly miserable. Indeed, he rushed down with incredible speed, throwing up all of that medicine, causing Anne, who was standing right beside him, to scream out loud in fright. Young Master Mun quickly grabbed onto this bucket that Anne gave to him, and he plunged his head right in to vomit. He continued to vomit with all his might. He just kept retching and retching endlessly, terrifying, and completely. She just sat beside him, nervously reaching out her hand to rub his back. As she rubbed, she quietly mumbled out an apology. "Oh my, I apologize deeply, young master. The very first time one drinks this medicine, it will often cause nausea. You must drink it slowly, little by little, you see. I completely forgot to explain it clearly to you, sir." Mun's agonizing retching sounds just kept getting louder and louder, resounding throughout the entirety of his room. Anne stood by the bedside, calmly and sternly speaking to Mun, a statement that completely terrified the young man. "This is the 4th dose of medicine within your entire treatment process. According to the esteemed royal physician, of course, if you drink just 2 more doses, the young master's body will most certainly be fully cured by then." Hearing that he still had to drink that utterly disgusting medicine, that horrific concoction 2 more times, Mun was so incredibly shocked, his eyes bulged out, and he jolted completely. He screamed out in absolute horror, "What? I have to drink this hideous concoction 2 more times, really?" Anne, standing calmly beside him, replied as if nothing was amiss, "2. Indeed, young master," and Mun heard that. His soul practically left his body. His very soul was terrified, you see, crying, while his body was utterly exhausted, his mouth twisted. He stammered and sputtered again, twitching as if he was dying. "It is so terribly bitter. You know, it is even more bitter than my own life, truly. I don't want to try anymore, just destroy this entire world." And completely ignored the young master, who was still rambling and whining. She calmly picked up the plate holding the teacup, along with the bucket, which was now completely filled with Mun's vomit. After that, Anne poured some red tea into the glass. Then, on the table, there was also a small piece of sweet cake, and spoke as she continued her work. "There is still a little bit of time until your dinner. If the young master is hungry, we have some red tea and a little cake here. If this is simply not enough for you, you may always call for more. I will tell Noel to stand guard just outside." Mun received the plate of sweet cake from Anne's hand, and then gave a gentle smile, just like a cold CEO, meeting his tiny, beloved wife, then replied, "You've worked so incredibly hard these past few days. When I return, I will definitely tell my mother to increase your salary," and politely gathered the items, curtsied, and then bid him farewell. She closed her eyes tight, and still spoke continuously to Mun. "To prevent the Duchess and Duke from worrying, of course, I will go and inform them very quickly. Please excuse my slight rudeness." Mun heard that and his attitude immediately shifted, as if he had never even tasted that awfully bitter liquid. He was as happy as winning the lottery, and then he laughed. He childishly waved, and away, "Go, go, just go now. This particular cake is really not bad at all. No wonder it's sold at such a high price." Suddenly, she remembered there was something else to do, and then stood completely still again. "Unfold that scroll of yours and let's go." "Yes, that's right, young master. There's just one more thing. Just this morning, The Imperial Palace dispatched a letter, addressed specifically to you, young master. I've placed it in the cabinet right next to you, young master. When you have a moment, please do remember to check it out. Mun was halfway through munching on a pastry, with a few crumbs still clinging to the corner of his mouth. Upon hearing this, he casually replied, I understand. I'll take a look at it in a bit. Mun mumbled as he pondered internally. The Imperial Palace. Huh. Could it be? Just as that thought barely crossed his mind, Mun no longer gave a single thought to the Imperial Palace. Imperial matters could frankly wait a little longer. He crammed the whole pastry into his mouth, making a greedy, pig-like gulp. No sooner had he finished that enormous pastry, than Mun, without warning, suddenly burst into a loud shout. Baffled, hold on for just a moment, Anne. Anne, who had barely begun to walk, hadn't even reached the doorway. Her expression once again darkened considerably. She didn't even bother to turn around to glance at Mun. Instead, she just stood there, replying without turning, Young master. Is there something else you require? Mun's voice once again rang out with a question. I've suddenly thought of a very important issue. You'd think he was about to ask something incredibly profound, but it turned out Mun was just curious about trivial things. After he finished gobbling down that piece, he just kept the fork in his mouth. For some baffling reason, then he rolled his eyes to the side and blurted out in one go, a type of pastry this incredibly delicious. Even if I were unconscious, I could rely purely on instinct to scarf down 10 of these in one go, but that type of medicinal soup, bitter enough to kill someone, how on earth did you manage to feed it to me then? It seems he might have asked something he shouldn't have. Anne, after hearing this, just stood there, blank-faced at the door. She stayed completely silent, not answering Moon's question at all. The atmosphere grew unbelievably, insanely awkward. Seeing that his maid seemed very reluctant to speak about it, Mun had no choice but to extinguish the fire of his curiosity. He lightly scratched his face, then awkwardly stammered, I didn't mean anything by that. Not at all. I'm just a little bit curious, that's all. Surely there aren't devices like stomach tubes available here. So how did you manage to make me drink it anyway? Suddenly, Anne turned half her face towards Mun, raising a hand to cover her mouth in a demure, shy manner, yet her attitude remained completely nonchalant, replying as if she had absolutely no shame. It's exactly as the young master is currently thinking, knowing that you couldn't possibly eat anything bitter, so I placed quite a bit of sugar into my mouth first. As soon as she finished speaking, Anne scurried away, leaving. Mun, still unable to fully process it, stood utterly dumbfounded, like a complete idiot in the room, muttering to himself, so she actually added sugar. Is that it? He still hadn't realized, but he sensed something was quite amiss. Mun leaned back, then furrowed his eyebrows in confusion, pondering, wait, in the mouth. He finally understood the whole problem. What kind of young master is so incredibly slow on the uptake? How maddening. Mun was so shocked he nearly jolted right out of his skin. His face turned completely red. Then he raised a hand to cover his mouth. His eyes were wide, and his mouth mumbled incoherently. Mouth. But whose mouth was it exactly? Was it mine? Or was it hers after all? The actual situation, the undeniable truth, was that Anne had held the medicine and sugar within her own mouth before passionately transferring it to Mun with a burning kiss, but it was also incredibly, mind-numbingly bitter. Oh my gosh. If only he had known, Mun would have stayed in his room and let out some groans, echoing loudly enough to reach right outside the door. Anne stood right outside, heard it all, but still maintained his cool, as if he had heard absolutely nothing at all. But Anne actually thought Mun wasn't into it, and then it turns out he was just putting on an act. Oh, that sneaky little sigh, what a scoundrel. Mun was lying there in his room, remembering that whole scene. His entire body just melted into a puddle. He seemed so terribly embarrassed, but his lips were curled into a sly smile. As he kept rambling on, all completely by himself, you Mun are truly the most super incredibly foolish idiot. You've got a super powerful father, a stunningly beautiful mother, and a super cool girl like her actually loves you, yet you still refuse to just behave yourself. You're a young master, but you're constantly going around teasing. What in the world are you doing to Ariel's family? Huh. He. A mouth-to-mouth kiss with the big sister. To be honest, this is the very first time. Suddenly, while Mun was practically bouncing with joy, his whole demeanor just shifted abruptly. His face darkened instantly. His eyes widened. And he screamed, "That's not right," he thought, remembering Celicia kissing him on the floor. Mun mumbled again, completely to himself. The very first kiss. It seems that back then, it actually was. Suddenly remembering that kiss, Mun shot up from the bed, threw off his blankets, and frantically screamed out, "That's right, that was my very first kiss." Mun opened the envelope, took the letter out, and started reading. His face was completely flustered, beads of sweat forming as he mumbled, still rambling and talking completely to himself. The content written on this letter states as follows. Reluctantly, I shall consider you half a man. Mun, our clumsy hero, finished reading the letter's content, and Mun heaved a massive sigh of relief, as if he had just dropped a 2-ton burden. What a relief. Casually, with the letter still in his hand, he smacked it right against his chest. Reassured, Mun then flopped back down onto the bed, closing his eyes tightly, and then he mumbled, "So, it looks like this. It seems she temporarily isn't preparing to come after me for my so-called crimes." Suddenly, Mun's entire facial expression shifted dramatically. He wore a face that was 50% filled with worry, and a solid 50% completely at ease. He gave a quick little nod and then quietly said, "It seems the worst possible outcome has been averted now." That evening, during their dinner, in their giant, lavish, and magnificent dining room, Noya C. Campbell's tearful voice rang through the air. "Oh, Mun. My precious little Mun." She clung tightly to Mun from behind him, and while she was sobbing hysterically like a child, clinging to her mother, she rambled on and on, as if she was finally able to talk to her child again after an entire year. "You're finally awake. My dear, you scared me half to death. Do you even know that, my sweet? When your father arrived, your whole body was just covered in blood. If anything had happened to you, my dear, your mother, your very own mother wouldn't have been able to live on." Seeing his mother's incredibly frantic and worried attitude, Mun, looking quite flustered, gently glanced at his mother, then reached out to hold her hand, trying to reassure Noya C. "Mother, I am completely fine now. Really, all of that has already passed. It's over. Just look at me now. You see, aren't I living perfectly fine and well right this very moment? Please stop crying. It is simply not good for your health." Noyashi then moves closer to the chair. With one hand, she grabs a handkerchief to wipe her tears, but her mouth simply will not stop running and complaining. "What is so good about this, I ask you? Just take a good look in the mirror." Noyashi continues to sob tears of anger, sniffling while she loudly complains. "My precious little Mun is simply so perfect. How could he have such an ugly long wound? My heart is absolutely breaking. I am so distraught." Mun looks down at the long wound on his chest. Mun is certainly hurting quite a bit as well, yet for some reason he feels the need to comfort his mother. "This is just a very small wound. Please do not worry yourself too much. Aside from being a little weak, I am basically fine." But suddenly out of nowhere, like what the heck, Lon Camel appears seemingly from out of nowhere, standing prominently right next to Noyashi. He is simply smiling, with his eyes practically crinkled shut, placing a comforting hand on Noyashi's shoulder. Lon happily prattles on to Mun. "Mun is absolutely right. It is just a small wound. What is a little scar going to do anyway? Scars are truly the medals of honor for us men." Noyashi is terribly sad, feeling utterly heartbroken. She sits there dejectedly, while Lon still cheerfully says, "This time, luckily little. Mun has sacrificed his life to save the prince. Otherwise, what would have happened? Even if my battle achievements were even more numerous, I still would not be able to stop His Majesty's wrath." Suddenly remembering something important, Mun, listen closely. Mun becomes serious and properly addresses Lon. "That is right, father. This time I truly acted like a young master, did I not?" Without letting his son finish speaking, Lon glances to the side. He gently picks up a fork, and then begins to rap again. Regarding this assassination attempt on the prince, there were a total of 3 assassins, except for one who was killed by the prince right on the spot, and one who managed to break through the barrier. There was still one responsible for providing backup, who was hiding in the sewers. The 2 who were still alive were captured by me, and escorted all night, all the way to the inner chambers. Remembering the image of the assassin beaten until scratched, all over the place, with torn clothes and hands tightly bound, Lon's voice then echoes once more. Those 2 assassins were extremely tight-lipped, but on their persons we still found quite a few important clues. These 3 were not suicide soldiers or professional assassins. They were not true professionals, but merely lived in the black market roaming around year-round, and were cultists of the evil god of the King of Dry Might, belonging to a notorious bounty hunter organization. Hearing that, Moon's eyes instantly widened, and he began to mutter, "The King of Dry Might, and a bounty hunter organization," while still muttering quietly to himself. But in his head, Mun was secretly thinking, "Sure enough, the limitations of this novel are still too great. The original plot did not mention such a force. It must be the setup for a small group, not particularly prominent or anything like that." Suddenly Lon's face darkens dramatically. His orange-colored pupils suddenly flashed with light. Lon abruptly lowered his voice, speaking in a mysterious tone. "According to intelligence from the royal guards, this gang has existed for many years, and committed countless crimes. Images of enormous monsters, with terrifying strength, appeared in his narration, along with countless, cloak-wearing leaders, faces hidden like ninjas. As Lon's mysterious voice continued, as long as enough money is paid, even if the mission is to kill one's own family, parents included, they would still accept it. They can only be described as deranged, psychopathic criminals. But suddenly, his tone softened as he turned to comfort Mun. Don't worry, my child. For the past 2 days, your father has led people to completely wipe out that disgusting organization. Hearing that, Mun's eyes widened, utterly confused. He opened his mouth and asked again, completely wiped out. What the fuck? As his son suddenly asked that, Noya C. propped herself up with both hands, tilted her head slightly, and smiled, casually flexing. That's right. Did you forget? Your father is a Grand Duke, the very first to be promoted, for outstanding achievements. After the founding of the Empire, those damn assassins dared to harm our precious Mun. There's no way we would ever forgive them. Seeing his wife speak so recklessly, Lon showed 3 parts helplessness, and 7 parts indulgence like a doting CEO. He could only close his eyes tightly, and explain, don't listen to your mother's nonsense. I was merely following orders to clean up the rat nests around the capital. Hearing that, Mun fumbled, awkwardly lifting vegetables to his mouth while mumbling. So that's how it is. Truly worthy of my father. So you managed to find out who was behind it. The one who hired those people. Right. Upon hearing his son ask, Lon showed a regretful expression, like he'd just missed first prize in the lottery. He wiped his mouth with a napkin and lowered his head to reply. Unfortunately, before the hunters could be interrogated, they were all already cursed. The moment they tried to mention the mastermind, they immediately self-immolated and died. This is precisely the reason why His Majesty remains furious. Lord Lon, dignified in uniform, hands clasped behind his back, entered the black market under cover of night, alongside his knights in steel armor. No one knew what he intended to do, but his narration echoed once more. The Bellin black market was completely purged, yet not a single piece of solid evidence was found, proving the mastermind's control ran extremely deep over the capital's underground forces. Therefore, His Majesty ordered an investigation of all nobles, the one who dared move against Princess Cilicia. The prime suspect is the prince, and all the high lords and dukes. As his father spun these incredible tales, Mun just kept his eyes wide with pure astonishment. Now, with eyes wide and mouth agape, he suddenly thought, wait a minute. Hold on just a second. Bellon's notorious black market. My father had already wiped it out. This particular incident, I remember reading something incredibly similar in the original story. The reason? Someone had dared to place a deadly bounty on the life of His Majesty's beloved consort, right there on the black market. The horrifying result. Not only did someone accept the contract, but they actually succeeded in the assassination. The image of His Majesty's favored concubine, covered in blood, lying motionless, utterly lifeless, upon her bed. Mun's racing thoughts just screamed through his mind. His Majesty, consumed by thunderous rage, dispatched the royal knights to utterly purge and cleanse the entire Bellin underworld. That brutal, merciless purge dragged on for 3 full months, because so many lives were tragically cut short. It dyed the royal sewers, a horrifying, crimson red, and thus it earned the terrifying name, the blood-soaking event. Innumerable corpses, skulls, and scattered bones littered the sewers, with several gruesome remnants still disturbingly bobbing on the water's surface. A truly horrifying and gut-wrenching sight. Suddenly, Mun's expression darkened considerably. Then he plunged back into the depths of his thoughts. This horrifying event is supposed to happen 2 years from now, but the black market no longer even exists, which means the royal consort will not meet her tragic end. If the royal consort does not die, then the devastating blood-soaking event will never unfold. Suddenly, Mun fell into an unnatural, chilling silence, making both Lon and Noyaxi alike break out in anxious, cold sweat. Every single one of them was staring intensely at Mun's face. The blood-soaking event, as written in the original story, was an absolutely crucial and pivotal moment, especially for Feng Aotian during his crucial mid-story arc. The person who bravely participated in that black market auction, Ariel, was unwillingly dragged into the brutal war between the royal, knights and the shadowy, treacherous underworld. Meanwhile, Ariel's feet, sitting innocently on a chair, kept swinging like a carefree child, and beneath her chair, a mysterious, jet-black outfit lay hidden, the innocent scene of Ariel, happily munching on sweet pastries, docile and content like a playful kitten, flashed before him. Mun's racing thoughts continued to relentlessly flood his mind. Even after repeatedly tumbling into perilous dangers, Ariel always relied on her main character's divine aura, turning every dire threat into a safe escape, and her strength rapidly ascended with incredible speed. It's safe to say that this particular event, the blood-soaking, was a crucial transitional chapter for Ariel to transform from an academy student into the future savior. But now, in this altered timeline, simply giving that young girl, Noah, 2 days of vacation, has unleashed an utterly catastrophic chain reaction. Mun only thought this to himself, but his face was drained of all color, not even a single drop of blood. He was scared witless, his eyebrows tightly furrowed. Everything was a chaotic mess. The established plot of the original story truly cannot ever be restored to its original path. Late into the night, alone in his vast and imposing private room, the moon's pale glow pierced through the window panes. Munkambeo sat quietly before his work desk. His gaze was deeply contemplative as he meticulously penned something into his yellowed, leather-bound notebook, using a graceful quill pen. Beside him, several scattered letters lay strewn about, each carefully sealed with an official, imposing wax stamp. On that table, 2 lamps were the only sources of light in the room, illuminating just a small corner. Even though his father, his mother, and everyone else urged him to rest, he felt that this was absolutely not the time to rest, because everything had already gone far beyond the original storyline. In other words, everything that would happen from now on were things he had never known before. He continued writing line after line in his notebook, thinking to himself that the original plot was no longer worth relying on. Whether he survived or not would depend entirely on himself. Then the light softly fell across the side of his face, as he thought seriously. The tip of the quill trembled slightly as he continued thinking, so he had to think very carefully, and set some small goals for himself. A close-up of the old, yellowed notebook appeared. Neat rows of writing, written in bold, clear ink, read as follows: survive and escape the fate of imprisonment. Endure abuse and become stronger. That black book is unreliable. He stopped writing and stared at what he had listed, falling into deep thought. New plans seemed to swirl endlessly in his mind. The quill was pressed against his lips playfully, yet casually. He crossed his arms, staring at the notebook with raised brows. His white shirt was loosely buttoned, revealing his chest and the blazing orange mark. He frowned as he thought again, then grabbed the quill and wrote quickly, murmuring to himself, No, this won't work. Even if that mad killer's voice was different from everyone I've ever met, it still doesn't change being captured, imprisoned, and abused. Both his actions and words were filled with urgency, so rushed that he couldn't even wait for the ink to dry. He decisively crossed out the last line. The black book is unreliable. I must prepare for what the black book predicts. Up to now, the reason behind that ending, and the conditions that led to it, are completely unknown. Mun carefully analyzed every piece of information. Who harbors such intense hatred toward me? If it's not Maria or Celicia, then who could it be? Yet in the end, a crucial missing piece remained. He grabbed his hair and complained, Oh, come on, there's still not enough information. Relying only on fragments of prophetic dreams, this situation felt unbearably troublesome. After that, Mun collapsed onto his massive 4-poster bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, softly whispering to himself, letting out a long, heavy sigh. Forget it. Stop thinking. Thinking more won't change anything. I should set clear goals and focus on what I can do right now. For now, I'll stop thinking about it. Thinking more won't help anyway. The key is knowing what goal to pursue. We need to focus on what we can actually achieve. And just then, Mun suddenly recalled his third major objective, which was to become much stronger, something he had carefully listed in his personal notebook. Because for him, getting stronger was undeniably the single most crucial goal. He rationalized in his mind that as the son of an esteemed count, the methods to become incredibly powerful were practically limitless, available for the taking. But those common methods, well, they were just too ordinary. They fundamentally weren't enough to bridge the massive gap with the main characters. He also starkly realized that the original owner of this very body had squandered far too much precious time, having clearly spent a whole year studying at Santa Maria Academy. Yet now, inside his head, he could only recall a single solitary magic spell, and that was the luminescence spell. Mun, overwhelmed with pure incredulity, was practically about to flip a table and scream out in utter frustration. This was just absolutely beyond ridiculous. What on earth did this guy even do in class every single day? The image of the original owner with 2 other students discussing the luminescence spell flashed across his mind, only making him even angrier, he thought, extending his hand slightly to examine himself again. His voice was calm. At least the body's innate quality wasn't too bad, thankfully. After all, he was still the son of a duke, and currently possessed a late-stage level 1 proficiency. Based on the common strategic knowledge taught at the academy, the 3 systems of warrior, mage, and priest, Each possessed 5 distinct levels, but he didn't think he could possibly reach that level right now. Mun disappointedly propped his head up, his expression slightly gloomy. Even if he risked this fake life and trained to level 5, it wouldn't make any meaningful difference at all. Maria and Celicia. They were both God-favored individuals, meaning they were granted divine grace. In this extraordinary world, other God-favored individuals were completely different from the 3 ordinary systems. They were like a living, breathing, human cheat code, capable of breaking through to the heavens themselves. Take Celicia, for example. Right after she was born, not long after, the goddess of ice and snow bestowed upon her divine authority. From a very young age, she possessed the ability to control ice and snow. Celicia, clad in pure white attire, appeared as if protected by the snow goddess herself, radiating with the power of icy chill. This kind of power, combined with innate physical strength, was not something a mere priest could ever achieve through prayer, offerings, or even desperate deals for divine power. To continue the comparison, next up was Maria. He pondered in his mind. And then there was Maria's incredibly overpowered Feng Ao Tian. I recall in the original story, during the grand later stages, this young lady was granted divine blessings, not just once, but dozens of times. Maria stood at the forefront, her face exuding absolute confidence. She was followed by 2 divine beings, one of magma and another of darkness, divine aura surging around their forms, a person enveloped in divine armor. All sorts of deities, in one way or another, were inextricably linked to her. At the slightest whim, she could summon deities for immediate assistance. She was like a female version of Sun Wukong, the Monkey King. If I can't beat them, I'll just summon a god. How incredible is that? He vividly recalled Maria's adorable childlike face devouring a cream cake. He mused that for the average mage or warrior out there, beating opponents 2 levels higher is absolutely no problem for her, let alone a total rookie like me, a complete lightweight. I simply cannot win against her. Damn it. There is absolutely no way to defeat her, not even a chance. A storm of emotions erupted inside him as he gently closed his eyes. He murmured to himself that based on the current situation's analysis, the answer was already incredibly clear and painfully obvious. The ancient leather-bound notebook snapped shut with a decisive thud. In the center, Moon Campbell's determined eyes shone with conviction. His gaze sparkled brightly as he finally reached his big conclusion. He must rapidly achieve the skill level needed to protect himself, especially when confronting Maria directly. This truly was the ultimate goal for this very crucial stage. Having thoroughly thought things through so clearly, he finally relaxed his shoulders, his mind still buzzing with thoughts. Honestly, if someone else's Phoenix arrogant heaven cheat power is a little bit stronger, what can I even say? But a cheat power, this young master is certainly not without one himself. What is more, through that shocking incident with the assassin, this little rascal of mine even awakened a brand new astonishing ability. He snapped his fingers with a crisp snap, summoning the black book into existence. In a flash, a swirling surge of murky, dark purple energy instantly materialized, hovering. He smugly thought he could summon it any time he pleased, but before he could finish his thought, that dark aura suddenly plunged straight down, crashing violently between his thighs, right at his most sensitive spot, as if it was meant to be. Moon instantly clutched his precious treasure, leaping up in a frantic frenzy. The pain was so intense it made him scream and shriek as if he was dying. He clenched the black book tightly, his face contorted with pure fury. If this thing wasn't actually a book, he would have undoubtedly choked it to death right there and then. This pain is killing me. If you want to assassinate me, just say it plainly. But why would you lay a violent hand on my little brother like that? I still need to use that crucial part of me in the future. With an eerie flourish, the black book spontaneously opened itself wide. Its cream-colored pages began flipping rapidly, one after another, making him pause in surprise. Until it abruptly stopped on a specific page. There, the following intriguing content appeared. Moon Campbell. After enjoying an exquisite dinner with the Duke and Duchess couple, in order to purchase some accessories, had dismissed his personal guards and secretly snuck into the Bolano night market. He successfully acquired high-grade magic potions from a shrewd merchant from the shadowy black market, but his bargaining attempts utterly failed. Then, on the very next day, he carefully rehearsed his part for the grand coming-of-age ceremony, under the strict guidance of the head maid. The head maid, to be precise. After more than 20 grueling practice sessions, he was basically proficient. That very night, Moon Campbell, along with his distinguished father Lon Campbell, at the Duke's mansion, welcomed esteemed noble guests who had arrived for the coming-of-age ceremony. He then courageously delivered his solemn declaration, all under the watchful eyes of the assembled nobles. The coming-of-age ceremony had been underway for half the duration of the grand banquet. He and Princess Celicia shared a dance that garnered much attention. After finishing the incredible lines of text, he felt cold sweat break out. His hands trembled as he stared at the book. These specific things. Are these records about events that occurred just a few days ago to me? This specific part is about Celicia pinning him down. No way. Right. My goodness. This is far too excessively detailed. How can it possibly write like an adult novel? How scandalous. And furthermore, it is an adult novel where I am the main character. But before his astonishment could fully subside, Moon suddenly realized something terrifying. The words on the ancient book suddenly shifted into an eerie, ominous red. After this incident, the two were brutally attacked by assassins. What makes this writing glow so red? Why did a stream of dark red mist suddenly burst from the page? It shot straight up, flying high amidst the mystical aura surrounding him. He gasped in utter shock. Whoa! It's happening again. The gas came far too densely, forcing him to raise his hands and shield himself. Next time, could you give me a little warning, please? Suddenly, and without warning, the sky and earth turned pitch black. In an instant, Mun was transported to a completely different space. The surroundings looked exactly like an ancient tower, decorated with countless flickering candlelight. Where could I be? He looked all around him. The light was very dim, but he could still clearly see everything around him. This certainly wasn't the dungeon from before. Could this possibly be the space inside the Black Book? But suddenly and without warning, a shadowy figure radiating pure killing intent advanced directly toward him. In their hand, they held something resembling a fearsome blade. A chill ran down his spine. He spun around. Who's there? He saw that woman holding a dagger. She flew towards him and licked the blade across Mun's throat. His eyes just froze wide open in pure terror. Blood gushed from his throat, his vision blurring. It was that short-haired girl from before, with her dark hair and those mesmerizing emerald eyes. That was all that remained. Finally, as if waking from a gruesome nightmare, Mun jolted awake from the unsettling dream. Cold sweat poured out. Holy cow, he felt around his own neck, touching the phantom wound that he thought had ended his life. What on earth just happened here? Did I die in the very first second? What in the world? How could this be true? Why did that assassin from before appear inside the Black Book? Mun immediately turned to the Black Book. He looked at the proficiency gauges on the Black Book. He just smirked, stroking his chin with a thoughtful gaze. Ha ha. So that's exactly how it is. Is this your true power, oh Black Book? Hey, I spoke a little too loudly just now. I'm so sorry. My precious. After saying that, he seemed many times more confident and determined. His golden hair actually shone even brighter than before. Just let me try a few more times. If my prediction isn't wrong, then my new hack is going to be incredibly powerful. It was midnight at Duke Kambei's mansion, just outside the city walls. The moonlight shone so brightly. Inside his own room, Mun was finally back in his room. He was lying spread-eagle on the bed, breathing heavily, feeling absolutely drained and exhausted. Phew. I'm finally out. His eyes looked dazed as he picked up the clock. His gaze fell on the clock, and he voiced his suspicion. The time passed very steadily. This time, I could only hold on for 3 seconds. Then, he sat up and picked up the book to read intently. Wait, let me check my proficiency first. The book clearly stated Mun Kambei, Warrior Class, Level 1. Mage Class, Level 1. Cleric Class, Proficiency, absolutely nothing. Dagger Assassination Skill, Level 0, 1.5%, plus 0.5%, Mun realized. It's exactly as I predicted. Mun held the book firmly with both hands. He fixed his gaze intently upon it. He smacked his lips and smiled, his expression carrying a hint of danger. All skills used by enemies would be absorbed by the Black Book, through combat against the enemy's shadow, and under those conditions, proficiency could be gained. Doesn't that basically mean I can use this method to freely use every skill I've ever seen, without even paying tuition? As he thought that, Mun pictured again the smooth movements of the assassin, that dark-skinned maid. He muttered about that agile footwork, and her flexible combat techniques. Lying back down on the bed, Mun pulled the blanket over himself, excitement rising. Soon enough, it'll all be mine. With a broken hack like this, what am I even afraid of? The main character 4. I just wished for power, and it dropped right into my lap. Young master here really is blessed by fate, though I still don't know what proficiency growth is actually tied to. For now, training comes first. After saying that, he slapped the book straight onto his face. The scene shifts into Mun's dream, where Mun takes a full-force sky kick from the dark-skinned maid assassin. Immediately after that, he gets hit by consecutive kicks from her long legs. One kick after another. Mun could only take every single strike head-on, spitting blood on the spot. He was beaten to a pulp and sent flying, while the maid assassin stood coolly in a victor's pose. As Mun flew away, he could only shout, "Damn it." Outside Mun's room, the maid named Anne Cambio held a tray with a cup of tea on it. She gently knocked and called into the room. Young master, without waiting for a reply. She opened the door and entered, then softly closed it and walked over to Mun's bed. "It's time to take your medicine, young master," she said. She looked at the bed, where a tightly wrapped, violently trembling lump of blanket lay, catching Maid Anne's attention. Focused on the bed, Mun had completely wrapped himself in the blanket, without leaving a single gap. His body kept shaking as strange groans escaped from within. Perhaps she was already used to this sight, so Maid Anne didn't find it strange anymore. She simply smiled softly and whispered, "Already this grown up, yet you still sleep like a child," her face briefly blushing. "So cute." She gently placed the teacup on the table, then used her slender, fair hand to rest on the cup, casting a warming spell on the medicine. She whispered softly, "He must have just fallen asleep. I won't disturb him." Maid Anne didn't bother Mun, nor linger, and quietly left the room, leaving Mun still curled up, trembling on the bed. Only after Maid Anne left, did Mun finally uncurl himself, panting heavily. His face had gone pale, both hands clutching his precious jewels. He gritted his teeth and screamed, "Damn it, that's dirty as hell." Veins bulged across his forehead in rage. His fists clenched as he complained bitterly. "She's clearly way stronger than me and still fights dirty. Absolutely shameless." After that, Mun pulled the blanket over himself again, muttering stubbornly once more, "I don't believe I can't touch her even once." The next day, outside the castle, brilliant sunlight bathed every corner of the fortress. Inside Mun's bedroom, he lay on the bed like a lifeless corpse, dark circles under his eyes as he stared at the ceiling. He muttered for the 185th time, "I finally managed to last 30 seconds. Suddenly, a violent tremor struck. Mun's body was shoved upward by a powerful force. In the chaos, his hand accidentally knocked over the teacup Maid Anne had left on the table the night before. Mun was completely knocked off the bed. He fell, crashing onto the floor, clutching his head in pain. He slammed a hand into the floor and cursed, "Damn it." Struggling, Mun sat up and leaned against the bed, gasping for air, breath by breath. He opened his mouth wide, desperate for oxygen. After a moment, Mun's eyes sharpened as he muttered, "Finally, I'm back to normal." Mun thought to himself that although he wouldn't truly die here, the pain brought by death was absolutely real. He originally wanted to see if he could find a loophole by repeatedly charging into the scenario to cheat death, or bypass it. But now it seemed impossible. The suffering from nearly 200 deaths almost killed me for real. Mun forced himself to stand, one hand clutching his stomach, dragging himself step by step toward the book on the bed. He continued thinking, "But for now, let's check the results of last night's hard work." Mun grabbed the book, opened it, and shouted, "Success." Inside, the book clearly recorded, Moon Camel, Martial Rank, Tier 1, Mage Rank, Tier 1, Cleric Rank, Tier 1, Skill Proficiency, Level 2, /35%, plus 2%, Shadow Step Level 1, 11% plus 1%. Mun hugged the book to his chest as tears streamed down. Even if it's just 1 or 2 levels, it's still far behind that assassin. But as long as I can grind, everything after this should get much easier. The moment he said that, Mun rushed out, his expression filled with excitement he could no longer contain. "I have to test how effective it really is." Shadow Step activated in an instant. The entire body of Mun radiates with intense magical energy, just like it was written in the sacred book. Now he can finally seize control and expertly wield this immense power. Mun dashes forward swift as the wind itself. He moves with such seasoned skill and professional grace. The very moment he unleashes his power, Mun then perceives his location, far from his starting room. It has dramatically changed to the world outside. He glances back, his eyes wide with utter surprise. "I have done it." He clenches his fists, his face beaming with a huge grin. "I am truly victorious." All at once the expression of Mun contorts in sheer agony. He yells out, "It hurts so bad. My poor leg." He wraps his arms around his aching leg, tears welling up from the sheer pain. The pain. It absolutely kills me. Blast it. How come nobody warned me about this? That unleashing this technique would leave my leg throbbing like this. This excruciating level of agony. Back when that shadowy assassin and Cilicia engaged in their intense battle, how did they manage to put on such a completely poker face, as if they were completely unfazed by the pain? This makes absolutely no scientific sense at all. Mid-sentence, he seemed to stumble upon a profound realization. Mun stops, lost in thought for a moment, then says, "Wait, I understand. It is because my power level is far too inferior. This very technique, by its fundamental nature, is simply beyond the grasp of any first-tier martial practitioner. I recall it being explicitly mentioned within my academy memories. This powerful martial technique demands the precise coordination of battle aura to truly be performed, and that very battle aura is a formidable power that martial artists, only of the second level, can fully grasp and control." Mun lowers himself, resting against a desolate corner of the wall. With one hand, he tenderly rubs his severely injured leg. His other hand grasps the book, reading and meticulously analyzing it. To summarize, my current power level is pitifully inadequate. Every single one of my future strategies needs total revision. My top priority is to find myself a proper teacher. He then reaches out. He snatches the quill pen from the table, then continues to mutter softly. On that note, Santa Maria Academy is almost ready for student enrollment. However, the teachers in my fragmented memories from the academy are seemingly all formidable magic users within my own personal memories. Concerning the most powerful and skilled martial practitioners, it seems they have never even once made an appearance. Mun lifts a hand to ruffle his hair in deep contemplation. With one hand, he still holds the quill pen. He stares intently into the hazy distance, deep in thought. Oh, this is tough. This magical world is incredibly advantageous, causing martial arts practitioners to become exceedingly rare. If I want to find myself a true master, regarding this particular aspect, even with endless wealth, it is still quite difficult. Then, a sudden realization hits him. His gaze abruptly sharpens, as if discovering a pivotal new insight. Hold on. Let us talk about the mightiest and most celebrated martial practitioner. As per the original storyline, fundamental rules. Right then, a sly and knowing smirk spreads across his face, as though he has at last found the radiant beacon for his future. That incredible man, possessing the strength to battle 1,000 opponents. His battle capabilities are truly without equal in this whole realm. He is widely revered as the absolute pinnacle of martial arts. Good heavens, that is absolutely incredible. Recalling his most esteemed and honorable father, Mun softly murmurs, "Is not that powerful figure already residing in my house?" According to the foundational storyline, over the span of nearly 100 years, the mightiest and most renowned martial practitioner throughout this realm, only a single individual has been truly chosen. At the tender age of 15, he already bore the heavy duty of a royal guard right by His Majesty, the King's side, even back when he was still a mere prince. By the age of 20, he was leading the King's own royal guards, sweeping away all the rebel forces, both inside and outside the country, successfully stabilizing a truly chaotic situation. Right after the king had ascended to his throne, at 25 years old he held the esteemed position of Imperial Grand Marshal, defending the empire's borders, and bravely fought in countless epic battles, sending shockwaves across the entire continent. At that pivotal moment, not only was the entire imperial territory clearly defined and secured, but all the neighboring nations and even the demon tribes were forced to retreat and dared not invade again. For a peaceful 20 long years, he returned victorious at the age of 32, and was bestowed the title of Lionheart King by His Majesty. He became the one and only imperial duke ever promoted, based solely on his outstanding military accomplishments. Since the very founding of the empire, he had never once tasted defeat in his entire life. Whether it was a mighty kingdom or a fierce demon tribe, the lingering remnants of a bygone era, or even mere rebels in a border town, he was a powerful man who could even smack down a passing dog if it dared to threaten the empire. As he recalled the original story's plot details, in the golden-haired young master's room, Mun Campbell, it was as if he was witnessing the magnificent glory of his great father, the legendary Lionheart King from the past, when his immense strength and boundless courage created an aura of brilliance, causing countless people to admire and revere him deeply. This realization filled him with such pride that he loudly exclaimed, "Oh, what a coincidence that is, my father, my very own biological father." After he had just swelled with pride for having such a powerful biological father, and the incredibly noble identity of Lion Campbell, he couldn't help but mock the original young master, the golden-haired boy from the original storyline, the old Mun Campbell. He chuckled, "Mun Campbell, oh Mun Campbell, you certainly deserved such a miserable end. You truly had a mountain of treasures yet knew nothing. What was all that about Santa Maria Academy? And what was that about master teachers not being needed?" He closed his eyes, savoring this truth as he pondered. "From now on I will live as a recluse, letting my father personally guide my every step. Yes, I'll happily decide to do just that." From outside came the sound of a gentle knock on the door, accompanied by a soft voice. "Young master, have you woken up yet?" Mun Campbell heard the sound and turned his head, letting out a soft hum. When he saw the maid entering his room, he asked, "I've been up for a while now. Is there something important?" The maid before him, who was none other than Anne, respectfully replied, "The master is looking for you." He couldn't help but feel surprised and responded, "Father." Saying this, he placed both his hands on Anne's shoulders, then spun her around and walked out of the room. As he walked, he spoke and said, "What a happy coincidence. I also have something I wish to discuss with my father. Come on, let's go quickly." The maid Anne's beautiful eyes widened in surprise and felt her shoulder. She was quite startled by the young master's actions. She instantly protested, "Young master." Having said her piece, she swiftly turned and made her quick exit. As for the young master's hands, they were left hanging. Conveniently, as she stepped through the door, two maids were busy cleaning. One particular maid, with her long flowing hair tied into twin tails, was Noel, who called out, "Hello, Miss Anne." After this greeting, it seemed the blonde maid, Noel, seemed to suddenly realize her mistake and quickly correct herself. "Oh dear, I certainly said that wrong. It should be head maid Anne, my lady. That is correct." With her correction complete, both maids respectfully bowed their heads and gracefully lifted a hand, waving gently at the two maids. Rather than scolding them, she simply and softly replied, "There is no need to worry. You may both get back to your work." ManhwaCapped, having overheard this, instantly grew incredibly curious, so he quietly trailed right behind Anam. He simply couldn't contain his curiosity and blurted out, "Head maid, Anne, is it true you received a promotion?" Anne, ever so composed, remained calm. As the young master questioned her with such curiosity, she promptly answered, making the reason abundantly clear. "Indeed, young master, it's true." The former headmaid admitted her failings and resigned from her position. Not long after the young master was resurrected, I was personally appointed by the Lord, with the weighty responsibility of being the new headmaid. ManhwaCapped paused and thought, then instinctively scratched his head. His little finger, almost unconsciously, lightly traced the line of his brow. Then, his voice tinged with self-reproach, he spoke, admitted her own fault, and then resigned. "I truly apologize. It was solely due to my orders that she had to. I distinctly recall my father, the Duke, once saying, the former headmaid, in particular, had been a loyal companion since his very early youth. Officially, she held the role of his attendant, yet in reality, the bond between them was much more like an elder sister and a devoted mother. Now that the headmaid has left, father must be absolutely heartbroken." Anne, who had been walking a few paces ahead, heard the young master's words, prompting her to turn and say, "Young master, you truly have no reason to apologize. This turn of events is absolutely not your fault." Beyond that, the headmaid merely stepped down from her managerial role. She has not, by any means, left the Cambeo household. "Please wait just a little longer, and you will see." As soon as they entered the sprawling estate, the Duchess, none other than Cambeo, immediately enveloped him in a loving hug. Overcome with joy, she excitedly exclaimed, "Mun, my most cherished darling." He, utterly surprised by the sudden tight embrace, struggled to utter even a single syllable. My dearest lady mother." The Duchess continued to hold her son in a firm embrace. Her heart swelled with immense joy seeing her son strong and well, and because of this overwhelming joy, it seemed she had hugged her beloved son with an unbreakable, fervent grip. Her eyes curved into joyous crescents. Then she spoke from her deepest mother's heart. "Seeing my precious child recover so wonderfully, I am finally at peace. And besides, how many times have I reminded you, my love, to never call me Lady Mother again, darling. Simply mother or even mommy is perfectly sufficient." Still enveloped in his mother's arms, he managed to say, "Oh, I apologize, my Duchess mother." The Duchess happily exclaimed, "Ah, now that sounds much better, doesn't it?" With those words, she gently pressed her son's head against her stomach, affectionately saying, "Come now, kneel down for a moment so you can feel it, Mun." At first, the boy's face flushed bright red. Then, as if realizing something, his eyes widened, sensing it. Yeah, but he wasn't completely sure, so he tilted his head up to look at his mother. His gaze was filled with curiosity and confusion, as if asking, "Don't tell me you've already?" The Duchess gently raised her hand and stroked her son's cheek. Then she softly confirmed what he was asking. She said, "Yes, that's right. Very soon, you'll have either a little sister or a little brother." Mun placed his hand over his chest. He was overwhelmed with joy after hearing those words. He asked again, just to make sure, "Is it really true? You're not joking, Duchess?" She didn't get annoyed, and gently confirmed it again. "Recently, I've been feeling that my body is a bit heavier. Last time, when I was helping your father with his treatment, I also asked the royal physician to check it for me. It's true, Mun. After hearing his mother confirm it twice, he finally believed it. He jumped up happily and cheered. I'm going to be an older brother. This is amazing. The Duchess, hearing her son's excitement and joy, immediately asked him, Sweetheart, do you want a little sister or a little brother? Mun was completely immersed in happiness. So to him, whether it was a sister or a brother, both would be angels bringing joy and warmth. So he told his mother, either one is fine. I'll love them all the same. Just as she had expected, the Duchess looked extremely happy when she saw her son like that. She smiled at Mun and said, Hey, I knew it. I just told your father that little Mun is the best child in our family. Whether it's a sister or a brother, you'll love them all. Through the sacred bond of motherhood, it was as if Mun could feel her joy. Sensing his mother's happiness, he became worried she might get too excited. So he gently said to her, All right. Big brother has just finished recovering from serious injuries, and the baby is still very fragile. Mother, please don't get too excited. After hearing this, the Duchess gently patted his golden hair. From afar, Duke Lun Cambeo appeared in the garden of the Cambeo estate. He called out, Mun, sit down. I have something important to tell you. Inside the garden pavilion, the 3 members of the Cambeo family sat down together, with 2 servants standing nearby. Moon Cambeo had just taken his seat. When he suddenly looked like he was about to jump up, he instinctively raised his voice and said, What? Father, are you going back to the front lines? His eyes and expression clearly showed how shocked and terrified he was. Mun's face was a picture of worry, but the Duke, despite his advanced age, replied to his son with such amazing calm, saying, Yes, this very afternoon I must head to the battlefield, considering you will be off to school next month. Only your mother will be staying behind in the capital city. Therefore, this afternoon, your mother, along with most of the maids, will depart together, right by my side. I will take them to the Campbell family estate for her to rest during pregnancy. Then he turned to speak with the maid, standing beside him, Fiona. Fiona, head maid of the Campbell household while I am away. Noisy will be depending on you so very much. Maid Fiona respectfully placed her hand on her chest, bowed her head gently and replied, Duke, please set your mind at ease. I will personally take the utmost care of the Duchess. Upon hearing the Duke's words, Mun could not help but shake his head and spoke up to his father, saying, Father, must you truly go out to battle? Surely there are many other generals throughout the entire empire who could lead the troops into glorious battle and fight on the front lines? Is that not right? It does not necessarily have to be a duke like yourself, father, who must lead the charge. Am I wrong? The Duke saw Mun's earnest plea. He simply lifted his teacup gently and stated, This situation is far too urgent. I am left with absolutely no other choice. In the western border region of the Abyssal Lands, those abominable demonkind are stirring once again, ready to rise up and unleash chaos. This time upon my departure, if everything proceeds according to my calculations, then I will have to remain at the border for 3 long years. Mun seemed to latch on to certain words, making him remember the abyssal demon race, did he not? A sudden thought flashed brilliantly through his mind. Wait a minute. I finally remember this part. The original story did mention this very specific segment. The initial invasion was merely a feigned attack. Its true purpose was to divert the human world's attention, a prelude to a much grander scheme, 30 years in the future. At that exact 30-year mark, that is precisely when the true protagonist officially embarks upon their journey to save the world. 3 years. Father will be gone for 3 whole years. So what in the world am I supposed to do about my own plans now? My master, my precious safety, my entire future. I spent so much time being aimless and carefree at home, only to later emerge and astound the entire world. Mun himself felt as if the entire sky was collapsing on him. He desperately screamed within the depths of his mind. This is truly disastrous. It is all utterly ruined. Though his heart was churning with such a mighty storm of emotions, his outward appearance was not much different at all, with his trembling hands holding the teacup, shaking uncontrollably, causing the tea to spill right out of the cup. That very afternoon, a magnificent, luxurious carriage stood before the grand castle, along with a giant bird poised for immediate departure. On the castle walls, the family of 3 was bidding each other a fond farewell. Within this somber circumstance, Mun felt utterly drained of all his life force, as he watched his father and mother happily exchanging their goodbyes. The Duke placed his hand upon his Duchess's shoulder, offering comfort. It will be all right. It will truly be fine. Our little one, she used to be quite the crybaby, you know. But if she keeps crying like this, it'll really affect our precious little Cambeo. The Duchess then stopped her tears, finally replying to her husband. If it wasn't for that little rascal, I wouldn't even think about returning to the estate. Just thinking about waiting until young Mun's summer vacation, before I could finally see him again, she said, and the Duchess softly began to sob once more. The Duke, After comforting his wife, then turned and called out to his son, Mun, who was slumped over. But upon hearing his father's call, he quickly lifted his head and answered, "Yes, father." The Duke then clapped a firm hand onto his son's shoulder, saying, "Regarding the recent assassin incident, you risked your very life to save His Highness. And that act has clearly proven that you truly possess an unwavering courageous spirit. You are a worthy member of the illustrious Kambeo family." Mun, hearing his father's words, humbly responded, saying, "My lord father, with all due respect, I'm not as brave as you seem to think." Seeing his son cut him off, the Duke sternly declared, "Let me finish what I'm saying. As a man of the Kambeo family, protecting our nation is our sacred, innate calling. It is even more of a paramount duty, since we are one of the 4 great ducal families." He glanced down at the distinguished medal pinned to his chest, then looked up at his son, saying, "Do you see this prestigious medal here on my chest? This is the very symbol of our noble Kambeo family. The sword blade itself represents the original, symbolizing His Majesty, the king's own royal blade. And that fearsome, ferocious dragon symbolizes all the formidable enemies of our great empire. I am the empire's sharpest, most unwavering blade. Every man of the Kambeo household will eventually step onto their own battlefield, a field of their very own. Perhaps you too will eventually take up this mantle. Or it might be that you find an entirely different path meant just for you. But these things, ultimately, they aren't the most important. Your father merely wishes for you to understand this. You have already come of age. You have now fully acquired all the essential qualities of a man. Furthermore, I have prepared for you every single resource that I myself lacked during my own youth. So go on. Do whatever your heart truly desires." Upon hearing his father's powerful words, Mun suddenly felt a profound surge of life and spirit. He felt the immense warmth of a father's unconditional love, and the deep protection of a truly doting parent showered upon his cherished child. His instincts urged him to speak to his father. "Father, I am incredibly moved and overwhelmed with gratitude." Then the Duke placed a hand firmly on his son's shoulder and spoke in an entirely different, more casual tone. "All right then. Let's talk about the real matter at hand." Mun, snapping out of the overwhelming emotion from his father's profound love, he exclaimed, "Wait. No way. Father, why on earth did your entire demeanor just change so incredibly fast?" Duke Leon, hearing his son's words, didn't argue against it, but instead, he merely continued with a smile. "Those were simply the customary words of protocol that I am obligated to say in such circumstances, you see. Now tell me, how exactly do you feel about On?" Mun, hearing his father inquire about On so directly, didn't hold back at all, and honestly confessed, "On, she is truly, absolutely wonderful." "Hey, what exactly are you doing there, my son?" The Duke then asked his son directly, cutting straight to the chase. "Do you actually like her or not?" Mun hesitated, finding it difficult to respond to his father, but he still decided to speak his honest feelings. "Well, if I truly have to choose between liking or disliking this, I will absolutely choose to like it. Father." The Duke then looked over at Anne, seemingly lost in thought and remembrance, and then he spoke to his son. "I have watched this young lady, this spirited girl, grow up right before my very eyes. She comes from such a pure and intelligent family, you know, and what's truly important, my son, is that her feelings for you are not just the ordinary affections that a master and servant would usually share. If you like her, then you must truly seize this precious opportunity." Mun looked at his father, beginning to carefully assess his expression, but when he finally saw it clearly, he still had to ask him again, just to be sure. "Wait, hold on. Father, your meaning is that you want me and Anne to?" And the Duke then looked over at his beloved wife, as he saw her gently caressing her stomach, smiling with pure happiness. He then continued to speak to his son, with a knowing look. "Yes, you are absolutely right. The biggest reason why our family is not as large as it should be is your mother. You and I, we rarely get to spend much time together, and now I must go to the front lines once again." After his father declared that, with such conviction, Mun immediately exclaimed loudly, bursting with his concern, and he didn't forget to remind his father that he still had an engagement. "But father, I still have an engagement with the Princess Cilicia." When the Duke saw his son's obvious fear regarding this engagement, he immediately started explaining to his son, to calm his worries. "Oh, my son, you don't need to worry about that at all. That entire matter, that whole arrangement, it was originally a political windfall, a divine gift from His Majesty himself. The Emperor's initial intention was to have our noble family become a powerful pillar of support for His Majesty, to expertly balance the distribution of power behind His Highness. Even if Princess Cilicia truly marries into our esteemed family, it's only right for us to help her become even stronger, isn't it?" After explaining to his son the intricate curtain of the political stage and all its hidden power plays, he then spoke very directly. In short, let me be clear. In just 3 years, I want to be holding my grandson. Do you understand me? Mun, seeing his father's utterly cold gaze and stern, unwavering face, he immediately began to speak, trembling with palpable fear. But seeing that his son had every intention of objecting, he immediately cut him off and issued a direct, unyielding command. There are no buts, my boy. This is a direct order from the family head. The blazing sun had already begun its descent down the majestic mountains. That strange, four-legged, bird-headed creature, complete with its wings, was casually, almost lazily, flying through the twilight sky. ManhwaCapped stood there with An, side by side. Both of them had their eyes fixed, their gazes unwavering, following the grand carriage as it slowly rolled away, leaving the estate. When suddenly, An, standing right behind Mun, turned to look at him, then opened her mouth to ask inquisitively, "Just now, when the young master and the old master were having their talk, it seemed like my name might have been mentioned, wasn't it? Is there something important you would like me to do, young master?" As he saw An speaking directly to him, with such earnestness, Mun suddenly, almost impulsively, glanced over at her. Then he closed his eyes tightly, a long, weary sigh escaping him, his eyebrows furrowed ever so slightly, a mix of resignation and discomfort. Then with 3 parts reluctance and 7 parts resignation, he replied, well, this isn't exactly something that can't be spoken aloud. You see, my father, he wants to pair us up, to bring us together, and he even mentioned wanting us to bear heirs for the noble family." When An heard this shocking news, she completely froze, stiff as a board. Then he put on a dumb, sour-looking face. But Mun's voice kept rambling on non-stop. "Oh, ha ha ha. What a laugh. Of course, it was just an adult's joke. You don't need to take it too seriously." As if he didn't notice Anne's slight frown, Mun smiled gently, like the morning sun. He even put a hand on her shoulder in comfort and kept talking, going on at length. "Being a maid is just your status for now. In the future, we'll each have our own life, our own destiny. You're the most outstanding maid in our household. A perfect woman like you will definitely meet an exceptional man someday, not some worthless trash like this young master right here." As he said that, he launched into another long speech. Then Mun suddenly put on the face of a doting older brother. His bright blue eyes stared straight at An. A smile curved on his lips as he continued his non-stop rap. "Later on, if you ever fall for someone, you have to tell me. I'll let you go. I'll even prepare the most luxurious wedding dress for you, something elegant and dazzling. Anyone leaving the Capped household can't be looked down on by their in-laws." After finishing his fake heartfelt advice, Mun stretched his legs and walked away, yet his hand still rested on her shoulder. He passed by and but kept glancing at her sideways. Then he raised his voice again, lecturing her like an elder. "Be brave and go after your own happiness on. This young master and the entire Capped family will be your strongest support." Mun kept talking nonsense, pretending to be cool and wise. But he hadn't even walked 30 meters before his true colors showed. He grinned so hard his eyes nearly disappeared, tongue almost sticking out. Delighted, he thought to himself. Damn, I'm so handsome those years of reading novels weren't wasted. More than 10 years of effort paid off. With such an outstanding young master like me. And must be so touched she's probably crying right now. Absolutely overwhelmed. Mun walked away, leaving Anne standing there like a statue. She couldn't utter a single word. You'd think she'd be overjoyed. But Mun had no idea that behind him, Anne's face had gone completely dark. Her body trembled violently as she muttered under her breath, leaving the Capped household, and clenched her fists so tightly they bled, seething with rage. She looked absolutely furious. Half mad with anger, she kept muttering, "So you really have changed, young master. I can't wait any longer. Tonight. It has to be tonight." As Anne said this, her eyes burned with killing intent. They flashed as brightly as car headlights. She looked terrifyingly angry. At midnight, in the Duke's residence inside the archive room, the room was filled wall to wall with books. Several oil lamps lit up the massive chamber. The young master's thoughts. ManhwaCapped's voice echoed, laced with exhaustion. Rarely seen so lethargic. It is exactly as people always say. Plans never quite catch up to the way things change. His gentlemanly white shirt and his back, rugged, yet his long hair was neatly tied up front. The table was overflowing with books appearing before him. It actually looks quite impressive, doesn't it? No joke, he thought to himself about what he just did. However, even if that is the case, my most important goal, now, is to become significantly stronger. Since father isn't here, I must study on my own. He is indeed a Grand Duke, building his empire from scratch based on his victories. Although the books on martial arts, at home are not as numerous as in the Imperial Library. They are still more than enough for now. Mun sat reading his book with his shirt unbuttoned, looking insanely attractive. As he read the book, he ran his hand through his hair so casually. Behind him there was also a book enveloped by magic, floating gracefully in midair. Mun thought to himself that he would temporarily stop attending school. For now, interacting with the main characters is far too dangerous at this moment. Tomorrow I need to ask Inan to help me request a leave of absence. I will study the martial arts classics, and then, through the simulation space of the Black Book, I will fight assassins to gain valuable experience. I must stay home until I can defeat the shadow assassin, who is currently my enemy. I will just follow this plan exactly, while pretending to read books. Mun suddenly closed the book with a gentle thud. He was still thinking to himself, the book I was reading before was only halfway through, and this book, I only looked at the preface. As soon as he finished thinking that, Mun turned his head behind him, and snatched the book that was floating in the air, his mouth still muttering, "Let me just confirm again." Mun opened that very book. As he flipped each page, magic burst forth from it. He concentrated so intently that he furrowed his brows. Mun stopped at a page containing countless pieces of information, from the fishbone unlocking skill, to elementary physical training for Imperial soldiers, and basic guides on flexibility for martial artists, then techniques for striking the body's acupuncture points. Mun read it and silently rejoiced in his heart. He joyfully exclaimed, "As expected, I don't need to memorize everything in my brain. As long as I read the title of this book, the Black Book will record it all. This functionality is absolutely amazing." Mun felt as ecstatic as if he had won the lottery after finding the book. He held the book up and kissed it repeatedly, his eyes crinkling with joy. Then he groaned in ecstasy as if he had hit the G-spot, before he muttered to himself, "You useless person, don't take it to heart. Okay. I love you so much, my dearest darling." Suddenly, as Mun was kissing his beloved book, and opened the door and stepped inside, her hands were carrying a tray with a bottle of wine and something else. She walked in, maintaining a calm and unaffected demeanor, as if she had never felt any bitterness. After hearing his words, and coldly asked, her tone like an ice queen's, "Are you still reading, young master?" Seeing Anne come in, Mun cheerfully exclaimed, "Oh, it's you, Anne." He then pulled his chair back slightly and stood up. With a gentle, indulgent smile, he asked, "Did you come to bring me a midnight snack?" Hearing the young master ask that, and quickly replied with a short, crisp, "Yes." She helped Mun sit down on the sofa. Meanwhile, the immature young master kept chattering non-stop like a parrot. "Father took so many people with him, so now it's just you and Noel's group left behind. Only 4 people staying to handle everything. This Duke's estate is huge, and you still have to take care of me. That must be really hard on you." And replied coldly, "This is my duty." "Why do you talk like a robot?" Mun complained. Suddenly, Anne glanced off to the side. She picked up a bottle of red wine with one hand, then continued her long-winded explanation. "This is Crimson Vine wine that the Lokobai estate gifted this morning. I heard this wine is produced in extremely limited quantities, only 100 bottles a year. At the winery, it's sold at an astonishingly high price, as much as 200,000 imai. On the market. Would you like to try some, young master?" Mun just sat on the sofa, stuffing cake into his mouth like a child. When he heard it was wine, he hesitated and refused indifferently. "Wine? No thanks. I still need to read. I don't want to fall asleep halfway through." Being rejected, Anne was so angry her hands trembled. She squeezed the bottle hard enough to crack it. Her voice revealed clear resentment as she asked another question. "Then what would you like to drink, young master?" Hearing the maid ask, Mun didn't think much of it. He casually replied, "Coffee. It'll help me stay alert," and obediently poured a drink for Mun. She closed her eyes tightly. With an apologetic yet detached tone, she said, "I'm sorry, young master. For certain reasons. As for drinks, tonight we only have red wine and black tea." The bottle beside Anne was already cracked, but Mun didn't notice at all. Hearing there was no coffee, Mun only slightly raised his head and stuffed another forkful of cake into his mouth. He paused for a moment, then replied casually, "Is that so?" All of a sudden, Mun felt a strong sense of déjà vu. He turned his head back and frowned deeply. Suspiciously, he muttered to himself, "Wait, why do these words sound so familiar?" A moment later, Anne also sat down on the sofa beside him. She handed him a cup of black tea. Her mouth kept moving non-stop, as if powered by a motor. Due to a maid's carelessness, the bag of coffee beans was gnawed by rats and partly eaten. New coffee beans can only be purchased tomorrow. You wouldn't want to drink coffee that rats have touched, right? Mun gently took the cup of black tea. He stood there utterly unfazed, cool as a cucumber. He gently replied, Honestly, this isn't something anyone ever wants. A nice black tea will do the trick too, you know? It will help me get my spirits up. After all, the words had barely left his lips when Mun already had the teacup raised, his eyes blissfully closed, savoring every slurp. It was absolutely mind-blowingly delicious. Suddenly, a shock ran through him, just like when he had eaten that shrinking potion from the dreaded black organization. Oh no, the black teacup slipped, crashing to the ground, shattering into a million pieces. Mun's vision blurred. Everything around him started to spin, as he vaguely glimpsed Anne's perfectly serene face, as if nothing at all had surprised her. Not even a little bit. His hand still reached out for her. Mun cried out Anne's name in desperation. And then, with Anne remaining completely indifferent, Mun's face went purple, turning ghostly pale. Sweat poured down him like a waterfall. Then he collapsed, unconscious, on the sofa. His lips still mumbled, full of unanswered questions, as he asked, Anne, why would you betray the master, like a crazy person? Anne, after poisoning the young master, gently cradled Mun in her arms, as he lay unconscious. She gently whispered into his ear, Young master, please calm your heart now. I haven't betrayed you, my dearest master. Never, not in a million years, would I ever do such a thing. Just rest peacefully and sleep. My love. Mun was cradled in her arms, being softly caressed and comforted, yet his face was still ghostly pale, as if he had just undergone a major surgery. He furrowed his brows, a confused expression etched upon his face. His lips still mumbled her name. An. An. Suddenly, Anne's deepest, most secret thoughts echoed through the air. Oh, how my heart aches and bleeds in this very moment. I love you with every fiber of my being. My dear. My lord. How could you ever utter such heartbreaking words? You have truly changed, my love. You are not yourself. That is precisely why I can only, my dearest, use my profound love to purify your very soul. Please, accept this boundless love of mine. My beloved young Master Mun. Always remember, we will always, always be together, my dear, until the very end of this world, and beyond. Suddenly, he jolted awake, startled out of his wits. Mun's face went completely dark, like a ghost, his eyes rolling back. He jolted up, wide awake, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for air. But why, he wondered, was he not even wearing a shirt at all? Mun's eyes were wide with shock, his mouth agape, panting heavily like a wild beast. His hands, he realized, were tightly bound to a wooden plank. His mind was 3 parts utter confusion, and 7 parts pure, unadulterated terror, he thought. This place, the one from the ominous prophecy. That person. As these thoughts raced through his mind, his hands and feet remained tightly bound. He struggled fiercely, trying desperately to break free from his restraints. Anne's alluring and seductive face, clad in a daringly sexy outfit, appeared vividly in Mun's frantic thoughts, overwhelming him. It was her, Anne, now straddling Mun, who lay helpless beneath her. A strange, almost sinister smile played upon her lips.